Chapter 2105 The Mysterious Young Man. Chapter 2105 The mysterious young man Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivation. All the talents who entered this world had great gains. Boom! On a rock, a 2- or 3-year-old girl's aura rose dramatically, and her emperors might spread out like the ocean. Not long after, a lightning tribulation descended from the sky, but this little girl easily overcame it. I've finally broken through to the martial supreme realm. Chirping, the little girl mumbled. This little girl was Bubbles. In another valley, the lightning tribulation was also rumbling. Not long after, the lightning tribulation disappeared and a young man's figure appeared. It was Muyang. At this moment, a powerful aura emanated from his body. It was the Emperor's might. He had also broken through and reached the martial Emperor realm. I've finally broken through to the martial supreme realm. It'll definitely turn that brat Tianming into ashes the next time one see him. Muyang laughed, full of confidence. He had broken through to the martial supreme realm, and his abilities had increased tremendously. He was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Of course, he did not know that Tianming was Lu Ming. He only thought that it was Tianming. Not only them, but many others had also broken through. Royal River, Star River, Deathblade, and Ji Long. The sons of God were originally in the Emperor-to-be realm, but after accumulating in this world for so long, they broke the shackles and stepped into the martial Emperor realm. Some of them even had a breakthrough in their king body and became martial sovereigns. It was extremely difficult to break through from the Emperor-to-be realm to the martial Emperor realm. It would take a long time to accumulate energy. It would take a long time to break through if it was in the outside world. However, in this world, many people had broken through in just over a year. This was a great opportunity. Yuan Xian, Wu Liang, who had already reached the martial Emperor realm, had taken a step further and become even stronger. Everyone was improving, and their strength had increased greatly. In the blink of an eye, it had been 1 year and 8 months since he had entered this world. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. He felt that his cultivation had reached its limit. He planned to slow down for a while and then try to break through to the martial Emperor realm. The energy in this world is extremely abundant. I don't know if there are any natural treasures here. Why don't I take a look? Lu Ming started to think. Other people could not travel far, but he could because his physical strength was too strong. He wanted to walk around. In particular, he found that the place was not flat and had a slope. He was in the middle of the slope and wanted to follow the slope to the top to take a look. Lu Ming started to move. He followed the slope and went up. The slope was not very steep, but it was indeed going upward. Lu Ming realized that the higher he went, the greater the pressure. Although the increase was not huge, it was indeed getting stronger slowly. However, Lu Ming's physical strength was still able to withstand it. Lu Ming walked along the slope for 3 days, but he did not discover anything. It was smooth everywhere and there were no living creatures. He did not see anyone coming in from the outside. Lu Ming guessed that the people who came in from outside might be at the bottom of the slope. Lu Ming walked for another day. He suddenly realized that the ground had become flat. He seemed to have reached the highest point. As far as the eye could see, there were many protruding rocks in front of them, like small hills. Of course, there were also some mountain peaks, but there was no vegetation. And here, the chi of origin of heaven and earth seemed to be even denser. Lu Ming walked forward. He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to search. Soon, he arrived at a valley. There's someone. When he entered the valley, Lu Ming was shocked because he saw 2 figures. 2 young men who looked to be in their 20s were sitting cross-legged there. Lu Ming had never seen these 2 people before. They were not any 2 of the 320 people who had entered. When they were waiting on the Destiny Mountain, the 320 people had sized each other up. With their memory, they could remember each other after seeing each other once. However, Lu Ming did not have any impression of these 2 young men. One of the 2 young men was wearing a black robe, had black hair, and a cold expression. The other young man had long purple hair and was extremely handsome. He had an indescribable temperament that people would not forget after one look. Who are they? Why are you here? Lu Ming was very puzzled. Other than the 320 of them, there were others who had entered. At the same time, the two young men also saw Lu Ming and looked at him in surprise. Who is he? I've never seen him before. The black-haired youth said, his voice cold and arrogant. The purple-haired young man's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be a prodigy of the primordial realm? I've recently heard that there are some prodigies of the primordial realm that have entered this world to cultivate. Lu Ming was shocked to hear their conversation. What did that mean? The purple-haired young man said that he was a proud son of heaven of the primordial realm. Could it be that the purple-haired young man wasn't from the primordial realm? Could it be the heaven realm? Lu Ming suddenly thought of the heaven. But why would someone from the heaven realm appear here? Where are you from? Heaven realm? Or the primordial realm? The black-haired youth seemed to be interested. Primordial realm? May first ask who you are? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, You're indeed from the primordial realm. One didn't expect someone from the primordial realm to be able to make it here. It looks like your cultivation isn't weak. I'm really curious. What's the cultivation of the primordial realm's prodigies? The one who spoke was still the black-haired youth. With that, the black-haired young man stood up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. It seemed that these two people really came from the heaven realm. At the same time, Lu Ming was speechless. They had just met, and this black-haired young man looked like he was about to fight. Boom! The black-haired young man stepped forward, and a powerful aura burst out of his body. It was emperor pressure. The black-haired young man was a martial emperor. Make your move. Let me see your strength. The black-haired young man's footsteps became faster and faster. In the end, he turned into a black lightning bolt and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. The terrifying power of his palm was aimed at Lu Ming. The power of reincarnation. This is the Son of God. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This black-haired young man's palm contained the law of reincarnation. Boom! Lu Ming made his move as well. He also struck out with his palm. The two of them struck out with their palms, causing a loud boom that shook the entire valley. Not bad again. The black-haired young man continued to strike out with his palms. He struck out dozens of times in a row, and the power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming circulated the chaos laws to fight against his opponent. After dozens of moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. You are just an emperor to be, but you're so powerful. Your body is so strong. That's impossible. Are you an immemorial body cultivator? No. How can immemorial body cultivator cultivate laws? The black-robed youth continued to speak, his voice filled with surprise. Even the purple-haired young man looked at Lu Ming in surprise. This guy is so strong. Lu Ming was also rather shocked. With his current physical body and saint energy, as well as his perfect chaos laws, his combat power was definitely terrifying. However, he could not do anything to this young man. Chapter 2106, Failed Breakthrough. Chapter 2106, Failed Breakthrough. You're not weak either, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was only speaking the truth, but the black-haired young man was not happy. His cold and arrogant face darkened, thinking that Lu Ming had underestimated him. Kid, one didn't use my true strength just now. Do you think you can compete with me? 111 use my full strength now, and see how many moves you can block. The black-haired youth said coldly, his aura even more oppressive. At this moment, the purple-haired young man spoke. Junior brother, don't do anything. It's almost time. The black-haired young man's expression changed. He cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and said, I'll let you go this time. Then, he turned around and walked into a cave with the purple-haired young man. There was a cave in the depths of the valley. It seemed that the two young men had been waiting outside the cave for something. It seems like there's some kind of treasure in this cave. Lu Ming pondered and considered for a moment. In the end, he did not enter. The two young men were obviously peerless talents in the heaven realm. Lu Ming did not want to offend them for no reason. Let's leave first and look elsewhere. Lu Ming thought to himself, and then turned to leave the valley. At this moment, he found it hard to calm down. It seemed that this place was not simple. There were actually heaven realm geniuses here. Could it be that this corner of the world wasn't taken out by a primordial realm expert, but by a heaven realm expert? Lu Ming's mind was full of thoughts. After that, Lu Ming walked for another 2 days before he finally discovered a strange land in a mountain valley. Here, there was a spring that looked like a demonic pool or a spiritual pool. Inside it, innate qi of origin was constantly emitted, and the energy was shockingly high. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He planned to let the celestial Thearch's body absorb the energy here. As long as the energy in the celestial Thearch's body reached a certain level, he would be able to control it. He would not have so many scruples when he did things. Lu Ming immediately took out the celestial Thearch's physical body and began to absorb the energy here by using the technique to control the physical body of heaven and earth. This was the connate qi of origin, and the energy here was frighteningly abundant. As soon as Lu Ming circulated the technique to control the celestial Thearch's body, rich energy from all directions gathered toward the celestial Thearch's body. Moreover, the quality of the energy here was also very high. The energy storage of the celestial Thearch's corporeal body was rapidly increasing. He could feel the energy in the celestial Thearch's corporeal body increasing and strengthening at all times. In just a few days, the celestial emperor's corporeal Buddhist energy had reached 10%. Lu Ming could control it when it reached 10%. Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, he did not stop. He continued to control the celestial Thearch's physical body and absorbed the energy frantically. Since the energy here was so dense, he should absorb more. The more energy it stored, the more powerful the celestial emperor's corporeal body would be. A month later, the energy here had almost dried up. It had been completely absorbed, and the energy in the celestial Thearch's body had reached a shocking 36%. One had to know that the celestial Thearch's corporeal body had only stored 16% of its energy previously. 36%. The power was absolutely terrifying. It would be great if one could completely replenish the energy of the heaven and earth in my body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was tempted. If the energy in the celestial emperor's body could reach 100%, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in this era where there were no celestial emperors. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He set off immediately to look for other similar spring sources. Unfortunately, this kind of spring was extremely rare. Lu Ming searched for a few days in a row, but could not find it. Lu Ming did not give up. He searched for a few more days, more than 10 days in a row, but to no avail. Lu Ming finally gave up. Time was precious here, and he could not afford to waste it. Lu Ming began to prepare to break through to the martial emperor realm. He found a hidden place and sat down cross-legged to adjust his state. A few days later, he was at his peak. His essence, energy, and spirit were in one. Lu Ming began to break through to the martial emperor realm. To break through to the martial sovereign realm, one had to use the saint heart as the core and the laws as the heart to develop a small world. The laws of a world were the foundation. With the laws, this world could be continuously perfected. Therefore, the first step was to use the laws to form the world core in the saint heart. Then, he would combine the world core and the saint heart to evolve the world. It was like the creation of the world. An ordinary person's breakthrough would use a type of nomoiagical law as the core to evolve the world core. After breaking through to the martial supreme realm, one would comprehend other nomoiagical laws and add them into a small world. The more nomoiagical laws one added, the more perfect the small world would be. However, since Lu Ming controlled 5 types of laws, he would have to combine the 5 types of laws to evolve the world core. Otherwise, he would not have been able to succeed if he were to evolve one type of law. Begin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He controlled the 5 types of laws and infused them into his sane heart. He began to evolve the world core. However, at this moment, his body trembled violently. He felt as if his sane heart was about to explode. Even his body was about to be torn apart by a wave of energy. He quickly stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. How did this happen? Lu Ming's expression was ugly. When he broke through just now, the 5 laws entered his saint heart and collided with each other, producing a terrifying force that almost burst his saint heart and tore his body apart. Could it be that those below the martial supreme realm have cultivated many laws and can't break through to the divine realm? No, I don't believe it. Lu Ming began to regulate his breathing and heal his injured body. After a few days, his injuries had recovered, and he tried to break through to the martial emperor realm again. However, he still failed. Impossible. He'll try to evolve the world core with a type of nomoiagical law. Lu Ming was indignant and decided to change his strategy. But he still failed. This was because the 5 types of laws would affect everything. When he controlled one type of law to evolve in the saint heart, 4 of the laws actually entered automatically. He could not control it, even if he wanted to, and injured Lu Ming again. How did this happen? Lu Ming mumbled in a low voice. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. If he could not break through to the divine emperor realm, it would be a huge blow to him. Maybe my cultivation level isn't high enough, and I need to settle down. There might be other ways. One can definitely vindicate my Tao and become an emperor. Lu Ming clenched his fists and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Perhaps it was not the time to break through to the emperor realm yet. He would have to wait for a while. However, Lu Ming naturally did not dare to comprehend new laws now. The more laws there were, the more difficult it would be to break through to the martial emperor realm. There's still some time left. Why don't I comprehend the use of nomoiagical laws? I control 5 types of nomoiagical laws. If I can create a corresponding magical power technique, its power will definitely soar. Lu Ming put aside the matter of breaking the monarch and began to consider the problem of his own combat strength. Now, his divine power techniques were all divine power techniques with a single law, such as the Chaos Divine Palm, the Chaos Tribulation Finger, the Eye of Death, and the 3 scrolls of the Array Tao. Furthermore, the so-called law fusion was merely a crude fusion of the laws to increase their power. This was the crudest way of using the laws. Chapter 2107. The Real Battle Begins. Chapter 2107. The real battle begins. To put it bluntly, Lu Ming's usage of the law was like using brute force. He did not unleash the marvelousness of the law at all. He had heard from Uncle Kong that one could comprehend many laws after reaching the martial emperor realm. Different people would naturally have different insights into the laws. The fusion of different laws would also produce different sacred art techniques. Those sacred art techniques contained several different laws, and their power was astonishing. It was not something a sacred art technique with a single law could compare to. A single law sacred art could only be considered a low-grade sacred art. Some laws contained many sacred arts, and their power was simply earth-shattering. There were some ancient sutras above the rank of a martial sovereign that had corresponding records. However, those ancient sutras were all shockingly valuable. There's only a single law divine power art in the Chaos Scripture. This isn't right. Lu Ming was reminded of the Chaos Scripture. He guessed that the Chaos Scripture he had was incomplete. Logically speaking, the Chaos Scripture was the inheritance left behind by the Chaos Thearch. It should not only contain low-grade superpowers, but also different laws and superpowers that were fused with the Chaos laws. Perhaps the Chaos Scripture is really incomplete. Lu Ming pondered. He didn't have the corresponding sacred art on hand, so he could only rely on himself to explore. He spent the rest of his time trying to figure out how to use the different laws. Time passed quickly. 2 years were almost up. After several months of exploration, Lu Ming finally had some gains. He realized that it was too difficult to comprehend any supernormal ability from the laws of chaos and the laws of death. It wasn't just empty talk that the strongest laws were incompatible. However, Lu Ming still managed to create 2 different divine ability techniques that were shockingly powerful. It was a combination of the chaos laws, the array Tao laws, the engulfing laws, and the extremity laws to create a magical power technique. Lu Ming named it the Chaos Hammer. When he used this move, he could form a giant hammer with shocking power. In addition, he had fused the Death Law, the Devouring Law, the Array Dao Law, and the Extremity Law to create a child prodigy technique. Lu Ming named it the Death Sword. When it was used, it would form a combat sword that could cut through everything. Of course, this was only the initial comprehension. The power of the various laws had not been fully displayed. To be able to reach this stage in such a short period of time, Lu Ming's comprehension ability was already extremely terrifying. As he slowly cultivated and comprehended them, they would become more and more perfect. The mysteries of various nomological laws would burst out, and the power of these two moves would become stronger and stronger. However, even though it was only an initial comprehension, it was still much stronger than simply relying on the fusion of laws. This had greatly increased his combat strength. In the 2 years since he entered this world, Lu Ming's combat strength had improved tremendously. It's almost time. Lu Ming looked up at the sky. Buzz. Suddenly, a powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. With his current strength, he was unable to resist this force at all. His body disappeared from where he was standing. The next moment, he found himself in a void. There was a huge door of light in front of him. Beside him, figures kept flashing and appeared one after another. He saw Qiu Bubbles and Fengling. He also saw Yuan Xian, Muyang, and the others. Muyang's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent when he saw Lu Ming. This time, he was full of confidence. He had become a martial emperor, and his strength had increased tremendously. He was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Many people's eyes were filled with confidence. Everyone had improved greatly. Get out! A voice suddenly came from the sky. It sounded very old. Everyone's heart trembled. They knew that the master of this world had spoken. He was definitely a terrifying expert. Lu Ming thought of more things. He had seen 2 heaven's favorites from the heaven realm, so the master of this world must be from the heaven realm. Everyone stepped into the light door and disappeared. During this period, countless people had gathered on Destiny Mountain. There were even more people than 2 years ago. That was because the 2 years were up and the Battle of the 10 Lands was about to begin. Also, how much good fortune did the 320 prodigies obtain after entering the world left behind by the primordial realm? How much did their strength increase? Were there really many people who had already entered the martial emperor realm? Everyone was very curious. In the sky above the mountain peak, figures shrouded in divine light stood there like gods. They were all great emperor realm experts from all over the world. At Mount Yuan, Uncle Kong had arrived and was standing with Emperor Formless. In addition, the great emperors from the Hung family, the He family, and the Tianluo family had all arrived. Not only that, the powerful forces of the various holy lands had also sent many experts. For example, the various powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land had sent people to participate in the first battle of the 10 lands in history. Everyone was waiting quietly. Suddenly, a door of light appeared from the depths. It's coming out. Everyone looked at the door of light with anticipation. Not long after, one figure after another walked out of the light door and stood in the void. 320 people, not one more, not one less. There's indeed great progress. Many of them have entered the martial emperor realm. The great emperors and true emperors were all shocked. With the cultivation bases of great emperors and true emperors, it was not difficult for them to see through the cultivation bases of Lu Ming and the rest. They could see through it with one glance. All right, the 2 years are up. The 10 lands battle is about to begin. Everyone back off. A white-haired old man stepped out and his voice spread in all directions. He was the host of this event, an old monster from the City of Destiny. Everyone stepped back, including the great sovereigns, leaving the Destiny Mountain empty. Then, the white-haired old man waved his hand, and light spread over the Destiny Mountain. Stone platforms emerged out of thin air. Each stone platform was huge, like a battle platform. It was a total of 320 yuan. The next competition is very simple. Each of you can choose a stone platform and step on it. A formation has been set up on these stone platforms, and they naturally have their own rules of operation. After you step on them, the stone platforms will rotate and move. Whichever two stone platforms collide with each other will be the two people who will fight until the top 10 are decided. The white-haired elder announced. Everyone's eyes moved. So this was the rule. However, didn't such a rule have a large part in luck? However, many of them had confidence in their eyes. They had enough confidence in their own strength and believed that no matter what kind of opponent they met, they would be able to defeat it. This time, everyone had a great harvest. They were already eager to try and show off their strength in front of countless people. They'll go first. Someone moved. A burly figure rushed onto a stone platform. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Next, everyone moved, each jumping onto a stone platform. Chapter 2108, Chapter 2107, Dazzling Collision. Chapter 2108, Chapter 2107, Dazzling Collision. Lu Ming also randomly chose a stone platform and stepped on it. When Lu Ming stepped onto the stone platform, he realized that there was a force from the stone platform that enveloped his entire body. In the blink of an eye, a person stood on each of the 320 stone platforms. After that, all the stone platforms began to move slowly, as if following some sort of pattern. Soon, two of the stone platforms flew toward the center and collided. On the two stone platforms, the two young men's eyes met, and they were both filled with a strong desire to fight. Boom! Boom! A powerful aura burst out from the two of them, and a long river surrounded them. Emperor to be. Both of them were in the Emperor to be realm. It's one of the King Path laws, the law of destruction. The two of them are the same. Someone shouted, recognizing the laws of the two. The two young men actually controlled the same laws. You're also in control of the laws of destruction, but you're not my match. One of them said confidently, you're the one who's defeated. The other person was also very confident. Boom. The two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. The two king physiques had both reached the Emperor-to-be realm, and their battle strength was very shocking. Furthermore, they had grasped the same type of nomological law, and their cultivation levels were similar. Their combat strength was also not much different. The battle between the two was extremely intense, and it was only after more than 200 rounds of fighting that the victor was decided. In the end, one of them won by a slight margin and defeated his opponent, sending him flying off the stone platform. After his victory, his stone platform flew back to the others, while the stone platform of the defeated person turned into dust and dissipated. The defeated person was extremely unwilling. He had become the first person to be eliminated in the Battle of the 10 Lands. There was a simple rule for this competition. That was, they could admit defeat before the competition. If he didn't admit defeat, he would be responsible for his own life and death once the battle started. Of course, they could also rush down the stone platform and admit defeat. After the first round of the competition ended, the stone platforms began to spin again. Soon, two more stone platforms flew towards the center and collided with each other. Boom! The two young men on the stone platform immediately started fighting. Without a doubt, these were also two king physiques. In fact, those who could enter the top 80 in each battle zone all had king physiques, and their cultivation wasn't weak. He cultivated in that corner of the world for another 2 years. Even the worst of them had entered the Emperor-to-be realm. Surprisingly, the two king physiques controlled the same laws. Could it be because of the stone platform? Lu Ming was reminded of the stone platform. Previously, when he stepped onto the stone platform, there was a wave of energy that enveloped him. Could that energy sense the laws? Or perhaps it had other uses. Not only Lu Ming, but the others also had the same thought. As expected, most of the people who were going to fight next had the same nomological laws. This was to determine the winner between two people with the same laws. So strong. They are all Emperor-to-be, and it's at the stage where it's about to evolve into a small world, and it's about to verify its Tao and become an emperor. Many people sighed. Indeed, in the past 2 years, everyone had made great progress. Many of them had not become saint emperors, but they were close to it. Some of the young men were especially envious. There were some people whose cultivation levels were similar to theirs before, but now there was a huge gap. Some of them were still stuck in the perfected absolute saint realm. Even though a small number of them had broken through to the emperor-to-be realm in the past 2 years, they were still far from being able to evolve a small world. The battle was extremely intense. Each battle had a similar cultivation level, and the laws were the same. It would take at least 100 moves to determine the winner. Half a day later, only 10 pairs of people had started a fight. In the 11th match, Ming saw a familiar face. Long Chun. Moreover, Long Chun had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. Years ago, he had already reached the emperor-to-be realm. It was normal for him to take this opportunity to break through. His opponent was also at the martial emperor realm. He was also a person who had mastered the supreme force law. The two of them began to collide with each other. However, in the end, Long Chun had cultivated the Archean dragon-esque elephant body, which made him more powerful. He defeated his opponent in a violent manner. This was the first time that a battle of the same law and level had such a huge difference in strength. The bloodline of the top 10 battle beasts is indeed extraordinary, indeed. It said that the further you advance, the more extraordinary you will be. After you reach the rank of a martial supreme, you'll be even stronger. Some of the older generation were discussing. The battle continued. After that, Ming sought desolate power. Luo Xiang, Qiu Yu, and the rest all enter the arena. Huang Li, Luo Xiang, Qiu Yu, and the others had all broken through their shackles and reached the martial emperor realm. They were now 1-star void emperors. They had also defeated their opponents. However, everyone could see that most of the duels were about the same nomological law, but it was not absolute. There were also duels between different nomological laws. It was very exciting. Ming's eyes were dazzled because he saw all kinds of king path laws. Today was indeed a great era. In the past, there were very few king path laws, but now they had all appeared. The battles continued for several days, and people were eliminated one after another. There were no rules for duels. It wasn't like you could wait for the others to finish their duels before it was your turn. Some people had just finished 10% of the battles, and after a few rounds, it was his turn again. It was completely determined by the stone platform's autonomous movement. Some people were unlucky and met a terrifying heaven's favorite right from the start. For example, some people were defeated by Yuan Xian, Wu Liang, an ancient devil in one move. Ming also saw Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Mall making a move. After all, the two of them had only cultivated for a short period of time and were considered to be rising stars. They had not broken through to the martial supreme realm, but they had already reached the stage of evolving a small world. They were only one step away from the martial supreme realm. They would be able to break through after consolidating their strength for a while. They had also easily defeated their opponents. As the stone platform moved, Ming drifted forward and collided with another stone platform. Finally, it was Ming's turn. Ming's first opponent was a king physique that was only at the emperor-to-be realm. "Do you want to admit defeat?" Ming asked seriously. Ming did not have much interest in a king body at the emperor-to-be realm. The difference was too great. "If you want me to admit defeat, we'll have to see if you have the ability." The other party sneered. He was a young man wrapped in a black robe. His face was pale, and he took out a staff. "Curse weaken, curse poison, curse corrosion." The young man took action immediately. He waved his staff, and streams of energy suddenly appeared on Ming's body, enveloping him. "This is the law of curses." Ming raised his eyebrows. The law of curses was an extremely rare king path law. It was very strange and powerful. With the power of curses, it could kill people without them noticing. There were waves of strange energy on his body, desperately drilling into Ming's body. An ordinary king's body would not be able to withstand it. However, to Ming, this was nothing. Chapter 2109. Defeating the King Physique Martial Emperor. Chapter 2109. Defeating the King Physique Martial Emperor. Lu Ming's current physical body was too strong. His essence qi was surging, and his blood qi was like a furnace. Every muscle was filled with explosive power. Roar! Lu Ming's body moved, and a dragon's roar came from his body. Blood qi gushed out from every pore of his body like flames. The strange energy that covered his body turned into clouds and smoke in an instant. Why would I? The young man who mastered the law of curses had a drastic change of expression. He was about to cast another curse technique to deal with Lu Ming. Go down, Lu Ming said, and threw a punch. This punch was a punch of pure physical strength. This punch was like a meteorite that rushed into the sea. The space exploded like the sea water, forming circles of ripples that crushed towards the opponent. With a muffled groan, his body was sent flying out of the fighting ring, coughing up blood. Lu Ming had held back. Otherwise, he would have killed the other party. Lu Ming won easily. However, even though he had instantly killed his opponent, he did not attract too much attention. Although the law of curses was strange and profound, the young man was only an emperor-to-be. Anyone who had reached the martial emperor realm could kill him in one move. Humph! You only defeated an emperor-to-be. I really hope you can meet me. Muyang sneered, his eyes even colder. He really hoped that he could meet Lu Ming and then kill him to wash away the shame. Lu Ming initially thought that his stone platform would retreat. He did not expect that his stone platform did not retreat. Instead, it moved and met another stone platform. He continued to fight. Many people were stunned for a moment, and their expressions turned grave. This was the first time someone had fought in succession, and they couldn't help but be wary. The stone platform's operation seemed to indicate that anything was possible. They had to conserve their energy for the upcoming matches. Otherwise, it would be disadvantageous for them if they were to be continuously challenged. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was a short-haired teenager. His eyes were sharp, and he was very valiant. Boom! Without any unnecessary words, the other party immediately exploded with a terrifying aura. The aura brought about a strong wind that pressed toward Lu Ming. A martial supreme. His opponent was a martial emperor with a king body that had stepped into the martial emperor realm. Muyang's eyes lit up. A martial emperor with a king physique would most likely be able to test Lu Ming's strength. Not only Muyang, but some of the people from the southern war zone were also shocked. 2 years ago, Lu Ming was so powerful that he could defeat Muyang. He was known as a seated elite. Many people wanted to know what realm he had reached 2 years later. Burial Earth, bury me. The other party made his move. His body moved sideways, and in the process of moving, his body seemed to have turned into a stone tablet, pressing down on Lu Ming. This stone tablet was extremely similar to a gravestone. Thump! Lu Ming clenched his fist and punched the tombstone. The tombstone shook and flew out, turning into a human figure. Kill! The short-haired teenager roared and attacked again. This time, his body glowed with a layer of black light. With a wave of his hand, tombstones appeared one after another and pressed down on Lu Ming. The law of burial earth. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Today he had seen some wonderful laws. The law of burial earth could bury everything and kill them. Its power was extremely shocking. The short-haired teenager used the law of burial ground to turn it into a tombstone, intending to bury Lu Ming. The short-haired youth had reached the great emperor realm and was much stronger than the prodigies who had mastered the laws of curses. Lu Ming clenched his fists and punched continuously, shattering the tombstones in the air. In the end, the short-haired teenager's attack reached its peak. A huge tomb appeared in the sky, trying to bury Lu Ming. The power was extremely terrifying. If someone of the same rank was buried in the tomb, it would be very difficult to come out. Boom! Lu Ming's body erupted with an even more shocking aura, and the death law spread out. This caused the other heaven's favorites to be stunned. The children of heaven were all extraordinary and worthy of attention. They were their opponents to enter the top 10. The death chi on Lu Ming's body became thicker and thicker. In the end, it turned into a long river that surrounded his body. Laws form a river. He hasn't become an emperor yet. He's only a quasi-emperor. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. An emperor-to-be was nothing to be afraid of. He was destined to be a foil. I've been in that small world for 2 years, but am still an emperor-to-be. It seems that my talent is really not good enough. Muyang was overjoyed and couldn't help but sneer. Even if his cultivation is low, he will still abuse you. Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? Xianxia was indignant and taunted him. Although she did not recognize Lu Ming had helped them 2 years ago. She had a good impression of Lu Ming. When she saw Muyang mocking Lu Ming, she also ridiculed him. Muyang's face turned ugly at the mention of being abused. That was then, and this is now. He does have some strength, but if he meets me now, only death awaits him. 111, make him die a terrible death. One step ahead, one step ahead. I've already become an emperor, while he's still an emperor-to-be. Hell, never be my opponent. Muyang sneered, full of confidence. Xianxia snorted coldly and did not say anything. At this moment, Lu Ming and the short-haired teenager were fighting again. Lu Ming cast the death rule, and his combat strength increased greatly. He used Death's Eye, and it was as if combat weapons were flying out of his eyes, destroying the enemy's tomb. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming charged forward like a wild dragon, piercing through his opponent's defense and sending the short-haired young man flying out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming had won this round. Did you see that? Even if he's not an emperor yet, he can still defeat a martial emperor. Seeing that Lu Ming had won, Xianxia was overjoyed and looked at Muyang with ridicule. It's just defeating a king body. It's nothing. Muyang smiled faintly. Even though he said that, he felt a little heavy in his heart. Lu Ming's ability to defeat a martial emperor with a king body was enough to prove how terrifying he was. However, he was still confident that he could beat Lu Ming. There was still a huge difference between the king physique and the son of God. After the battle, Lu Ming's stone platform retreated. The competition continued. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Now, there were only half of the original 320 stone platforms left. Half of the people had been eliminated. At this moment, Luo Xiang met a terrifying opponent. Although Luo Xiang had already become a martial supreme, his opponent had also become a martial supreme this time. Moreover, he was a son of God. There was no suspense in this battle. Although Luo Xiang had used all his strength and displayed the law of speed to the extreme, it was useless. The other party had directly broken his law of speed with terrifying strength and defeated Luo Xiang in a crushing manner. However, the other party had no enmity with Luo Xiang, so he only injured him, not killed him. The competition after that was getting more and more brutal. This was because almost all of the Emperor-to-be realm experts had been eliminated. Only a few of them remained. Those who remained had almost all entered the martial emperor realm. Chapter 2110. Chapter 2110. Clash between the strong. Chapter 2110. Chapter 2110 Clash between the strong. About half of the 320 people were at the martial emperor realm. This was extremely shocking. 2 years ago, there were only a few people who had become martial supremes. However, half of them had become martial sovereigns now. One could only imagine how much progress they had made in that world. Therefore, everyone could not help but wonder how powerful those people who had become martial supremes 2 years ago were. Everyone's gaze turned to the destined child, Yuan Xen, Wu Liang, and the others. These people were all martial emperors 2 years ago, and now they were even more unfathomable. They stood calmly on the stone platform. Previously, they had also made a move, but their opponents were too weak, and they were easily killed in seconds. Many people began to reevaluate the seated warriors in their hearts. They began to speculate which 10 people would be able to enter the top 10. Naturally, Lu Ming was excluded. In the eyes of others, Lu Ming had not become a martial supreme and had already withdrawn from the competition. The battle was getting more and more intense. They were all battles between martial emperors. Moreover, the opponents were all at least king physiques. Although many of them were one-star void emperors, their king physiques and the battle prowess of the Son of Heaven far exceeded that of ordinary one-star void emperors. There were people being eliminated continuously. Long Chun, Huang Li, Qiu Yu, Luo Tianyi, and the others were eliminated one after another. They had all encountered terrifying opponents, the children of God. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were also eliminated. Their cultivation was still a little weak. They had not become martial sovereigns, so it was difficult for them to compete with the sons of God who had become martial sovereigns. Fortunately, they were all fine. At most, they were injured. Lu Ming was relieved. Boom! Muyang had stepped out. He was indeed powerful. A martial emperor with a king physique was almost blown up by him. Half of the body was turned into nothingness. The king physique struggled to get out of the stone platform and escape death. After Muyang's victory, he threw Lu Ming a provocative look. Tianming, you better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Muyang sent a message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at Muyang. He ignored him. After that, Lu Ming did not know if he was lucky or unlucky. For the next few days, he only went out to battle once and defeated a martial emperor with a king physique. On the 10th day of the battle, there were only 50 people left. The reason why it was so slow was mainly because many people with similar cultivation levels were fighting extremely fiercely. It was not easy to determine the winner. Some people even fought for a long time before the winner was decided. It was very tragic. At this point, the remaining 50 people were all extremely terrifying heaven's favorites. The remaining people didn't have many king physiques, and most of them were the sons of God. In the 10 lands, other than the Forsaken Land, the other 9 lands had a few children of God in each of them. There were even more children of God in divine lands. In total, there were more than 50 sons of God. More than 50 sons of God had gathered in an era. This was something that had never happened in the primordial realm. Legend had it that such a grand occasion had only appeared in the heaven realm in the distant past. Of the remaining 50 people, Lu Ming was the only one at the Emperor-to-be realm. That Emperor-to-be is called Tianming. That's right, his name is Tianming. His luck is pretty good, and he hasn't encountered anyone too strong. Well, his luck has come to an end. There are almost no weaklings next. His combat strength is amazing among those of the same level, but his cultivation is too weak. He has not broken through to the Emperor realm and will be eliminated in the end. In the surroundings, some people were discussing and expressing their opinions. At this moment, 2 more stone platforms collided. Many people were shocked. Even Lu Ming had a look of anticipation. One of them was an ancient devil. Lu Ming knew very well that the ancient devil cultivated the primordial diabolism, and its combat strength was extremely powerful. After 4 to 5 years, the ancient devil must have become even more amazing, and its combat strength must be unfathomable. The other person was definitely not weak either. He was also a son of God. Just like Lu Xianxia, he had also mastered the laws of life, and had also broken through to the Emperor realm. This would be a battle between the strong. The 2 of them didn't waste any words and directly attacked. The Son of God controlled the laws of life. With a wave of his hand, vines as thick as arms filled the sky. Each vine was incomparably tough, like a divine sword, and their killing power was astonishing. But Ancient Devil was stronger. His body was covered in a layer of demonic light. The demonic light formed a saber in his hand. He killed his way through the sky of vines. As the saber fell, the vines were broken. Some of the vines that wrapped around his body were directly shattered by the demonic light on his body. Strong, he was too strong. The Ancient Devil had the absolute advantage as soon as he attacked. He broke through all the obstacles and attacked his opponent. The other party had used all his strength, but he was also at a disadvantage and was difficult to match. This made many people stunned and in disbelief. What's going on with him? Why can't I sense any nomological laws fluctuations from him? Some of the young men who had never heard of the ancient cultivation system cried out in surprise. This should be the immemorial cultivation system, the immemorial demonic Tao. An elder spoke up and explained, causing many people to be shocked and somewhat dejected. Was the ancient cultivation system so powerful that it actually suppressed the Son of Heaven to the point where he couldn't even raise his head? Don't be discouraged. The current nomological system is flourishing, so it naturally has its advantages. The primordial cultivation system isn't that easy to cultivate. That's right. The ancient cultivation system has extremely harsh conditions for cultivation. Not every ancient cultivation system is so powerful. Ancient Devil is obviously a peerless genius who cultivates the ancient diabolism. Some of the older generation explained to prevent the younger generation from being discouraged. Ancient Devil's attacks were getting more and more violent. The demonic light on his body was extremely condensed. It could break anything. It kept breaking through the opponent's attacks and defenses. Bang! In the end, the two exchanged dozens of blows. The other party was no match and was sent flying by the Ancient Devil. A son of God who had stepped into the martial emperor realm had been defeated. The Son of Heaven had always been the synonym of invincibility. Apart from the other geniuses who were also a son of heaven, no one could match him. But today, he was defeated by a genius of the Ancient Devil path. This Ancient Devil is too strong. His attack power is unparalleled. He has a high chance of entering the top 10. That's right. He might have a place in the top 10. Many people thought highly of Ancient Devil. After a few more battles, the remaining few king physiques all lost and were eliminated. Bubbles is about to make a move. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He saw Bubbles' stone platform move forward and collide with another stone platform. Such a small child. He can't be a human, right? Someone looked at Bubbles. She was about 2 to 3 years old and looked extremely adorable. Some of the young ladies' eyes lit up as they looked at her, wishing that they could hug her in their arms and make love to her. She's not a human. This little girl's background is very shocking. An elder spoke. He was a great emperor who could see through Bubbles' true form. Chapter 2111, Bubbles' Strength. Chapter 2111, Bubbles' Strength. Hearing the words of the older heavenly emperors, many people were even more curious. Senior, what is her true form? Someone asked. Just watch and you'll know. Shall most likely reveal her true form in this battle. The old emperor smiled. Bubbles' opponent was an extremely burly man. He was almost 3 meters tall, and his muscles were like dragons. In front of him, Bubbles looked like a tiny dot. Little fellow, reveal your true form. Otherwise, I really can't do anything to such a small thing like you. The burly young man said in a low, muffled voice. Big guy, don't think that you can defeat me just because you're big. If you want me to reveal my true body, ITLL, depend on your ability. Chirp chirp. Pow pow pouted, her face filled with disdain. Little guy, let's see how capable you are. The burly young man grinned. In the next moment, he charged towards the bubble like a mountain. Boom! He punched out, and the void trembled. This was a child of primordial chaos who controlled primordial chaos laws. Ill spray, Bubbles called out, opened his mouth, and exhaled. A transparent bubble enveloped the other party. At the same time, with a flash of her body, she disappeared. However, ripples appeared in the void as the space shattered like a mirror, transforming into a terrifying sharp sword that slashed towards the burly youth. Space-time law. The burly young man growled and kept punching out with his fists. The transparent bubbles burst, and then he hit the space swords. However, when he punched out, the speed of his fist became extremely slow, like the speed of a turtle. Everyone knew that the burly young man was affected by the power of time. Time in the void had slowed down, so the speed of his fist had become extremely slow. Break! The burly youth roared as primordial chaos laws erupted. Primordial chaos laws were very similar to chaos laws. They were as heavy as mountains, and each move contained infinite power. The other party wanted to use absolute power to break the restraints of the bubble space-time law. Sure enough, the other party burst out with all his strength, and the speed of his fist suddenly increased, blowing up all the space swords. The fist energy did not stop as it continued to blast towards Pow Pow. However, space-time laws were unpredictable. With a flash of her body, she disappeared and reappeared behind the burly youth, continuing her assault on him. After breaking through to the martial supreme realm, Bubbles' use of space-time laws had become even more profound. Her various unfathomable techniques were even more powerful than before. The space-time spirit mouse was born with the ability to control space-time laws. The further it advanced, the more terrifying its control over space-time became. Otherwise, the space-time spirit rat would not be known as one of the top 10 war beasts. Boom! The burly young man quickly turned around and attacked the back. However, Bubbles' figure disappeared again. Just like that, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves, and the burly young man gradually lost his patience. Little guy, if you continue to waste time with me like this, neither of us will be able to do anything to the other. The burly young man roared. Who said that? Chirp, chirp. Bubbles cried out and suddenly appeared above the burly man. His hands kept dancing. With the burly young man as the center, the void trembled like water waves, turning into killing power that attacked the burly man. Moreover, with the acceleration of the power of time, the power of space was shockingly fast. In an instant, it had reached the burly young man. The burly young man was shocked. He set up layers of defense around his body to block the Bubbles' attack. There was a series of explosions. At this moment, Bubbles opened her mouth and continuously spat bubbles. More than 100 transparent bubbles appeared and then disappeared. The next moment, they all covered the burly youth. The big bubbles covered the small bubbles, enveloping the burly teenager in layers. Break, break, break! The burly young man continued to bombard the bubbles, trying to break them. When he had shattered all the transparent bubbles, Bubbles stopped and smiled at him. Big guy, you lose. Chirp, chirp. What? The burly young man was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked around and his face turned bitter. It turned out that he had unknowingly left the range of the stone platform. If he left the stone platform, he would lose. Senior, didn't you say that she would reveal her true form? Someone asked the senior from before. This little fellow is very smart. Under her opponent's carelessness, she used the law of space and time to move her opponent out of the fighting stage. One originally thought that she could only win by revealing her true form. The old man explained awkwardly. Bubbles has become stronger. As expected, her presence by my side has restricted her instead. I can't unleash the potential of the space-time spirit mouse. Ming revealed a smile. Bubbles won, and the stone platform flew back. The burly youth's stone platform turned into dust and dissipated. He could only back out helplessly. This time, he had come to the end of the 10 Lands battle. Every battle that followed was extremely exciting. It could be said to be a battle between the strong. There were even children of God who had the same laws fighting. Ming watched as he fought against another son of Samsara. The two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves before he won with great difficulty. However, he was also seriously injured. After winning, he quickly healed his injuries. The Death Blade also fought with his opponent for a few hundred moves, but it was also difficult for him to win. However, there were a few people who won easily. For example, the unscrupulous monk had become even stronger. He had almost crushed a son of heaven who had become a martial supreme. Xianxia was the same. She was overbearing and ended the battle in less than 10 moves. However, what made Ming's face turn grave the most was the Child of Destiny. This time, there was a gathering of heaven's favorites. There were dozens of children of God, but there was only one who could control the law of fate. Ming and Xianxia were the only two who had mastered the laws of chaos. Among the children of heaven, they were the least in number. Destiny's Child was simply too powerful and unfathomable. It was difficult to measure his battle prowess. That was because his fighting style was too unique and shocking. He had fought with his opponent, and he had only said one sentence before his opponent had been defeated. He said, "You are destined to lose." Then, the other party was inexplicably injured and sent flying off the stone platform. This kind of battle method was simply inconceivable and shocked countless people. Controlling the law of fate can control the fate of all living things in the world. An older great emperor said, countless people were horrified. By controlling the laws of fate, one could truly control the fate of all living things in the world. Didn't that mean that whoever he said would die would die? If that was the case, wouldn't it be too terrifying? He would be like a god that ruled over everything. However, another great emperor had said that if he wanted to use the mysteries of the laws of fate, he had to rely on his own strength. For example, Destiny's son was currently at the illusionary emperor realm. It was impossible for him to kill a true emperor. The other party's strength was completely capable of resisting the attack of the law of fate. Everyone nodded. This made sense. Otherwise, the laws of fate would be too terrifying. But even so, the law of fate was still extremely shocking. Many people believed that this time, the son of fate would win without a doubt. Chapter 21:12. Chapter 21:12. Fighting Muyang again. Chapter 21:12. Chapter 2112. Fighting Muyang again. The competition continued, and there were only a few dozen stone platforms left floating in the air. As time passed, the number of platforms decreased. After that, there were a few more people who caught everyone's attention. A true dragon was extremely powerful and had unparalleled offensive power. However, there were no nomological fluctuations on its body. A great emperor had spoken and deduced that he cultivated the immemorial demonic Tao. The immemorial demonic Tao was also a type of the immemorial system. There was another person who was pitch black all over. He was like an iron tower and had immense strength. There seemed to be no energy fluctuations on his body. He only relied on his physical strength to send a son of God who had reached the martial emperor realm, flying out of the fighting ring while spitting blood. Everyone was extremely shocked. Some great emperors speculated that this should also be a type of immemorial cultivation system, the immemorial body cultivator. He had cultivated his physical body, and his physical strength had reached an earth-shattering level. Some emperors explained that in the ancient times of the heaven realm, there were unparalleled experts who cultivated the body. They could strike down the stars in the sky with their physical bodies alone and break through all techniques with their power. It was extremely terrifying. There was a burst of discussion at the scene. The Battle of the Ten Lands was really unexpected. There were too many experts. Even geniuses from the immemorial cultivation system had appeared one after another. The primordial demonic Tao, the primordial demonic Tao, and the primordial body cultivators appeared one after another, suppressing the Son of Heaven. Many people speculated that all three of them could enter the top 10. Then, Ming saw that Xianxia had also defeated his opponent. When he came out of the Lotus World, the Star River had disappeared and never appeared. But without a doubt, this person who had been the #1 genius of the Yuan mountain had become stronger. His opponent was also a son of heaven, but he still managed to defeat his opponent with a domineering force, attracting the attention of many. After Xianxia defeated his opponent, the stone platform under Ming's feet moved forward. Is it finally my turn? Muyang. Ming muttered, and his expression turned interesting. That was because Muyang was on the other stone platform. What a coincidence! Ming's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. As for Muyang himself, he was also stunned for a moment. Then, a killing intent, as cold as a blade, filled the air. Bang! The two stone platforms collided. Aha! Tianming, your luck is really bad. This time, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Muyang let out a cold laugh. He was too excited. He had been looking forward to meeting Ming. He did not expect that he would really meet him. This time, he was going to take revenge. Why do one feel like I'm very lucky? Ming smiled. Tianming has encountered Muyang. 2 years ago, Muyang was defeated by Tianming and was almost eliminated. However, Tianming did not seem to have improved much in the past 2 years. He did not break through to the martial supreme realm, while Muyang has already become a martial supreme. His combat strength must be above Tianming's. In a battle between heaven's favorites, although combat strength is important, potential is just as important. It seems like Tianyan's potential isn't good enough, and his future achievements will be limited. So people were discussing. Some people felt that although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, his potential was not good enough. Even if he could become a great emperor in the future, it would be difficult for him to achieve much. Bang! Bang! Muyang walked towards Lu Ming. His martial emperor realm cultivation was on full display. His aura was like a gale, sweeping towards Lu Ming. In that kind of environment, you still haven't broken through to the rank of a martial supreme. You're really a piece of trash. In the future, you'll never be my opponent. No, there's no future. Today, you're going to die. Muyang sneered, his aura growing stronger and stronger. You talk too much nonsense, kill. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and charged at Muyang. His eyes were filled with the light of death as he launched fierce attacks. Muyang still wanted to show off, but he did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack. He did not follow the script at all. He roared and retreated. He pushed his hands forward and the void shattered Lu Ming's attack. Even if you sneak attack me, you're not my match. Just as Muyang was about to mock Lu Ming's attack power and speed suddenly increased. He destroyed Muyang's attack with one palm and slapped Muyang's face. Muyang let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew out like a sandbag, almost flying off the stone platform. He was too miserable. His face was already a bloody mess and had almost exploded. Many people gasped. Was Lu Ming so powerful that he could beat up Muyang? Despicable man, that was just a sneak attack. Some experts of the MU family were reluctant to admit it. Oh, I'm going to kill you, kill. Muyang roared and charged at Lu Ming like a madman. He burst out with all his strength and rushed towards Lu Ming. An ocean formed by the void law enveloped Lu Ming. Initially, he thought that he could easily beat Lu Ming up. He did not expect that he would be beaten up so badly by Lu Ming at the beginning of the fight. He was so mad that he could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Lu Ming stood still, letting the ocean of nothingness envelop him. Go to hell! Muyang roared and exploded wildly. His small world revolved. The power of the world and the void law worked together to turn Lu Ming into nothingness. However, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by a river of laws, which continuously blocked the invasion of the void laws. It's just a river of laws. It can't stop me. Kill. Attack. Muyang roared. The ocean of nothingness transformed into all kinds of offensive forces and charged at Lu Ming. Oh, really? What if I add another one? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Suddenly, another river of laws emerged on his body. This was a river of laws formed by array Dao laws. 2 rivers of laws surrounded him. How is that possible? Muyang roared in disbelief. Lu Ming had not broken through to the martial supreme realm. Had he? How could he control 2 laws? 2 laws? How is that possible? He's not a martial emperor yet, but he can actually control 2 types of laws. One is an ultimate law, and the other is a king path law. The scene was in an uproar. Many people were shouting in shock. He had not broken through to the martial emperor realm, but he could control 2 laws. This was beyond their imagination. Only the great emperors looked calm and unsurprised. Many of them had seen through Lu Ming's earlier actions. He'll kill you today, Lu Ming said coldly. He shook his arms, and the 2 laws fused. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Muyang's void sea trembled wildly and then exploded. Lu Ming had attained perfection in 5 types of laws. After 5 rounds of tempering, his physical body and saint energy were too strong, far beyond the martial artists of the same level. His body and saint power alone were already extremely powerful. With the fusion of the death law and the array Dao law, he exploded and broke through Muyang's void ocean. Muyang's body trembled violently, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning as he approached Muyang and struck out with his palm. Muyang tried his best to block it, but it was useless. His arm collided with Lu Ming's and was almost broken. The web between his thumb and forefinger was split and blood flowed. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Lu Ming struck out more than 100 palms. Muyang tried his best to block them. However, with each palm strike, the injury on his arm became more serious. After more than 100 palms, Muyang's hands exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Chapter 21:13. Chapter 21:13. Everyone shocked. Chapter 21:13. Chapter 2113. Everyone shocked all. Muyang screamed with fear on his face. He turned around and tried to escape from the stone platform. However, Lu Ming would not let him have his way. He must kill Muyang. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and caught up with Muyang in an instant. He struck Muyang's back with his palm. Muyang screamed in pain as his body was pierced through, leaving a large hole in his back. At this moment, both his arms were crippled and his body was pierced through. His combat strength was greatly reduced, and he was even less able to fight against Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming leaped up and kicked Muyang's face. Muyang's body landed heavily on the stone platform, causing it to rumble. A series of cracking sounds came from his body, and dozens of his bones were broken. Then, Lu Ming stepped on Muyang's face, rendering him unable to move. This was very similar to the first time Muyang challenged Lu Ming. He was also stepped on by Lu Ming and lost all his face. "Oh, Tianming, it'll kill you. It'll make sure you die without a proper burial." Muyang roared crazily. He was truly crazy. Before the battle, he was still acting all high and mighty, wanting Lu Ming to die miserably. He even mocked Lu Ming for being a good-for-nothing with no potential, and that he would never be a match for him if he could not break through to the martial supreme realm. But how many moves had it been since the battle started? He was like a wild dog being stepped on by Lu Ming. This kind of humiliation made him go crazy. "You still dare to threaten me in this situation?" Lu Ming was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, two beams of light struck Muyang's legs, causing them to explode. "Oh!" Muyang screamed hysterically. With his current cultivation, even if he only had a head left, he could regrow his flesh and recover his body. However, the pain was real. Now, his four limbs were crippled and his body had been pierced through. He was severely injured and in extreme pain. "Tianming, you dare to kill me? The experts of my Mu clan are right here. If you dare to kill me, you'll have to face the revenge of my Mu clan." Muyang roared. He was certain that Lu Ming would not dare to kill him. He glared at Lu Ming viciously. As long as he did not die, he would definitely kill Lu Ming in the future, no matter what. Bang! Lu Ming's expression turned cold. He stomped on Muyang's head, and it burst like a watermelon. Then, a soul flew out and was held in Lu Ming's hand. This was Muyang's soul. At this moment, the face of Muyang's soul was filled with fear. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really dare to kill him. Was he not afraid of the Mu family's revenge? "You're looking for death." The Mu family's experts were truly enraged. Someone roared, and his aura was so powerful that it seemed as if the entire world was trembling. Without a doubt, this was the emperor of the Mu clan. Muyang was done for. His physical body had been completely destroyed, leaving only his soul. Even if he reincarnated, he would not have his previous achievements. This infuriated the Mu family's powerhouses. They were about to attack and kill Lu Ming. However, at the next moment, at least 10 cold gazes swept toward the Mu clan's Emperor Lord. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, the Mu clan's Emperor Lord's anger instantly died down, and he withdrew his aura. This was the Battle of the 10 Lands, where great emperors from all regions gathered. No one was allowed to disrupt it. If he attacked, a group of great emperors would attack instantly and kill him. "Tianming, you'd better let Muyang go." Mu clan emperor didn't dare to attack, so he could only threaten. Lu Ming sneered and could not be bothered. "Tianming, let me go. One beg you, let me go." At this point, Muyang was truly afraid. He knew that he had encountered a lawless person, so he was not afraid of him at all. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He had no intention of letting Muyang go. With Muyang's personality, letting him go might be even more dangerous. He would definitely take revenge and not give up. Then what was the difference between letting go of Muyang or not? If I let you go, then he'll find another assassin from the Death God Nation to kill me? Lu Ming said coldly. Muyang was stunned. Then, his face twisted in disbelief. Finally, he cried out hysterically, "You're Lu Ming, you're Lu Ming. You're not dead." Muyang's shrieking voice spread in all directions. Everyone could hear it. Many people were shocked. What? He's Lu Ming, the son of chaos? Didn't the people of the Death God Nation spread the word that they had already killed Lu Ming? Don't tell me he's not dead. Many people were discussing in shock. At that moment, Yuan, the son of chaos, looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes, like two stars. The aura of the galaxy burst out. It was bathed in white divine light and stared at Lu Ming. He is Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the others were all overjoyed. Master, it must be Master. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were also overjoyed. They thought about why Lu Ming had helped them previously. They did not know him at all, but Lu Ming had helped them. They had been puzzled before, but they finally understood now. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. So he's Lu Ming. Some great emperors whispered. They had long seen through Lu Ming's true appearance. However, they had never seen Lu Ming before, so they had no idea that he was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming did not hide anything. His body began to change, and his true appearance was revealed. It's really Lu Ming. Those who had seen Lu Ming before exclaimed in disbelief. Ha ha! I've said before. How could Lu Ming die? Desolate Li laughed. The Death God Nation really knows how to put gold on their own face. Ouyang Wushuang also laughed. Young master. Qiu was overjoyed. Some people who were familiar with Lu Ming were overjoyed. Previously, although they did not believe that Lu Ming was dead, they could not help but worry. The assassin organization of the Death God Nation was too terrifying. They were afraid that it might be true. They were finally at ease when they saw Lu Ming. Why is he still not dead? Some of the people who had a grudge against Lu Ming had a change in their expressions, and their faces turned ugly. The masters of the Hung family, the He family, the Daluo Heaven sect, the Yuan family, the Golden Crow clan, the Sirius Tower, and other forces stood in the crowd. They were very indignant and very pitiful. They could not wait for Lu Ming to be killed, especially those forces from ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. The pressure he gave them was too great, making them extremely worried. It's really you. Yuan, the son of chaos, was shrouded in the light of chaos. He looked like a god of war as he stared at Lu Ming. He had been invincible all his life and rarely suffered losses. However, during the Hun Yuan sect assessment, he had suffered a great loss. He was defeated by Lu Ming and lost the last legacy. Moreover, the inheritance of the Chaos Thearch was also in Lu Ming's hands. He and Lu Ming were bound to have a battle. That's not right. How can he be Lu Ming? Isn't he the son of death who controls the death law? Some people calmed down and finally discovered the problem. Previously, Lu Ming had clearly used the death rule. However, Lu Ming was the son of chaos. The scene was originally very lively and many people were talking about it. Now, it suddenly quieted down and there was no sound at all. Everyone was staring at Lu Ming. Their eyes were wide open and they could not wait to see through Lu Ming. Even the great emperors and those close to Lu Ming, such as Huang Ling, were in disbelief. Everyone, except Qiu Yu, had long known that Lu Ming had mastered the death rule. No one else had seen it before. Chapter 2114. Chapter 2114. Uproar. Chapter 2114. Chapter 2114 Uproar. A person could actually control two types of ultimate laws? Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Some people even suspected that someone was in disguise and pretending to be Lu Ming. However, a great emperor had spoken, proving that this was Lu Ming's true appearance. He had not disguised himself. Whoosh! The scene exploded. It was a complete mess. A single person could actually control two ultimate maxims at the same time, and they were below the rank of a marshal supreme. In addition to the array Dao law from before, Lu Ming had mastered 3 types of ultimate maxims. The pot exploded. It completely exploded. This was unprecedented. Oh my God, this is heaven-defying. Lu Ming is going to defy heaven. How is it possible for a person to control 2 ultimate maxims at the same time? Even a martial emperor can't do it. The strongest cannot be tolerated. This has been a truth since ancient times. Now, the truth has been broken. There was a clamor. Many people were shouting. Even many of the older generation were like this. The main reason was that the impact was too great. It was as if the truth that he had always believed in had collapsed in an instant, and he could not calm down. Even the emperor could not remain calm. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was a monster. How is this possible? How is this possible? The forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Hung family, were all in disbelief. Boom! At this moment, Yuan, Xen, Destiny's Child, and the other top geniuses could no longer remain calm. A terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. Invincible! Brother Lu Ming is invincible! Bubble shouted. Master is invincible! Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli also joined in. Lu Ming touched his nose. He knew that once he revealed his true identity, it would definitely cause an uproar and shock the world. However, he still didn't hide it. That was because if he were to face Yuan, Xian, Destiny's Child, and the others later on, he would definitely not be able to hide it and would have to reveal his full strength. Whether he was exposed earlier or later, he would still be exposed. In addition, the energy in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had already been stored up to 36%. He had more confidence now, and there were fewer concerns. If the Mu family wanted to attack him, Xianxia, Qiuyue, and the others after the Battle of the Ten Lands ended, he would just take them and run. In any case, the defensive power of Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was astonishing, not to mention that there were also Emperor Wu Xiang, Uncle Kong, and the others. At this moment, Uncle Kong, Emperor Formless, and the others couldn't remain calm. They were all stroking their beards with all their might. They had lived for countless years, but this was the first time they had seen such a thing. Let me go. At this moment, Muyang was almost scared to death as he screamed madly. A person could actually control 2 ultimate maxims. No wonder his combat strength was so terrifying. He was about to be scared to death. Muyang, you were the one who asked the Death God Nation to assassinate me, right? Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, please spare me. Muyang screamed in fear. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. It seemed that it was really Muyang's doing. He had asked the people of the Death God Nation to assassinate Lu Ming. They did not know what method Lu Ming had used, but he had actually avoided death and even made the people of the Death God Nation think that they had killed Lu Ming. Despicable. You can't defeat my master, but you secretly ordered an assassin to kill my master. You deserve to die. Master, kill him. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were filled with righteous indignation. They wanted to kill Muyang personally. Muyang, have a safe journey, Lu Ming said. Then, under Muyang's frightened gaze, he squeezed hard. The terrifying power directly crushed Muyang's soul, causing it to scatter. Damn it! The emperor from the Mu family roared, his eyes extremely sinister. A godson was killed just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. The king body was said to have the potential of a great emperor, and the son of God was undoubtedly even stronger. He had a very high chance of breaking through to the great emperor realm, and he could even take a step closer to the heavenly emperor realm. Any force would treat such a prodigy as a treasure. However, he was killed by Lu Ming in front of everyone. His soul had been scattered. After killing Muyang, the stone platform that represented him turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Lu Ming returned to the stone platform and floated back. Many pairs of eyes fell on Lu Ming. Some of them were filled with solemnness, while others were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Previously, everyone did not take Lu Ming seriously. No matter how strong an emperor-to-be was, he would not pose a threat to them. But now it was different. Lu Ming had killed Muyang and, for the first time, mastered 2 ultimate maxims. The most important thing was that Lu Ming did not use the chaos law when he killed Muyang. If he used the chaos law and the death law, how powerful would it be when the two were combined? Everyone re-evaluated Lu Ming's combat ability. Of course, some people were not optimistic about Lu Ming's chances. They thought that it was already unprecedented for him to control two ultimate maxims at the same time. It was impossible to merge the two ultimate maxims and increase the power. Many people agreed with this view. The competition continued as everyone struggled to calm down. After the battle between Lu Ming and Muyang, there were only about 20 people left. It could be said that those who remained were the strongest of the strong. Every battle attracted the attention of the crowd. Destiny's Child, Yuan Xian, Wu Yang, and the others still managed to defeat their opponents. The Deathblade had finally come to an end. He had encountered the true dragon, which seemed to have cultivated the primordial demonic Tao. It was extremely powerful. Although the Deathblade had tried his best, he was still no match for it, and was defeated after dozens of moves. In the Star River, he had also encountered a powerful opponent. However, he was indeed very strong himself. He fought with his opponent for over 100 moves and won by a narrow margin. Bubbles had also defeated his opponent. When it was Lu Ming's turn again, his opponent was not strong. He was slightly weaker than Muyang and was defeated by Lu Ming. Slowly, there were only 13 people left. The 13 stone platforms floated in the air and sized each other up. It could be said that each of these 13 people was extremely powerful. Among them, the son of fate, Yuan Xin, Wu Liang, the true dragon who cultivated the immemorial demonic Tao, the immemorial body cultivator, and the son of space-time were the most popular. This was because these people had already reached the martial emperor realm 2 years ago. 2 years later, he would undoubtedly be even more powerful, and his strength would be unfathomable. However, these people had yet to meet each other. Could it be related to the stone platform? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps the stone platform could roughly distinguish the strength of the people. Hence, some of the strongest people would automatically avoid them. This was very possible. If the strongest people had encountered it earlier, it would have been a little unfair. The stone platform spun, and then 2 stone platforms flew out and collided with each other. One of them was Destiny's Child. The person who had collided with Destiny's Child had an extremely ugly expression. He had actually encountered the son of fate. The name of the child of destiny was Tianming. It was named after the city of destiny, which showed that his heart was higher than the sky. And he was worthy of this name. Tianming was dressed in white, his long hair reaching his waist. He was extremely handsome, just like the legendary son of God. He had a smile on his face the entire time. He stood there, but the surface of his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy radiance, making him look as if he was not in this world. Chapter 21:15, Chapter 21:14, Terrifying Fate Law. Chapter 21:15, Chapter 2114, Terrifying Fate Law. The child of destiny, Tianming, was the most favored candidate to win the championship. Before the competition, Yuan Xian was the only one who was thought to be able to compete with Tianming. Of course, there were many dark horses that had emerged, such as Wu Liang, the true dragon, and the immemorial body cultivator. They were all unfathomable. However, most people still thought that Tianming should have no problem winning. Destiny's Child was someone who could control one's fate. In the course of countless years, there had only been a few of them. Every single one of them stood at the peak and became an expert. Do you want to admit defeat? Tianming asked his opponent with a calm and peaceful smile. Of the top 10 laws, the fate law faintly suppresses the other laws. I'd like to experience it, said the young man. He was also a very powerful son of heaven. 2 years ago, he was about to become an emperor. After 2 years of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the peak of 1-star void emperor. How could he surrender without a fight? No. Tianming shook his head and said, "From the moment you said that, your fate has already been decided. You're going to lose." What bullshit fate? My fate is up to me, not the heavens. No one can control my fate. The young man shouted and charged toward Tianming. You are destined to be struck by lightning. Tianming said, still smiling. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, endless lightning appeared out of thin air and struck towards the other party. Each bolt of lightning was colorful. There were 5 colors, and they were as thick as an arm. Their power was shocking. The densely packed lightning directly drowned the young man. The young man let out a long roar and madly used his divine abilities to resist the lightning. Your fate is to be burned. Tianming spoke again. Then, endless flames appeared. They were all extremely terrifying flames and drowned the young man. Your fate is to be cut by a blade. Your fate is to be hammered. Tianming continued to speak, and every word he said came true. All kinds of attacks were launched at his opponent. The young man finally could not hold on any longer. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying out of the battle stage. As for Tianming, from the beginning to the end, he had a smile on his face. He stood on the stone platform in white and did not move a single step. He was extraordinary. Everyone gasped in shock. The law of fate was too terrifying. Could it really determine a person's fate? If he said that the other party would be struck by lightning, then he would be struck by lightning. If he wanted to be cut by a blade, then he would be cut by a blade. It was as if he was in control of the fate of others. Even Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Tianming's stone platform flew back, and there were still 12 people on scene. As long as another 20% of the competition went on, the top 10 would be decided. Soon, 2 more stone platforms flew out and collided with each other. Everyone's hearts trembled again. This time, the one who took the stage was Yuan Xian. His opponent's face also darkened. In the eyes of others, Yuan Xian was a person who could contend with the heavenly mandate realm. It could only be considered bad luck to encounter him. Boom! Yuan Xian attacked directly in a domineering manner. His chaos divine fist was unparalleled in attack power, crushing his opponent as soon as he made his move. Although his opponent was strong, he was still at a disadvantage. He was completely outmatched. Yuan Xin's cultivation is definitely not at the level of a 1-star Void Emperor. I'm afraid she's already at the level of a 2-star Void Emperor. Someone guessed. Many people nodded their heads. This was very normal. 2 years ago, Yuan Xian had already become a Saint Emperor. In the past 2 years, she had encountered many opportunities. How could she not have improved? Not long after, Yuan Xin's opponent was defeated, coughing up blood and retreating from the fighting ring. After Yuan Xian returned, there were still 11 people left. Then, 2 more stone platforms collided with each other. It's him, an immemorial body cultivator. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with interest. One of them was the immemorial body cultivator called Baoda. This person was almost 3 meters tall. He was bald, and his entire body was pitch black. He was like a piece of black charcoal, but also like a piece of black steel, as if he was filled with endless power. The immemorial body cultivators specialized in cultivating the physical body. They had unparalleled physiques and boundless strength. Their strength could break 10,000 techniques. Lu Ming was very interested. His Rousing had been tempered 5 times in a row and contained 3 wisps of chaos chi. It was already very powerful. But compared to Baoda, there was still a big gap. Baoda's opponent's expression was also very ugly. This was because Baoda was also considered one of the strongest. Why did the last 3 people only encounter the strongest few? Ha, little guy, make your move. Baoda grinned and walked towards the other party like a giant. Boom! Baoda attacked. It was simple and direct. He directly punched out. This punch directly pierced through the space. His pitch-black fist was like an ancient divine mountain that pressed down on the other party. The other party wasn't weak either. It could be said that he was very strong. He erupted with all his strength and resisted Baoda. Unfortunately, he was still no match for Baoda. Baoda's fist landed and directly pierced through the ultimate maxim. His opponent's expression changed drastically as he rapidly retreated. He was almost sent flying off the stone platform by Baoda. Little guy, you can't do it, huh? Baoda laughed loudly. His 3-meter-tall body directly charged towards the other party at an astonishing speed. Boom! The other party used all his strength to blast out a divine art. but it was useless when it landed on Bao Da body. It didn't break Bao Da defense. Bao Da body was like a divine weapon. He broke through the opponent's attack and then ruthlessly hit the opponent's body. The other party grunted, and a crackling sound came from his body. Then he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body flew out of the fighting ring. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This Bao Da was truly terrifying. His strength was boundless, and he had defeated his opponent in just a few moves. What terrifying strength! It's pure physical strength. In the crowd, Desolate Li and Long Chen's expressions were extremely serious. They cultivated the law of extremity and were known as the ultimate power, but compared to Bao Da, they were far from it. Bao Da defeated his opponent, and there were only 10 people left. The top 10 had been born. They were Tianming, Yuan Exen, Muyang, Bao Da, the true dragon Pinker, the son of time, and space Yuan Haoge, Bubbles, Hung Xinghe, the ancient devil, and Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes fell on the 10 people. All of Mount Yuan was filled with countless chosen, including the 10 most powerful chosen, who were the focus of attention. All right, now that the top 10 have been born, they'll give you 3 days to rest. 3 days later, the final battle will begin. The white-haired old man stepped out and announced, "Master is too powerful." And Bubbles, Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and the rest cheered in excitement. However, most people's expressions were ugly. The geniuses they had high hopes for had all failed and failed to enter the top 10. "Senior, I'm not convinced." At this time, a voice rang out, making everyone quiet down. A young man stepped forward and cupped his fists to the white-haired old man. "I'm not convinced either." "Me too." A few young men walked out and clasped their hands at the white-haired old man. Chapter 21:16, Top 10. Chapter 21:16, Top 10. The crowd recognized 3 of them. They were the last 3 young men who had been defeated by Tianming, Yuan Xin, and Bao Da respectively. The other 2 people were recognized by everyone. They were also the 2 people who had met Tianming and Yuan Xin. A total of 5 people. "What do you have to say?" the white-haired old man asked. "Among the 10 of them, some of them are not strong enough to enter the top 10. That's right. They're just lucky. They didn't meet any strong opponents, so they're not convinced." The young men spoke one after another. Everyone understood. These young men felt that they were too unlucky to have met Tianming, Yuan Xin, and the others. They had been defeated because Tianming and the others were too strong. Among the current top 10, many people had not met Tianming and the others. Therefore, these young men thought that they had lost because of luck and not because of strength. Many people had the same thought. Their gazes were especially fixed on Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Xinghe. "I see." The white-haired elder nodded and said, "The stone platform under your feet has a special function, so some people did not encounter it in advance. However, one believed that you will not be convinced without a fight. How about this? One will give you a chance. You can challenge any one of the 10 people. If you win, you can replace them." As soon as he said that, the young men's eyes lit up. At the same time, their gazes landed on Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Xianxia. They were filled with a strong fighting spirit. In fact, they were not convinced by Lu Ming and the other 2. They believed that they were stronger than Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Xianxia. Although Lu Ming had mastered 2 ultimate maxims, he was only an emperor to be after all. Although he had defeated Muyang before, which one of them was not stronger than him? There was also Bubbles, a 3 to 4-year-old child. She was only a 1-star void emperor, so they were not afraid. The same was true for the Eternal Star River. It was only a 1-star illusionary emperor. As for the ancient devil, although it was equivalent to a 1-star void emperor, it cultivated the immemorial devil Dao and had extremely powerful combat strength. They were not confident. As for Tianming, Yuan Xin, Wu Liang, Bao Da, Aoku, and Yuan Haoge, they didn't even consider them. These 6 people had already become divine emperors 2 years ago, and they were unfathomable now. They'll start the challenge. A red-haired young man stepped out. Why should you be the one to challenge first? He'll go first. He'll go first. There were a total of 5 young men, and they all shouted loudly, wanting to challenge him first. The first to challenge would definitely have the advantage, and they could choose the weakest. In the end, the white-haired old man asked them to draw lots to decide who would go first. In the end, a tall and thin young man drew the first to fight. Previously, this person had been defeated by Baoda. Now, he was the first to challenge him. His gaze scanned Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Xinghe before finally landing on Xinghe. You train in the eternal laws as well. Come out and fight, the tall, skinny youth said. He also trained in the eternal laws. I was just about to fight you. Xing Qin's eyes were bright as he stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. The two of them both trained in the eternal laws. The two of them were not the only geniuses who cultivated in the eternal laws, but they were undoubtedly the strongest. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the two of them began to fight. Eternal laws constantly collided with each other, and the battle was extremely intense. In the beginning, the two were evenly matched. After exchanging more than 100 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. However, after more than 100 moves, the galaxy began to gain the upper hand and suppress the other party. Roar! The galaxy roared. Its aura was wild. Its long hair danced in the wind, and its eyes were as bright as the stars. Back then, he had been defeated by Lu Ming. He had been lying low and cultivating with all his heart. He had finally transformed and was stronger than before. Good hunt! The emperor of the Hung clan laughed heartily. He was extremely carefree. After a few dozen more moves, Xing Chun sent his opponent flying off the stone platform and won. The first challenge had ended in failure, causing the remaining young challengers to have grave expressions. Originally, in their eyes, Xinghe was the weakest person, but he still failed the challenge. Now it's my turn. The red-haired young man who had been defeated by Tianming stepped forward, and his gaze landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, come out and fight. The young man with long, fiery red hair fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. And you thought one was a pushover. Lu Ming pursed his lips. With a thought, the stone platform under his feet flew forward and the red-haired young man landed on the stone platform. A stone platform was equivalent to a battle platform. Lu Ming, you're not a great emperor yet. Although you've mastered 2 ultimate maxims, I can still defeat you. The young man with long red hair clamored, trying to provoke Lu Ming. Blowing. Before the fiery red, long-haired young man could finish his sentence, Lu Ming had already rushed at him. He used the chaos laws and the array Dao laws. The 2 laws merged, and he used the chaos divine palm to strike at the fiery red, long-haired young man. The red-haired young man exploded and used all his strength to fight against Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fusion of the chaos laws and the array Dao laws was more powerful than the fusion of the death laws and the array Dao laws. After all, the chaos divine palm was a divine power technique of the chaos laws. Lu Ming's attacks were like a storm, continuously attacking the red-haired young man. In an instant, he had struck out hundreds of palms. Bang! Bang! After over 100 collisions, the red-haired young man's arm went numb and was almost broken. His body trembled continuously as he retreated. From the beginning of the fight, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming and was completely at a disadvantage. It was difficult for him to resist, and in the end, he retreated from the stone platform. You still dare to challenge me? You're not that great. Lu Ming pursed his lips and flew back along with the stone platform. Lu Ming did not use the fusion of the chaos law and the death law. Could it be that he really did not fuse the 2 laws together? It's naturally not that easy to fuse 2 ultimate maxims. However, even so, his strength is still very strong, slightly stronger than Xinghe. So people were discussing. The remaining challengers' expressions turned even uglier. Even the weakest among them had such strength. Could it be that they would not succeed in their challenge? Then a young man challenged Bubbles. Bubbles still did not reveal her true form. Using the mysterious and unpredictable space-time laws, She played with her opponent for 100 to 200 moves. In the end, she also inexplicably sent her opponent off the stone platform and won. The other two challengers looked at each other, sighed, shook their heads, and gave up the challenge. Even Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Xinghe were so powerful. If they were to challenge the remaining people, they would not have the confidence to do so. They would only be abused. It was better not to challenge them. At this point, the top 10 were officially born. After a round of challenges, no one doubted Lu Ming and the rest's combat strength anymore. They were worthy of their name. They were the top 10 strongest among the younger generation in Yuan Lu. The 10 of them sized each other up and collided with each other, creating a brilliant flame. Yuan Xian, in particular, glanced at Lu Ming with a cold and sharp gaze. Chapter 21:17. The Battle Between the Top 10. Chapter 21:17. The battle between the top 10. The galaxy, in particular, had the most gazes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, this time, I'll defeat you. Xing Chen spoke, his eyes sharp and threatening. I'll wait for you to make your move. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. To be honest, he no longer cared about the galaxy. Lu Ming's current opponents were Tianming and Yuan Xian. Yuan Haoge, on the other hand, looked at the bubble with a hint of greed in his eyes. Little guy, you must be a kind of divine beast. I can't believe you can master the law of time and space. How about this? Be my beast pet and fight with me. Yuan Haoge said. He was indeed burning with passion. If he had a pet that could master the laws of time and space with him, it would be of great help to him. You should be my human pet. Bubbles pursed her lips in disdain. I will make you convinced. Yuan Haoge said coldly. Brother Lu Ming, is that person an idiot? He actually wants me to be his beast pet. In a flash, Pow Pow appeared on Lu Ming's body. Her small body was like an octopus as she clung onto Lu Ming. He's indeed stupid. Lu Ming smiled and touched Bubbles' small head. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that Lu Ming and Bubbles had such a good relationship. Could Bubbles be Lu Ming's pet? Was it raised by Lu Ming? That was terrifying. The two of them had entered the top 10. Yuan Haoge's face darkened as he cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. On the other side, Baoda, Aoku, and Ancient Devil also looked at each other, their battle power bursting out. The three of them all cultivated the immemorial system and were geniuses. Naturally, they wanted to see who was stronger. Among the 10 people, only Tianming stood there with a calm face. He always had a smile on his face, as if he was not involved in this. At the scene, everyone was looking forward to it. The battle had not even started, and they were already in a state of mutual hostility. The final battle for the top 10 would definitely be very exciting and could be called an epic showdown. In the history of the primordial realm, there had never been so many geniuses, and there had never been a battle of the 10 lands. This battle was unprecedented. Many of the sons of God were reduced to a foil. If this was said decades ago, they would probably be laughed at to death. In the past, a son of God was a legend, a figure that could suppress an era. However, in this era, he was reduced to a foil. This made countless people excited. This battle was destined to be recorded in the history books and be passed down through the ages. You guys adjust your breathing. We'll fight in 3 days. The white-haired old man announced once more. Everyone looked for a place to rest, and Lu Ming walked towards Qiu Yu and the rest. Young master, I knew you would be fine. Qiu Yu was overjoyed. She threw herself into Lu Ming's arms, ignoring the strange looks from others. Lu Ming. Huang Ling walked over with a complicated look in her eyes, but it was hidden by her. Following that, the others came over one after another to greet Lu Ming. Master, Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli bowed to Lu Ming. Many people at the side did not know that Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were Lu Ming's disciples. When they saw them, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming was young and extraordinary to begin with. Now, he even had 2 disciples of the Son of God. It was truly shocking. Even the great emperors were very envious. You two cultivate well and strive to become divine emperors as soon as possible. Lu Ming looked at Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli. At the same time, he thought of himself. It seemed that it would be very difficult for him to become a saint emperor. Looking at the current situation, he was probably going to be surpassed by his two disciples. This made his old face blush slightly. Then, Lu Ming saluted Emperor Notionless, Uncle Kong, and the others. Lu Ming, this time, give it your all. After the Ten Lands battle, there will be great opportunities waiting for you. Emperor Formless smiled as he sent a message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. There was still a great opportunity waiting for them. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Previously, they had only been selected, yet they had been able to enter a corner of the world left behind by the primordial realm at the beginning. Their cultivation had rapidly increased, so now that it was the final battle, how could they not have any opportunities? I'll do my best. Lu Ming nodded. After that, Lu Ming chose a spot and sat cross-legged in the air. He circulated his energy and adjusted his breathing to his best condition. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The final battle was about to begin. The white-haired old man stood on the peak of Destiny Mountain. With a wave of his hand, a huge fighting stage appeared on the peak of Destiny Mountain. It was 100 miles long and 100 miles wide. It was purple gold in color and full of nobility. Obviously, the following battles would be held on this fighting ring. The final 10 ranking battles will be fought in turns. Everyone will have to fight against the other 9 and be ranked according to their winning rate. The white-haired old man said. Lu Ming nodded. As he had expected, it was indeed this hairstyle. This method of ranking was the fairest. It was completely based on strength, and there was no such thing as luck. This method was also the most commonly used method. Lu Ming had encountered this method more than once or twice along the way. Also, you are not allowed to kill anyone in the battle between you two. The white-haired old man added. Many people nodded. The last 10 people were all extremely talented. If they died because of this, it would be a great loss, which was why there was such a rule. Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. He had wanted to take this opportunity to settle the problem of the galaxy. All right, he'll arrange the order of the battles. The first battle is between Xianxia and Lu Ming. The white-haired elder announced. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect that he would be the first one to fight. Moreover, his opponent was from the Stellar River. Could it be that the white-haired elder had the intention? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up. This was good too. He would start with the Star River first. Buzz. Lu Ming stepped in and landed on the fighting ring. Xing Qian's figure also landed on the fighting ring. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit, like a flame burning fiercely. Lu Ming, you're going to lose this time. Xing River shouted, his battle intent soaring. You were already defeated back then. Now, you are even less of a match for me. Lu Ming shook his head, his voice silent. Many people were stunned and looked enlightened. It seemed that Lu Ming and the Star River had already fought. Haoge River and Lu Ming are both from Mount Yuan. Naturally, they've crossed swords before. It seems that the galaxy is not Lu Ming's match. They have been defeated in the past. Many people were discussing. That time, it was Lu Ming who took advantage of the situation. The Hung family member explained. The cultivators of the various forces in Yuan Mountain were watching with full attention. Lu Ming and Haoge River both came from Mount Yuan. In the past, Haoge River had always been known as the #1 prodigy of Mount Yuan. Ever since Lu Ming's rise, this phenomenon changed. Whoever won this battle would be the #1 genius of the Yuan Mountain. Haoge, it'll crush you. It'll let you understand the difference between us. Lu Ming said calmly. Bang, bang. Then he took a step forward. With each step, a river of laws appeared on his body. Chapter 21:18. Chapter 21:18. Defeating the Star River again. Chapter 21:18. Chapter 2118. Defeating the Star River again. Lu Ming took a step forward. With each step, a river of laws would appear on his body. With his first step, the laws of chaos formed a river that surrounded Lu Ming. With his second step, another river of laws appeared. It was the river of the law of death. chaos and death. The two most powerful rivers of laws surrounded Lu Ming, attracting everyone's attention. This was because this was a scene that had never appeared in the primordial realm since ancient times. It could be called a miracle. Many people even took out their image-exterminating stones to record everything. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The two rivers of laws had actually fused together and turned into a two-colored river of laws. It's fused. The two ultimate maxims have fused together. Someone shouted in excitement. Oh my God, this is heaven-defying. The two ultimate maxims have really fused together. What a miracle. Countless people shouted. Even the great emperors couldn't keep calm anymore. Their eyes were wide open. The fusion of two ultimate maxims was a legend. At this moment, Yuan Xen, Baoda, and the others were all shocked. What the fuck? Why is this guy always so perverted? The unscrupulous monk chanted the name of Buddha, and his face turned bitter. Even Tianming, who had always been calm and collected, had his smile disappear. He was surprised. The Star River's mind was also shaken, and it revealed a look of disbelief. He'll defeat you. Lu Ming strode forward like a bolt of lightning, charging toward the Star River. The eternal God Bell. The eternal Star River howled. He was unwilling to give up. He still wanted to fight. A divine bell with ancient patterns on it appeared on his body. Clang! The eternal God Bell trembled and let out a terrifying sound of killing. Compared to the past, the power of the eternal God Clock of the Stellar River was much stronger. However, now that Lu Ming's Chaos Law and Death Law had merged, in addition to his extremely condensed saint energy and physical strength, the combat power that erupted was too powerful. Lu Ming ignored the attack from the galaxy. He did not stop and continued to attack. The sounds of killing landed on Lu Ming's body, but were blocked by the two-colored river of laws. They could not break through Lu Ming's defense at all. In an instant, Lu Ming was close to the galaxy. Boom! Lu Ming used the Chaos Divine Palm and fused the two ultimate maxims. He struck the eternal God Bell in the Stellar River with his palm. Thump! The eternal God Bell trembled crazily and exploded with terrifying sound waves that swept in all directions. Some true emperors and great sovereigns released a layer of light to block the sound waves. Otherwise, many people would have been injured. Those with weaker cultivation might have even been killed by the sound waves. Kacha! A cracking sound came from the eternal God Bell, and cracks appeared on it. The cracks were like cobwebs that covered the eternal God Bell. Bang! In the end, the eternal God Bell exploded into light spots and disappeared. Lu Ming's palm force did not stop, and it bombarded Xing's body. Xing's body was like a rice straw man. He flew out and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He was defeated. Xianxia had been defeated in just one move. Many people were stunned. Is the power of the fusion of two ultimate maxims so terrifying? Someone's voice was hoarse and filled with disbelief. Star River was a peerless genius who had made it into the top 10. However, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. The gap between them was shocking and overwhelming. Since ancient times, no one in the primordial realm has controlled two supreme laws, nor has anyone fused two supreme laws. No one knows what kind of power will be produced when two supreme laws are fused. Someone said solemnly. Everyone took a deep breath. That was indeed the case. Moreover, they recalled that Lu Ming could control a few types of laws. A few types of laws could form a river and would temper his saint energy and physical body every time. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong. They finally understood. You've lost, Lu Ming said indifferently, his gaze looking at the galaxy indifferently. Xing Chun spat out another mouthful of blood. He could not accept this result. Back then, he was the number one heaven's favorite of Mount Yuan. He was high and mighty, looking down on others. When he first met Lu Ming, he did not care about him at all. Even though he knew that Lu Ming was the son of chaos, he did not care. He thought that he was strong enough to suppress all enemies and would not be defeated. However, he was defeated by Lu Ming in the world of the Lotus Flower. However, at that time, Lu Ming had cast some kind of secret skill. He had always thought that Lu Ming had borrowed external power and that he would not lose if he relied on his own strength. All these years, he had been cultivating in seclusion, especially when he found out about the Ten Lands battle. He cultivated even more arduously. He wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the Ten Lands battle. He wanted to completely suppress Lu Ming and trample him under his feet. Even though this time, geniuses were as numerous as clouds, exceeding his imagination, he still made it into the top 10. Unfortunately, his opponent, Lu Ming, had an even more amazing performance. Although he had yet to become a sovereign, he had mastered 2 ultimate laws. This was unprecedented, and now he had defeated him in 1 move. His combat strength was so strong that he could look down on him. At this moment, his self-confidence and belief had suffered a huge blow. He kept coughing up blood. Damn it! The emperor of the Hung family roared. Lu Ming was the nemesis of the Hung family. Master is mighty. Master is invincible. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were shouting and wrangling. They were even happier than if they had won. Do you still want to continue? Lu Ming continued to step forward. The long river of 2-colored laws surrounded him, like a god descending to the mortal world. The Star River had not admitted defeat. If he wanted to fight again, it was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. He could beat the Star River ruthlessly. Unfortunately, the galaxy did not give him a chance. I've lost. Xinghe was extremely unwilling, but he could only admit defeat. Otherwise, he would only be tortured. I've said before, if I can defeat you once, then one can defeat you twice. In the future, you will never be my opponent. Lu Ming left behind these words arrogantly and then flew out of the fighting ring. Xing Qin's expression was ugly. He also retreated from the fighting ring, took a pill, and started to treat his injuries. This was only his first battle. There were more battles waiting for him. The first battle, Lu Ming wins. The second battle, Bubbles versus Yuan Haoge. The white-haired old man announced. Many people's eyes immediately lit up. They realized that every match that followed would be very attractive. Bubbles and Yuan Haoge had both mastered the space-time law. Moreover, according to the great emperor, Bubbles' true form was a divine beast with a great origin. It made everyone's heart itch as they wanted to know what Bubbles' true form was. Bubbles, you can do it. Lu Ming touched Bubbles' small head. Don't worry, he'll definitely beat up that guy who's so weird. Chirp, chirp. Pow Pow cried out. Not far away, Yuan Haoge's face darkened. What did he mean by being eccentric? When was he eccentric? With a cold face, he stepped onto the fighting ring, and so did Bubbles. Chapter 2119. The Clash of Space, Time Laws. Chapter 2119. The Clash of Space-Time, Laws Become My Tame Beast. We both cultivate the space-time laws. It'll be beneficial to both of us. Yuan Haoge spoke again. It's the same the other way around. You can't just be my human pet. Pow Pow pouted and said, You don't agree? Yuan Haoge's face darkened. He'll beat you up until you agree. Buzz. Yuan Haoge moved. As he moved, the space around him rippled like water. His body seemed to be traveling through space at an unbelievable speed. Many people had only just seen him move when Yuan Haoge's body had already appeared in front of her in the next instant. His hand reached out and grabbed at her. The bubble did not even have time to dodge and was caught by the other party's large hand. However, Yuan Haoge's grip on the bubble missed. The bubble's figure shattered like an illusion. It was just a mirror image, and Bubble had already left the place. Just as Yuan Haoge grabbed on a Bubble's mirror image, Bubble's figure suddenly appeared behind Yuan Haoge. She reached out her tiny hand and attacked Yuan Haoge. At the same time, Yuan Haoge's figure shattered with a bang. This was also a mirror image, and Yuan Haoge's figure had already left. Buzz. Whoosh. In an instant, Yuan Haoge's figure appeared behind Pow Pow. Not only that, there were more than 10 other figures of Yuan Haoge in the other parts of the fighting ring. So fun, chirp chirp. Bubbles shrieked and disappeared. The next moment, more than a dozen figures appeared and pounced on Yuan Haoge. In an instant, figures flashed on the fighting ring. One after another, figures appeared, but they were constantly defeated. In the end, they realized that they were all mirror images. Not a single one hit the real one. Many people with weaker cultivation were dazzled by the scene. It was impossible to see the real body and the mirror image. One could only see that the space on the fighting ring was rippling like water. Figures flashed and attacked. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of figures were crossing each other. And as time passed, their speed was extremely fast. In the end, the two figures could no longer be seen. Ming channeled the holy power into his eyes and finally caught sight of the two of them. So powerful. The two of them have reached an extremely profound realm in their use of the space-time laws. A true emperor spoke, sighing in admiration. Space-time laws were extremely profound to begin with. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to touch a person who could control the space-time laws. This was the use of time and space, the collision of time and space. It had only been a minute, but the two had already exchanged countless moves. Let me break your space-time law. Haoge was getting impatient. All of his silhouettes disappeared, leaving only one figure behind. Boom! His aura became even more violent. The world power surged and rushed out with the space-time laws. With him as the center, the space kept collapsing and exploding. Even time had been thrown into disorder. A two-star illusionary emperor. This was Yuan Haoge's current realm. He wanted to crush bubbles with his powerful realm. Bang! Bang! With him as the center, it was as if a level 12 gale had been set off and swept toward the bubbles. Wherever it passed, space exploded, time was thrown into chaos, and the bubbles' mirror images shattered one by one. Bubbles' true form appeared, bobbling in the space-time turbulence. Lose, Haoge said coldly. Taking a step forward, he appeared right before her with a sword in his hand. This was a combat sword formed from the power of space-time. It was extremely sharp as it slashed towards Pow Pow. Bubbles waved her hand, and a space-time sword appeared in her hand, clashing with her opponent. Bang! The void trembled. In the end, Pow Pow's cultivation level was still slightly lacking. She was only a one-star void emperor. In terms of strength, she was no match for the other party and was sent flying. After Yuan Haoge had sent Bubbles flying, he chased after her relentlessly and once again charged towards her. After a few consecutive moves, Bubbles was suppressed and was at a disadvantage. Yuan Haoge used his stronger cultivation base to continuously shatter the surrounding space and disrupt the power of time, forcing the bubble to fight him head-on. Bubbles, you can do it! Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and the rest cheered for Bubbles. Be my tame beast. Yuan Haoge's eyes were cold as he stared at Bubbles. Chirping, Bubbles cried out, her eyes filled with rage. A white radiance emanated from her body, and in the next moment, she transformed into her true form. It was a small and exquisite spirit mouse. Its fur was snow-white and sparkling, and it flickered with a little luster. It was exceptionally cute. This could be a space-time spirit mouse? One of the top 10 war beasts, the space-time spirit rat. Someone exclaimed, and the scene was in an uproar again. It's a space-time spirit mouse. Yuan Haoge's eyes burned even more fervently, filled with a glint of greed. He could not wait to have all of them for himself. In the Yuan continent, there were some heaven's favorites who could awaken the bloodline of the top 10 battle beasts. The Yuan realm was vast, and there were many such heaven's favorites. However, the heaven's favorites who have awakened the bloodline of the top 10 beasts are only humans. They have only awakened a trace of their bloodline. The difference between them and the top 10 beasts is too great. There were countless divine beasts in the world, but only 10 of them were in the top 10. Every one of the top 10 beasts was unique. In this world, it was impossible for two of the same top 10 beasts to appear. Every single one of them was unique. Only after one of the top 10 war beasts had fallen would a new one be born. In the ancient era, each of the top 10 battle beasts was a peak expert in the world. One could imagine the power and talent of the top 10 battle beasts. But now, it was a young space-time spirit rat, which was very rare. The space-time spirit mouse is mine. Yuan Haoge roared in his heart. The space-time spirit mouse was born with the ability to control time and space. If he could get it, it would be a great help to him. Surrender. Yuan Haoge continued to charge towards Pow Pow. Human pet, you're the one who surrendered. Haoge called out. Her body glowed, and white rays of light spread out, causing the void to ripple like water once again. Buzz. Bubbles' figure disappeared as he traveled through space-time without leaving a trace. At the same time, the space around him started to shrink, pressing down on Yuan Haoge. Break! Yuan Haoge shouted as his 2-star illusionary divine cultivation base burst forth. Along with his space-time law, he was about to shatter the space in all directions. But the next moment, his expression changed. He felt that his space-time laws were being suppressed. What was even more shocking was that his space-time laws were being controlled. The space-time laws that burst out from him instead pressed down on himself. Bang! Yuan Haoge's body trembled violently as the endless power of space-time pressed down on him, piercing through his world power. His body flew out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Many people were dumbfounded. Earlier on, Yuan Haoge clearly had the upper hand. How did the situation turn around in the blink of an eye? Yuan Haoge was injured by Bubble in one move. This reversal was too fast. Chapter 2120. Chapter 2120. Bubbles reveals her true form. Chapter 2120. Chapter 2120. Bubbles reveals her true form. Yuan Haoge has been restrained. An immortal emperor explained. Restraint. Some people were puzzled, while others were deep in thought. The space-time spirit rat, one of the top 10 war beasts, was born with control over time and space. Although Yuan Haoge is the son of time and space, he was born with control over time and space as well. However, there's still a gap between him and the space-time spirit rat. Therefore, he's being suppressed in terms of the space-time law. The great emperor explained once again. Everyone came to a sudden realization. The space-time spiritual mouse could only display its true strength after revealing its true form. It could fully utilize the space-time law and even control Yuan Haoge's space-time law. It could be said that Yuan Haoge was no longer Bubbles' match. Bubbles traveled through space-time. Her body was small, but wherever she went, space-time accompanied her. Space wrapped around her like water, and endless space-time power charged toward Yuan Haoge. Yuan Haoge roared. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to turn the tables. Unfortunately, it was useless. At this moment, his control of the space-time laws was no longer effective. It was extremely difficult to control. Without the space-time law, he was no match for Bubbles. Once again, he was sent flying in coughed-up blood. With your strength, you still want to take me as your beast pet? You're overestimating yourself. One said, you're more like my human pet. The Bubble was extremely excited. It shuttled through the void and swiped its small claws at Yuan Haoge. Yuan Haoge bellowed in rage. His anger was soaring to the heavens as he unleashed all his strength. However, it was useless. He could not defy the heavens and was completely suppressed by Bubbles. In the end, his face was even scratched by Bubbles' claws, leaving behind a claw mark. You have my mark on your face. You're my human pet now. Chirping, aye, Bubbles yelled excitedly while Yuan Haoge was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Many people were speechless. They could tell that compared to the space-time spiritual mouse, Bubbles was still in her infancy. She did not mean to humiliate Yuan Haoge, but it was her true intention. However, to Yuan Haoge, this was a blatant humiliation. He roared in anger and hatred, but in the end, he still rushed down the fighting ring in humiliation and admitted defeat. He understood that if he continued to fight, he would only be humiliating himself. That guy has a good relationship with the space-time spirit rat. He'll take revenge on him later. Yuan Haoge's heart was filled with anger. He swept his gaze toward Lu Ming. He could not defeat Bubbles and could only get back at Lu Ming. Lu Ming noticed Yuan Haoge's gaze and was speechless. Why was this guy staring at him with a face full of resentment? Ming pursed his lips and did not take it to heart. If this guy was insensible, he would not mind giving him a beating when they met. Bubbles had won this match. Buzz. The bubble transformed into a human form again and hung around Ming's neck. Brother Ming, am awesome, right? Chirp, chirp. Pow, pow, pouted. Amazing, amazing. Bubbles is the most amazing, Ming said with a smile. Bubbles is the best. Come, let big sister hug you. Xianxia walked over and looked at the bubble, her eyes shining. Xianxia had seen Bubbles' original form. They were so cute that her eyes were practically twinkling with stars. Little guy, you're so rude. You have to call me Annie. Chirp, chirp. Pow, pow, pouted and looked at Xianxia with disdain. Xianxia immediately left with a bitter face, causing Qiuyu, Feng Ling, and the others to laugh. The surrounding people looked at Ming with envy. Not only did Ming have 2 sons of God as his disciples, but he also seemed to have a good relationship with the space-time spirit mouse. Yuan Haoge's eyes were burning with jealousy. The third match, Yuan Xian versus the Ancient Devil. The white-haired old man announced. The scene fell silent, and everyone's attention was pulled back. 2 figures stepped into the arena. They were Yuan Xian and the Ancient Devil. Boom! They didn't say much and directly attacked, causing a terrifying collision. Yuan Xian, the son of chaos, punched the air with shocking power. Like mountains, he pressed down on the Ancient Devil. The Ancient Devil's body was covered in demonic light. He cultivated the primordial demonic Tao and had amazing offensive power. He fought fiercely with Yuan Xian. In the first 10 moves, the two were evenly matched. After 10 moves, Yuan Xian didn't hold back anymore, and her full strength erupted. A 2-star illusionary emperor. This was Yuan Xin's strength, and it had already reached the peak of a 2-star void emperor. 2 years ago, Yuan Xian had just broken through to the martial emperor realm. After 2 years of cultivation, she had already reached the peak of the 2-star illusionary emperor realm. This speed was already very shocking. Every breakthrough in the martial emperor realm was extremely difficult and required a large amount of time. Some martial sovereigns were stuck in a realm for hundreds of thousands of years and could not break through. In the end, they died under the lightning tribulation. It was also because she had entered that space that Yuan Xian had been able to break through so quickly. Yuan Xin's full power was extremely terrifying, and she completely suppressed the Ancient Devil. It wasn't that the Ancient Devil wasn't strong. He was very strong. He didn't have many opponents at the same level. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still a little weak. He was only a 1-star void emperor, so it was difficult for him to fight against Yuan Xian. After a few moves, the Elder Devil coughed up blood and retreated. He was defeated by Yuan Xian. Unfortunately, the Ancient Devil's cultivation is still a little weak. If he could reach the 2-star void emperor realm, he might be able to compete with Yuan Xian. The power of the ancient demonic Tao is really amazing. Some people were discussing the Ancient Devil's potential, but the next moment, everyone was even more excited. There were 4 people left: Tianming, Muyang, Baoda, and Zhuake. The 4 of them were all extremely terrifying geniuses. They had already broken through to the Martial Supreme realm 2 years ago. Next, the 4 of them were going to fight, and it would definitely be a true battle of the peak. "You're heartless, cheater," the white-haired elder announced, and everyone's hearts immediately rose. The unscrupulous monk was a heaven's favorite who had suddenly risen in the Buddhist League in recent years. He had revealed his unparalleled talent. He bragged to the outside world every day that he was the reincarnation of a Buddha god and that his predecessor was an unparalleled mighty person who was all-knowing. Although his character was sometimes criticized, his talent and combat power were real. He stood at the peak of the Yuan continent. As for Aoge, a true dragon who had cultivated the immemorial demonic Tao, his demonic body was unparalleled, and he was equally powerful. Who would win? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Two figures stepped into the fighting ring. Almsgiver, you and I are fated. Why don't you be my guardian divine beast? The heartless monk said with a serious expression. Monk, are you insulting me? One will twist your head off. Creek's face revealed a ferocious expression. Check came from the land of the divine beasts. In the land of the divine beasts, there are all kinds of powerful divine beasts, such as true dragons, phoenixes, qilin, and so on. They could be seen in the land of the divine beasts. He was the #1 genius in the land of the divine beasts. Now, the unscrupulous monk had just opened his mouth and wanted to take him in as a guardian divine beast. How could he not be angry? My hair is white. Benefactor, you want to wring my head off as soon as you open your mouth. Your killing intent is too strong. You must return to Buddha and refine your killing intent. The unscrupulous monk said with a straight face. Long Chun looked at Lu Ming with disdain. This monk was definitely up to no good. He'll refine your head, kill, die. Aoku roared, and his dragon roar shook the sky. He immediately transformed into his true form, a purple-gold true dragon. Chapter 21-21, Buddhist Kingdom in the Palm. Chapter 21-21, Buddhist Kingdom in the Palm. The purple-gold true dragon could be said to be Rhe royal family among the true dragons and was extremely powerful. The dragon claw stepped in the air and clawed at Rhe and scrupulous monk. There were no fluctuations of laws, but no one doubted the power of this claw. It could definitely tear a 1-star void emperor apart easily. I'm a rice-haired man, so stubborn. Be careful, or he'll catch you and stew you with wine. The monk shouted. The crowd looked at each other. Lu Ming and Long Chun looked at him with disdain again. This was probably the unscrupulous monk's true thoughts. Buzz. The monk's body was covered in golden light. Behind him, a golden Buddha statue appeared. The monk stood on the head of the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue waved its hand, and a hand as big as a small mountain smashed toward Creek. Boom! A terrifying vibration was heard as the two exchanged a blow and were evenly matched. Demon God 9 strikes. Aoku let out a long roar and displayed the terrifying attack technique of the immemorial demonic Tao. His body glowed, and his 5 dragon claws attacked continuously. Each move was extremely terrifying, as it could tear the void and shatter the earth. Fortunately, this battle platform was made by a great emperor and was indestructible. No matter how they fought, they couldn't destroy it. Buddhist Kingdom in the Palm. The unscrupulous monk, with a solemn expression, displayed Rhe great divine art of Buddhism. He stretched out his hand, and a palm stretched out. It grew rapidly and pressed toward Aoku. There seemed to be a Buddhist kingdom in his palm, with 3,000 golden arhats chanting sutras. The golden light was more dazzling than the sun. Boom, boom. The cultivation of the unscrupulous monk and Aoku had both reached the 2-star void emperor realm. They were extremely powerful when they fought with all their might. The dragon's roar shook Rhe sky, and the sound of chanting sutras resounded throughout the mountain of destiny. The two of them continued to fight, exchanging dozens of moves. What a terrifying battle strength. With such battle strength, I'm afraid that even an ordinary 3-star void emperor would be torn apart in an instant. An illusionary emperor said with a solemn expression. He's only just broken through to the martial supreme realm and hasn't even comprehended any other laws. Yet he's already so terrifying. The others also sighed. In the martial emperor realm, there were many factors that determined one's fighting strength. However, it was truly shocking to have such fighting strength after breaking through to the Void Emperor realm only a few years ago. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. They used all kinds of sacred arts as they began a peak battle. This was the fiercest battle since the competition for the top 10. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. The battle lasted for more than 200 rounds. I'm the reincarnation of a Buddha god. Little bug, come and protect me. In the future, you'll have good food and drinks. If you have my meat to eat, you'll have your soup to drink. The heartless monk shouted as he fought. Pinker was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He was a purple-gold true dragon, a royal among true dragons, yet he was called a little worm. Also, aren't the Buddhists vegetarians? Why the hell are you eating meat? Umitba. Some of the Buddhist cultivators who were watching the battle looked solemn as they chanted the name of Buddha. It seemed that he was a little embarrassed. However, although unscrupulous was not reliable, his battle prowess was indeed unbelievably strong, which made people feel terrified. From the start of Rhe battle until now, his body had bloomed with thousands of rays of Buddhist light. It seemed as if he was getting more and more courageous as the battle progressed. It was as if the Buddha god had really turned around, and his dharma was boundless. Many people were indignant. This guy was so unreliable, but his Buddhist divine arts were unbelievably strong. It really made people envious, jealous, and hateful. The battle continued, and both of them were injured. The scales on Chek's body fell off, and it was covered in blood. The unscrupulous monk was scratched by the dragon claw. A few hideous claw marks appeared, and one of his arms was almost torn off. It was a tragic battle. You're too ruthless. Be careful of retribution. The heartless man shouted, but he was more ruthless than anyone else. He used all kinds of Buddhist divine powers to hit Haoge's body, causing a large number of scales to fall. These scales are treasures and can't be wasted. There's also dragon blood. We'll take it back and make soup. During the battle, the monk did not forget to take the opportunity to collect the dragon scales and dragon blood. Creek was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He attacked crazily. In his anger, he finally revealed a flaw, and the unscrupulous monk seized the opportunity to launch a series of ruthless attacks, causing him to spit our large mouthfuls of blood and retreat. In a battle between experts, one step behind would lead to another step behind. Once Pinker was at a disadvantage, it was difficult to reverse the situation. He began to be suppressed and finally was thrown out of the fighting ring. Muyang won this round. I'm a rice-haired man. You've let me win. You've let me win. That, about the protector that I mentioned before, please consider it. The unscrupulous monk's eyes were glued to Chek. He fantasized about how cool it would be if he had a purple gold true dragon as his mount. Get lost. Creek roared. You and one are really fated. He shouted again. Creek spat out another mouthful of blood, transformed into his human form, and ran to the side to heal. Little girl, you and one are fated to meet. The heartless monk stared at Bubbles and walked toward Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming kicked the monk's face. Lu Ming, you're too cruel. I'm already injured and you still attacked me. 111 go and recuperate first. The monk chuckled and retreated to the side to recuperate. Next match, Heavenly Fate, Brutal Virtue. The white-haired old man announced. Everyone's eyes lit up, including Lu Ming's. Tianming was going to fight against Baoda. Everyone was very curious about what kind of sacred art Tianming would use in this battle. Previously, Tianming had defeated his opponent without taking a single step. But now, facing Baoda, could he do it? Baoda was an immemorial body cultivator. His strength was extremely powerful, and he was definitely not weaker than Haoge and Muyang. It would not be easy to defeat Baoda. Boom! Baoda landed heavily on the fighting ring. His dark skin was flowing with black light, full of power. He was 3 meters tall, like an iron tower. Tianming, come, let's fight. I want to see how you can control my fate with your fate laws. Baoda shouted. His voice was like thunder, rumbling. Your fate has already been decided. You will be defeated. Tianming stepped down from the sky, his white clothes fluttering, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world, and landed on the battle platform. Whether you're defeated or not isn't something that you can decide with just your words. Show me your strength, Baoda shouted. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward Tianming like a giant beast. You are destined to be struck by lightning, Tianming said with a gentle smile. As soon as he finished speaking, endless thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air and struck towards Baoda. Baoda didn't care and allowed the lightning to strike his body. He rushed past it and was completely fine. The lightning could not break through his defense at all. Is this all you've got? Are you trying to scratch my itch? Baoda grinned. He didn't stop and rushed toward Tianming. He punched out, shaking the void. A fist force was sent toward Tianming. It's destined that you won't be able to hit me, Tianming said indifferently. Then, a shocking scene happened. The fist force crushed over and rushed through Tianming's body. Tianming's body was like an illusion. The fist force rushed through him, but he was fine. Chapter 21-22, Guessing the Ranking. Chapter 21-22, Guessing the Ranking. Everyone was shocked. The law of fate was too invincible. He said that he was destined not to be hit, but the other party really couldn't hit him. How could they fight? It's just that Baoda attack power isn't strong enough. If it was strong enough, it could directly break the law of fate. An expert explained to everyone. It's destined that you'll be burned. It's destined that you'll be cut by a blade. Tianming continued to speak very quickly. Then, all kinds of attacks fell from the sky and bombarded Baoda. Boom! Boom! Baoda waved his fist and instantly destroyed these attacks. I've been burning my body with flames and refining my body with lightning since one was young. Your attack can only scratch my itch. Baoda battle intent grew stronger and stronger. He broke through the layers of attacks and rapidly approached the heavenly mandate realm. His muscles wriggled and his bones cracked as he punched out with all his might. The power of this punch was even more shocking and powerful than the previous one. At this time, Tianming's face finally became a little serious. He pointed out a finger and said, "Destiny said absolute defense." A white wall of light appeared in front of him, and Baoda fist force hit the wall of light, causing a terrifying boom that shook the entire fighting ring. Haha, you finally made your move. It seems that your strength is also ordinary. Baoda laughed and waved his fist, causing the light wall in front of Tianming to shake. Baoda, you are destined to be injured. Tianming spoke again. A bright light bloomed from his body as he pointed with his finger. Roar! At this moment, Baoda roared. He seemed to have encountered an invisible and terrifying attack. His body trembled, and he retreated a few steps, blood spilling from his mouth. Everyone was shocked. They didn't see anything attack Baoda at all. They only said that Baoda was going to be injured, and Baoda was injured. This kind of method was too shocking and unimaginable. Your attack power is limited. If you have the ability, let's see if you can kill me directly. Baoda roared and once again rushed toward Tianming. His body swelled up, and his already burly body became even more shocking, like a giant. Boom! Baoda stomped heavily on the fighting ring, like a black lightning, like a demon mountain, and pressed toward Tianming. It's destined that you'll be injured. Tianming opened his mouth again and launched many mysterious attacks. Break, break! One force breaks all techniques. Baoda roared and kept punching out with both fists. The void was directly pierced through. The attacks of Tianming were also destroyed by Baoda one by one. He didn't have any techniques on him. Baoda's strength is so terrifying. His strength is slightly above Wu Liang's and Haoge's. He's a natural-born primordial body cultivator. If such a person were to cultivate in a nomological system, he'd be a piece of trash. However, if he were to cultivate a primordial body cultivator, he'd be a rare genius. Experts spoke one after another, shocked by Baoda's strength. Tianming's face was a little serious, but it was just a little serious. Great fate technique. He spoke softly, and the light on his body became even more dazzling. Boom! He waved his hand, and a divine light slashed toward Baoda. Thump! Boom! Baoda kept swinging his fists and bombarding the divine light. However, the divine light was firm and indestructible. With every punch, Baoda's figures pushed back a bit. After dozens of punches, Baoda had already retreated dozens of miles out of the fighting stage. At this time, the divine light automatically dissipated. Damn it, I haven't fought enough. Let's fight again. Baoda roared like a mad beast. Then his body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "You've lost." Tianming's face became calm again, and he turned around to leave. Such powerful strength, it's hard to estimate. Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Destiny, the child of destiny. Tianming gave people the feeling that he was unfathomable. Although Baoda had forced a part of Tianming's strength out, no one knew whether this was Tianming's final strength or whether he was still hiding his strength. Not only Ming, but the other paragons such as Yuan Xian, Haoge, Haoge, and the others also had grave expressions on their faces. Tianming's strength gave them a lot of pressure. "One really want to fight you. I will prove to everyone who is the #1 in the world." Yuan Xian murmured, her battle intent exuberant. "What a freak. How can we fight him?" Yang's face was bitter. "All right, the first round of the competition is over. Ming, Bubbles, Yang, Yuan Xian, and Tianming are the victors. They each have 1 point. Next, we will proceed to the second round. Ming versus Bubbles," the old man announced. Ming and Bubbles were stunned. They met each other so quickly. Did the old man do it on purpose? "I admit defeat. I want to fight with brother Ming." "One admit defeat." The bubble hung on Ming's neck and refused to come down. The people watching the battle were calm and not too surprised. They had long known that it was impossible for Ming and Bubbles to fight. One of them would definitely admit defeat. All right, Ming wins this round. Next round, Haoge versus Yuan Xian. The white-haired old man announced once more. Haoge versus Yuan Xian. This was also a battle of the peak, and the battle was extremely intense. However, in the end, Yuan Xian used 2 types of nomological laws and fused them together, defeating Haoge in one fell swoop. This shocked everyone, and they had to reevaluate Yuan Xin's combat strength. Yuan Xian had actually comprehended a second type of law, and it was a king path law at that. The fusion of the two had greatly increased his strength. This made people marvel at Yuan Xin's talent. He had only become a divine emperor not long ago, but he had already comprehended a second type of nomological law, and his level of mastery was not low. In the third match of the second round, Creek was up against the Galaxy. This was a battle without any suspense. The Galaxy was crushed and lost 2 rounds in a row. The fourth match, Ancient Devil versus Baoda. The two of them both cultivated the ancient cultivation system. Unfortunately, Ancient Devil's cultivation was slightly weaker. He was no match for Baoda and was easily defeated. The fifth match, Tianming versus the Unscrupulous Monk. The Unscrupulous Monk admitted defeat without even going up the stage. In his words, he knew that he couldn't win, but he still fought. Was he stupid? The second round of the competition had ended. The only ones who still maintained their winning streak were Ming, Tianming, and Yuan Xian. After 10 matches, the crowd had already begun to predict the rankings of the 10 people. Without a doubt, Tianming is the strongest. He will be the champion this time. It's hard to say. Yuan Xian isn't weak either. What he's showing now might not be his full strength. He might be able to fight against Tianming. Judging from the current situation, the top 2 should be Tianming and Yuan. It's very likely that Baoda will be in third place, but it's not certain. All in all, the top 5 should be Tianming, Yuan, Baoda, Muyang, and Haoge. Everyone made their own judgments and conjectures, but most of them believe that it should not be a problem for Tianming, Yuan Xian, Baoda, Muyang, and Haoge to get into the top 5. As for Ming, he's not weak either. He has mastered 2 ultimate maxims. He's not weak. There's no problem for him to overpower the Galaxy and ancient demons. However, compared to Haoge and Bubbles, he's probably not as strong. One estimate that Ming's final ranking should be 7th. This speculation is reasonable. Chapter 21-23, Battling Haoge. Chapter 21-23, Battling Haoge. The third round began in the midst of everyone's discussion. Ming seemed to be very lucky. He was up against the Ancient Devil in the first round. Just as everyone had expected, the Ancient Devil was very powerful, but it was no match for Lu Ming and was defeated by him. This was the second time that the Ancient Devil had lost to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had achieved 3 consecutive wins. I guess Lu Ming's winning streak ends here. None of the opponents he's going to face next are weak. They're all stronger than him. That's right, 3 consecutive wins. One reckoned he'll lose 6 in a row. Some people discussed and felt that Lu Ming's winning streak would end here. In the second match of the third round, Bubble fought Chella. This was a battle of the peak, a fierce battle. Although Bubble's cultivation base was slightly weaker, her strength had increased tremendously after transforming into her true form. Her control over the space-time laws had also reached an unimaginable level. Although Creek was strong, it could not hit the Bubble. Of course, it would not be easy for Bubble to defeat Check. It could be said to be very difficult. In the end, after more than 200 moves, Pinker was accidentally teleported out of the battle stage by a space-time tunnel opened by Bubbles. In this battle, Paoba had won. This made everyone reevaluate Bubble's strength and re-recognize the power of the top 10 beasts. In a battle of the same level, even the Son of Heaven was inferior to the top 10 war beasts. Next, it was Yuan Xin's battle against the Star River. Needless to say, the galaxy had suffered another crushing defeat. This made his expression turn uglier and uglier. There were already people who were certain that the galaxy would definitely be ranked 10th. There was no suspense. The fourth match, Immoral versus Virtuous. This was yet another battle of the pinnacle. Unscrupulously, he displayed the golden body of Buddhism and various Buddhist divine powers, but his violent virtue broke all Dharma with one force. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. The unscrupulous monk shouted, but it was useless this time. He was no match for Bao De and was finally defeated and thrown out of the fighting ring. Bao De won this round. The last match of the third round was Tianming versus Yuan Haoge. I can see my own fate in the long river of time. Yuan Haoge let out a long howl and used the laws of time and space to fight against destiny. The laws of space and time could indeed somewhat counter the laws of fate, because he could see his own fate through the long river of time. Of course, fate was changing at every moment. What he had seen was only a small part. After that, Tianming used the Great Fate technique to cut off Yuan Haoge's long river of time and defeated him. At the end of the third round, it was still Lu Ming, Tianming, and Yuan Xian who won 3 consecutive rounds. However, everyone thought that Lu Ming was just lucky in the first 3 rounds. He was going to lose in the later rounds. Tianming and Yuan Xian, on the other hand, were both earned through fighting. After a few rounds, the white-haired elder let everyone rest for half a day. After half a day, the fourth round began. The first match of the fourth round was still Lu Ming's first match. However, his opponent this time was Yuan Haoge. Yuan Haoge looked excited, and the two of them stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming, your luck is running out. You'll be defeated in this battle. They'll let you understand that you can't have the space-time spirit mouse. Yuan Haoge said coldly, your space-time law is too weak. You're not my match. Admit defeat so that I don't have to fight. Lu Ming was very direct. He told Yuan Haoge to admit defeat. This stunned everyone. They felt that Lu Ming had exaggerated too much. Although Lu Ming had mastered 2 ultimate maxims and could be said to be unprecedented, he only had the cultivation base of an emperor to be after all. How could he be Yuan Haoge's match? Yuan Haoge's cultivation had already reached the level of a 2-star illusionary emperor. Furthermore, even if they were at the same level, he was still one of the best among the children of heaven. With such a huge difference in cultivation, how could Lu Ming be his match? You want me to admit defeat? What a joke. I'm going to torture you. Yuan Haoge said darkly. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Lu Ming, shuttling through the void at an astonishing speed. In the process of Yuan Haoge's charge, the void in all directions began to distort. A terrifying force pressed down on Lu Ming. This energy contained the power of time and contained the ability to slow time. It made Lu Ming's speed as slow as a turtle's. There was also the power of space. The space in all directions kept squeezing Lu Ming, trying to bind him. On the contrary, Yuan Haoge's speed increased sharply with the help of the space-time law. He closed in on Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. With a point of his finger, the power of space condensed, containing a terrifying tearing force, and charged towards Lu Ming. In the face of such a scene, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Boom! He struggled with all his might, and his physical body and saint power burst out. The void trembled, and the space power on his body kept exploding. Then, a long river of two-colored laws appeared. This was the fusion of the laws of chaos and the laws of death. Boom! Lu Ming's arms trembled as he swung his palm. The void exploded, and the power of space-time that was acting on his body was cut apart. Lu Ming's palm flew toward Yuan Haoge. However, Yuan Haoge's body disappeared in a flash and reappeared behind Lu Ming, launching a blow at him. Bang! It was as if Lu Ming had eyes on the back of his head. He struck his palm backward, clashing with Yuan Haoge's. Yuan Haoge's figure drifted backward. Then, his body trembled, and a dense crowd of figures appeared from all directions. So many figures charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a terrifying killing move. Don't think that the densely packed figures were all illusions. In fact, these figures were all real. They were all Yuan Haoge's real body. He was shuttling through the void and walking in different spaces. This move was a move he used in different spaces. Chaos Finger. Facing this move, Lu Ming used the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. He extended both his hands and pointed out repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Finger forces burst forth, and each finger force pointed at a figure. Those figures exploded one by one and finally turned into one figure. After that, Yuan Haoge and Lu Ming exchanged dozens of moves, displaying the various profoundness of the space-time law to the fullest. However, his control over time and space was not as good as Bubbles. Lu Ming protected himself with two types of nomological laws and remained unmoving, breaking all of Yuan Haoge's attacks. Yuan Haoge finally lost his patience. I'll suppress you with my cultivation. Yuan Haoge's eyes were cold. His two-star illusionary divine cultivation was completely unleashed as he charged toward Lu Ming. Wherever he passed, space-time storms were created, engulfing Lu Ming. A head-on confrontation? That's just what I want. Lu Ming smiled and stood there without moving. When Yuan Haoge was about to arrive, a long river of laws appeared on Lu Ming's body again. It was the river of array Dao laws. The river of array Dao laws fused with the laws of chaos and death, causing the river of laws that surrounded Lu Ming to turn into three colors. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly after he had integrated another King Path law. Boom! He struck out with his palm, and the force of his palm was like an avalanche as it headed straight for Yuan Haoge. The space-time storm around Yuan Haoge's body collapsed instantly. He screamed and retreated, spitting out blood. Chapter 21-24. Chapter 21-24, 5 consecutive wins. Chapter 21-24, Chapter 2124, 5 consecutive wins. As soon as Yuan Haoge retreated, Lu Ming followed suit. He approached Yuan Haoge at an alarming speed. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Lu Ming struck out with more than 100 palm strikes. The void exploded, and more than 100 palm prints completely enveloped Yuan Haoge from all directions, causing space-time to be in chaos. At that moment, Yuan Haoge could not escape using the space-time law, even if he wanted to. He could only take Lu Ming's palm force head-on. He shouted in anger, activating the space-time law and exploding with the power of the world to fight Lu Ming head-on. After more than 100 consecutive palm strikes, Yuan Haoge's body trembled violently, as if he had been electrocuted. The space-time law that covered his body was destroyed, and his arm exploded. He could not resist Lu Ming's palm force. Ha! Finally, Ming slapped Yuan Haoge across the face, causing him to fall to the ground and convulse. Bang! Then, Ming kicked Yuan Haoge's face, sending him flying off the stage. "You want to abuse me? You're not just a little bit weaker," Ming said calmly. Yuan Haoge fell down from the fighting ring, his face swollen like a pig's head. It took him a long time to come to his senses. When he realized what had happened to him, he was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, it was really embarrassing. "Brother Ming, well done. Well done." Bubbles was clapping her little hands in celebration. The way many people looked at Ming had changed. It was beyond many people's expectations that Ming could actually defeat Yuan Haoge. That's right, he has also mastered array Dao laws. One didn't expect him to have already cultivated 3 types of laws to perfection and even fused them together. He's indeed talented. He's not even a saint emperor, but he can cultivate 3 types of nomological laws. It's rare. No wonder he's so strong. Every time a law was fused, its power would increase explosively. Even many low-level void emperors would find it difficult to fuse 3 types of laws. Putting aside the fact that Ming had mastered 2 ultimate maxims, even if he only mastered 3 ordinary maxims, his talent was shocking. Previously, everyone thought that Ming would only be able to get the 7th place and would not be able to compete with people like Heartless, Check, and Bauda. But now they had changed their minds. The fact that he could defeat Yuan Haoge meant that Ming's abilities were already at the level of Heartless, Cheater, Badeo, and Bubbles. They were qualified to compete for the top 5. He had yet to become a Saint Emperor, but he already had such an achievement. It was truly shocking. In this way, Ming achieved 4 consecutive victories. In the second match of the 4th round, Bubbles was up against the unscrupulous monk. "I have no hair. Little guy, you and I are really fated." In the fighting ring, the heartless monk looked at Bubbles seriously and almost drooled. This was one of the top 10 war beasts. The unscrupulous monk's heart was burning with passion. "Monk, it seems like you're looking for a beating." Pow Pow could not be bothered to waste her breath on the unscrupulous monk. This was what Ming had taught her. She would attack the unscrupulous monk whenever she saw him. "Little guy, you and I are really fated," the unscrupulous monk shouted. He didn't hesitate to attack. His entire body was covered in Buddhist light. Those who didn't understand the unscrupulous monk would really be deceived by his appearance and think that he was an eminent monk. Bubbles did not dare to be careless. He immediately transformed into his true form and controlled space-time to travel. The space-time spirit rat was already very powerful, and its control over time and space was far above Yuan Haoge's. This exchange was extremely strange because the unscrupulous monk could not hit Bubbles at all. No matter how he used his Buddhist Kingdom palm, Buddhist Lion's Roar, Buddhist Giant Palm Imprint, and other divine arts, he could not do anything to Bubbles. Instead, he was sometimes ambushed by Bubbles and was flustered. In the end, he was sent flying out of the fighting stage by Bubbles. "Monk, you're really thick-skinned." Bubbles pursed her lips. The bubble could only send the monk flying out of the fighting ring because the monk's golden body of Buddha had an extremely strong defense. The bubble could not break through it. Of course, it would be a different story if Pow Pow's cultivation level had improved and she was on the same level as the unscrupulous monk. The third match of the 4th round, Yuan Xian versus Check. This was another pinnacle battle, the Son of Chaos versus the primordial demonic Tao. Aoku transformed into a purple-gold true dragon that was 1,000 meters long. Purple light flowed all over his body, and his dragon claws tore through the void. He displayed the magical power of the demon race and fought with Yuan Xian. However, although Cheek was very strong, he was still a little weaker than Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian had used 2 nomological laws and defeated Cheek. Then, Tianming versus Xianxia. There was no suspense. Xianxia directly admitted defeat. And in the 5th match, Bauda fought against Ancient Devil. Without a doubt, Bauda won. The 4th round ended, and not long after, the 5th round began. The first match of the 5th round, Lu Ming versus Check. Pinker's eyes were solemn. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed earlier was enough to threaten him. Hence, Pinker used all his strength as soon as he made his move. He transformed into a purple-gold true dragon and pounced at Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming's body glowed, and a shocking dragon's roar came from within. It made Aoge's body tremble, and his expression changed drastically. 9 dragons. Creek's expression was a little ugly. In a battle between experts, every second counted. Creek was slightly stunned, but Lu Ming had already rushed over, erupting with the Chaos Law, Death Law, and Array Dao Law. The 3 laws combined into one and unleashed a storm of attacks, suppressing Creek. Creek barely managed to block dozens of moves and was blasted off the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming won. This made many people reevaluate Lu Ming's combat ability. They thought that he already had the strength to compete for the top 3. I'm afraid Lu Ming can fight with Bao. However, compared to Yuan, Xian, and Tianming, he's still a little weaker. That's right. If there are no accidents, he should be hovering between 3rd and 4th place. Some people discussed and reevaluated the rankings. The first match of the 5th round had ended, and the second match was Bubbles versus Yuan Xian. This battle was extremely intense. In her true form, Pao Pao had pushed her space-time laws to their limits, making them unpredictable. However, Yuan Xian was indeed powerful. Just like how Lu Ming had fought Yuan Haoge previously, he had used his powerful strength to break the space-time law. Ultimately, Bubbles did not win this battle. After exchanging many moves, seeing that he was at a disadvantage, he simply admitted defeat. The third match was Heartless versus Ancient Devil. Heartless won. After that, Tianming and Bao won, respectively. After entering the 6th round, the atmosphere became lively in the 1st round. This was because in the 1st round, Lu Ming was fighting against Bao. In the eyes of most people, Lu Ming and Bao were at the same level, and they were the most powerful candidates to fight for the 3rd place. Whoever won this round would get 3rd place. Lu Ming, you're impressive. You're not a Saint Emperor yet, but you already have such combat power. I old Bao admire you. However, I'm sure 111 win this round. Bao grinned. His eyes revealed a fierce light like a big black bear. Big guy, don't be so full of yourself. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then let me see how powerful the fusion of 2 ultimate maxims is. Bao's expression was ferocious. He took a step forward, and his entire body was like a mountain as he charged towards Lu Ming. With a punch, the space exploded and was compressed together, turning into a terrifying fist force that crushed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 21-25, Chapter 21-24, Defeating Bao. Chapter 21-25, Chapter 2124, Defeating Bao. The fist force whistled and the space trembled. This was pure strength. His extremely powerful physical strength was extremely shocking. An immemorial body cultivator. I'd like to see how abnormal your physical body is. Lu Ming did not dodge at all. He burst out with 3 types of laws and cast the Chaos Divine Palm, blasting it out. Thump! The palm and the fist collided with a deafening howl. The space where the 2 fists met was like a wave, shaking. Lu Ming and Bao bodies trembled at the same time, and they retreated a few steps. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Tyrannical virtue relied purely on the strength of the physical body. It was powerful and terrifying. That punch caused Lu Ming's 3 types of laws to shake, and they were almost pierced through. Lu Ming's physical body had refined 3 wisps of chaos chi and was tempered by the river formed by 5 types of laws. It was already extremely powerful. However, it was still far from being comparable to Bao. It was said that in the Heaven Realm's immemorial era, there were great ancient body cultivators who had invincible physical bodies. They could cross the universe and stand on the ground. They could destroy the stars in the sky with a single punch. They were incredibly powerful. When one's physical body was cultivated to the extreme, It would be indestructible and immortal, existing with the heavens and earth. Again, Bao roared and charged at Lu Ming like a wild beast. His muscles swelled and his body expanded again. "Come," Lu Ming shouted. 3 types of laws revolved around him, and the power of his physical body and holy power exploded to the extreme as he fought Bao. Thump, thump, thump. The two of them were like 2 wild beasts, constantly colliding with each other on the fighting ring. There was no technique, it was purely a head-on fight. Bao was an immemorial body cultivator. His physical body was indestructible. Even an ordinary sovereign weapon would be blown apart by Bao punch. Lu Ming's physical body was also very strong, and his holy power was condensed and thick. Most importantly, the law of chaos was as heavy as a mountain and could suppress the world. Under the blessing of the law of chaos, Lu Ming had infinite strength. The two of them had similar styles. They kept colliding with each other, making the fighting ring rumble. If this was a battle outside, it would definitely be a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. How terrifying! Seeing the two of them fighting, many people's faces turned pale. It was too fierce. Under such power, any technique was unnecessary. Even some ultimate maxims would be torn apart. Even a 2-star illusionary emperor would be easily blown up. The two of them fought for over 100 rounds. Satisfying. Lu Ming let out a long howl. After an intense battle, he was becoming more and more familiar with the use of the laws, especially the laws of chaos. The laws of chaos formed a river. For the current stage, it was already perfect. However, Lu Ming felt that he had yet to reach the end of the law. There was still a path ahead, but it was blocked by the fog, and he could not see clearly. Now, the fog had finally dispersed a little. Lu Ming had a feeling that if the law could be improved, its power would increase by leaps and bounds. Ha! One finally met a decent one. This is great. Bao also laughed, and his attacks became more and more violent. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had fought another 100 rounds. At this point, Lu Ming became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He finally began to gain the upper hand and suppress Bao until he started to defend himself. Bang! Bang! In the end, Bao began to retreat. With every step he took, the fighting ring would rumble violently. Stop! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! At this time, Bao suddenly shouted. Lu Ming retracted his hands and retreated. Bao gasped for breath, his whole body drenched in sweat, and it took him a long time to recover. "You pervert! He'll admit defeat today. Let's fight another day," Bao said. "All right, sure." Lu Ming nodded. It was good for him to have a strong opponent to fight with. Bao jumped and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming had won. Many people widened their eyes. Lu Ming had actually defeated Bao. In this case, he would definitely be in the top 3. This was beyond the expectations of many people. Previously, they thought that it would be good enough if Lu Ming could enter the 7th place. Now, the rankings can almost be seen. Many people began to deduce the ranking based on the previous battle results. Everyone felt that the 1st and 2nd place should be between Tianming and Yuan. Lu Ming would be 3rd, Bao would be 4th, and Bubbles would be 5th. This was probably the situation for the top 5. Now, everyone was looking forward to the main event, and that was the Battle of Destiny against Yuan. As long as the two of them were able to determine the winner, the top 10 rankings would basically be set. You've underestimated my master. Who knows, maybe my master can defeat Yuan and Tianming. Lu Xianxia pouted in displeasure when she heard that the people around her thought that Lu Ming could only be ranked 3rd. Hee, little girl, you're really blindly confident. Your master is strong, but it's impossible for him to compete with Tianming and Yuan. He's definitely no match for them. We can understand the little girl's feelings of trusting her master, but you have to see the reality. A few white-haired old men kindly reminded Lu Xianxia. Your judgment is never accurate. You even said that my master could only get the 7th place. Lu Xianxia pouted. We were wrong before, but this time we're definitely not wrong. The few elders were certain. Lu Xianxia pouted and ignored the elders. The competition continued as Bubbles fought against destiny. Bubbles admitted defeat immediately. According to him, he was too lazy to compete since he couldn't win anyway. After that, Haoge defeated Haoge, Yuan Xian defeated Wu Liang, and Ancient Devil defeated Xinghe. With that, Galaxy was already in last place, not even as good as Ancient Devil. In short, other than Lu Ming's unexpected defeat of Baoda, the rest of the battles were within everyone's expectations. The 6th round ended, and the 7th round began. The heavenly mandate is against Yuan Xian, the white-haired elder said. As soon as the voice came out, the scene fell silent, then burst into an uproar. The main show was here. The biggest main show was here. Tianming versus Yuan Xian. This seemed to have been deliberately arranged by the white-haired elder. In the previous rounds, Lu Ming would fight in the first match. Now, the first match of the 7th round was between Tianming and Yuan Xian. The atmosphere was ignited. Countless people revealed looks of anticipation. In everyone's eyes, this was a battle between the champion and the runner-up, a battle between the two strongest geniuses of the primordial realm. Tianming and Yuan Xian also emitted a strong fighting will, and their eyes met in the air. Although both of them came from the Divine Land and were known as the peerless duo of the Divine Land, they had never fought before. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. He felt that in the previous battles, neither Tianming nor Yuan Xian had used their full strength. In this battle, he would be able to see how strong they were. Buzz! Buzz! In a flash, the two of them rushed up to the fighting ring. Boom! The terrifying auras collided in the air, causing a violent boom. Just the collision of auras formed a gust of wind that swept across the fighting ring. Chapter 21-26 Fate vs. Chaos. Chapter 21-26 Fate vs. Chaos. I will defeat you in this battle and break the legend of fate, Yuan Xian said, full of confidence in herself. Fate cannot be broken. Everything in the world has a fate. Even the birth and destruction of a world have its own fate. Therefore, the laws of chaos are also shrouded by fate. The heavenly mandate spoke, and his clothes were whiter than snow, untainted by dust. You can't control my fate. My fate is in my hands, not the heavens. It's not up to you to kill. Yuan Xian burst out, and his figure was like a phantom as he rushed toward Tianming. Chaotic laws filled the air, and the chaotic divine fist burst out. You are destined to be struck by lightning. Tianming spoke again, as if his words were law. As he spoke, all kinds of lightning, flames, ice, poisonous water, swords, and other things were thrown at Yuan Xian. Boom! Boom! Die! Yuan Xian waved her fist, and all the lightning and flames were destroyed. Tianming, you don't need to test me. Show me your true strength. Yuan Xian strode toward Tianming. The aura of two nomological laws emanated from his body. The two nomological laws merged, and he threw a punch. Boom! The fist force pressed forward, stronger than Bao, the fist force. Great fate technique. Tianming no longer tried to probe and used the divine ability of the laws of fate. He stretched out a finger and pointed it forward. A beam of light burst forth like a ray of light and a divine blade, blasting toward Yuan Xian. Boom! Yuan Xin's fist force was shattered, and the light of fate continued to blast toward Yuan Xian. Break! Yuan Xin's fist kept swinging. In an instant, she had thrown hundreds of punches, shattering the space. The light of fate had been blocked and finally defeated. He blocked it. Yuan Xian is indeed powerful, someone exclaimed. Previously, as long as Tianming used the Great Fate technique, no one could resist it and was directly defeated. Even someone as strong as Baoda couldn't block it. But now, Yuan Xian had blocked the light of destiny. Perhaps Heaven's will could really go against Heaven's will. Kill! After Yuan Xian destroyed the light of fate, She took advantage of the situation to attack Tianming. No one can block the light of fate. Fight with me. Your fate is already decided. You will definitely lose, Tianming whispered as he continued to point out with his finger. In an instant, dozens of destiny lights shot out. These lights took on different shapes. Some were in the shape of swords, some were in the shape of sabers, and some were in the shape of spears. They turned into all kinds of weapons and attacked Yuan Xin. Each one of them was shockingly powerful. Yuan Xin raised her fist to block, but there were too many rays of fate light. Each one was extremely powerful. Yuan Xin was suppressed and retreated continuously. Yuan Xin is no match for him. The laws of fate are truly invincible. Some people sighed. If even Yuan Xin was no match for him, then who else could be Tianming's match? No, Yuan Xin can still fight. He's about to explode. Someone shouted. Boom! At this moment, Yuan Xin's aura rose sharply again. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the 2-star Void Emperor realm, but his aura had truly skyrocketed. Chaotic divine body, Yuan Xin roared. The endless chaos laws between heaven and earth gathered toward Yuan Xin. His body was undergoing a strange change and turned gray, as if his physical body had become a chaos stone. Yes, it was a chaos gem. When Ming used the chaos divine palm, his palm would turn gray like a chaos gem. And now, Yuan Xin's body had become like this. This was a terrifying secret technique. Boom, boom. Yuan Xin's body seemed to have really turned into an indestructible rock of chaos. He kept punching out with his fists, destroying all the rays of fate that were bombarding him. For the first time, Tianming's eyes showed a hint of solemnness. His body glowed with a myriad of rays of light. He pointed his finger continuously, and the light of fate continued to burst out, blasting toward Yuan Xin. However, Yuan Xin's chaotic body had greatly increased his battle strength. Each punch could destroy a light of fate, and he charged toward Tianming, approaching him at an extreme speed. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yuan Xin was really going to change her fate, defy the heavens, and defeat the heavens today? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Yuan Xin approached Tianming and punched out, penetrating Tianming's chest. However, Tianming's body was like an illusion. It was like nothing happened. Fate has determined that I will not be defeated. No matter what you do, it is useless. River of Fate, come out. Tianming spoke, and a huge river appeared under his feet. This was not because his nomological laws had reached perfection and formed a long river, but because it was the legendary River of Fate. The fate of all living things in the world, everyone's fate was in the River of Fate. Everyone's fate was already determined from birth. Tianming stood in the River of Fate, as if he was the master of heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xin kept swinging his fists, trying to break through the River of Fate. However, when his fist force hit the River of Fate, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Everything in the world is in the River of Destiny, and you are no exception, Yuan Xin. Tianming spoke and stretched out a hand. He grabbed at the River of Fate, and a figure appeared. Everyone was shocked because the figure that Tianming had grabbed from the River of Fate was exactly the same as Yuan Xin, but could be seen that it was just an illusion. You are destined to be defeated, Tianming whispered and pointed out a finger. A beam of light burst out and hit the phantom, leaving a big hole in the chest of the phantom. At this moment, Yuan Xin's body trembled violently, as if he had suffered a terrifying attack. He tried his best to resist, but in the end, he was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. Everyone saw a bloody hole appear in his chest, and blood was flowing out. The crowd gasped. The law of fate was too strange. Tianming had only grabbed an image that looked exactly like Yuan Xin from the River of Fate. When he attacked the image, Yuan Xin had actually been injured. Those who defy fate will be punished. Tianming continued to speak and pointed out with his finger again. The illusionary figure was pierced through again. Yuan Xin's body trembled violently, and he retreated continuously. Another wound appeared on his body. The scene was silent. This was too strange. Furthermore, the heavenly mandate was too strong. Who could match such strength? Then, Tianming continued to attack. Every time he attacked, Yuan Xian had to retreat, and a wound appeared on her body. In the end, Yuan Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. Alright, this battle ends here. You and Xin, you've lost. At this time, the white-haired old man stood up and stopped the duel. He was afraid that Yuan Xin's injuries would be too serious and affect the later battles. Yuan Xian was a little unwilling. In the end, she gritted her teeth and left the fighting ring. He knew that he had lost. He was no match for Tianming and could not be number one in the world. I'm not strong enough yet. I want to be stronger. Legend has it that the Chaos Scripture records all kinds of terrifying superpowers based on the Chaos laws. I must get them. Yuan Xian was unwilling to give up. She looked at Lu Ming with a murderous look. As long as he could get the Chaos Scripture, he would be able to defeat Tianming and become the number one in the world. Chapter 21-27 Lu Ming vs. Yuan Xian. Chapter 21-27 Lu Ming vs. Yuan Xian. Tianming is number one in the world. No one can rival him. The ranking is pretty much clear. Tianming is first and Yuan Xian is second. It's a pity that Lu Ming is only an emperor to be. If he becomes an emperor, he might be able to compete with Tianming. There aren't so many ifs. Tianming is ahead by one step, and he will only become stronger in the future. I'm afraid Lu Ming will never be Tianming's match. The crowd discussed. In the end, someone who was hostile to Lu Ming spoke up and deliberately belittled Lu Ming, causing Lu Xianxia, Pow Pow, and the others to glare at him. In the 7th round, after the battle between Tianming and Yuan Xian, the following battles were not too surprising. Those who were expected to win had all won. Lu Ming had also won. He had no conscience in this battle. The unscrupulous monk dawdled for a long time. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he directly admitted defeat. Lu Ming, you're a freak. I thought that one could suppress you after so many years. One didn't expect that I'm still not your match. The unscrupulous monk had a bitter expression. Hey, what are you saying? What do you mean by abnormal? This is my talent, understand? Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at him. My hair. Muyang stopped talking and stepped aside. After the 7th round ended, the white-haired old man let everyone rest for 3 days. They would fight again after 3 days. This was because some people, like Yuan Xian, were injured, which would affect their combat strength. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone had recovered to their peak states. Lu Ming against Yuan Xian. As soon as the 8th round began, the white-haired old man released the most important battle. To be honest, everyone was looking forward to this match. This was because this was a battle between the two sons of chaos, and it was also a battle between the 2nd and 3rd place. Most of them thought that Lu Ming would not be Yuan Xin's match because the abilities that Yuan Xian had displayed previously were too shocking. But after all, it was a battle between two sons of chaos, which was a rare sight. Yuan Xin's eyes were filled with a fiery light as she stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming also stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming, this time, they'll make you lose miserably. Yuan Xian glared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. I'm sorry, but one have to tell you something. No one has ever been able to surpass me after being defeated by me. Not even you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Everyone was stunned. What did Lu Ming mean by this? Could it be that Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian in the past? How is this possible? Very quickly, news spread that Lu Ming and Yuan Xian had a battle during the Hunyuan sex assessment. Yuan Xian had lost that battle. Everyone was surprised that such a thing had happened. It seemed that the two sons of chaos had a grudge against each other. Back then, I was only suppressed. If one wasn't suppressed, one would have suppressed you with a flip of my hand. Lu Ming, hand over the chaos scripture. You're not qualified to wield it. Yuan Xin's face was cold. If I don't have the right, do you? You want the chaos scripture? Sure. Why don't we make a bet? Lu Ming sneered. What are we betting on? Yuan Xin said coldly. Let's bet on this battle. If I lose, it'll give you the chaos scripture. If you lose, you'll listen to me for the rest of your life. How about it? Lu Ming said. I won't bet with you. Yuan Xin said coldly. You dare not. Are you afraid of losing? Lu Ming said. I won't lose. I want the chaos scripture. It'll just defeat you and take it from you. Yuan Xin was very confident. After he finished speaking, he did not say anything else and walked toward Lu Ming. Boom! A powerful aura burst out of his body, and the laws of chaos and another law permeated the air. It was a king path law, but it wasn't very mature yet. However, it still strengthened Yuan Xin's combat strength. Chaos Divine Fist. Yuan Xin made his move. He swung his fist continuously, and the void rumbled. With every punch he threw, a huge mountain would form, crushing down on Lu Ming. This was a mountain formed from the laws of chaos, and it was extremely powerful. Boom! Lu Ming moved as well. 3 types of laws burst out and went against the flow. He used the Chaos Divine Palm and struck out several times in a row. Bang! Bang! Each palm could shatter a mountain. The mountains evolved from the laws of chaos, exploded in the air. Chaos Finger. After crushing a few mountains, Lu Ming cast the Chaos Finger of Tribulation again. A huge Chaos Finger of Tribulation formed and crushed toward Yuan Xin. Yuan Xin threw a few punches and destroyed the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. He struck out with the Chaos Divine Palm in succession, and in an instant, he had struck out hundreds of palms. Yuan Xin waved his fist and fought with Lu Ming. The two figures moved unhindered as they engaged in a great battle. For a time, it was difficult to determine the victor. The laws of chaos pervaded the entire stage. Yuan Xin was very strong. He was a peak 2-star illusionary emperor. In terms of cultivation, he was much stronger than Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body and sane energy had been tempered 5 times. Moreover, he had 2 ultimate maxims and 3 king path maxims. With the fusion of the 3 maxims, he had completely made up for the lack of cultivation. Lu Ming is really strong. He can actually compete with Yuan Xin. However, Yuan Xin still has a secret skill that he hasn't used yet. Lu Ming is destined to lose. Someone spoke up and acknowledged Lu Ming's combat strength. However, he felt that Lu Ming would still lose. Yuan Xin, bring out your strongest combat power. This is not enough, Lu Ming said in the middle of the battle. Since you want to experience it, it'll crush you. Chaotic Divine Body. Yuan Xin let out a long roar, and the laws of chaos boiled. His body seemed to have turned into a chaos stone. After performing this secret skill, Yuan Xin's combat strength increased greatly. He threw a punch and clashed with Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb, and he could not help but take 5 to 6 steps back. Bang! Bang! Yuan Xin took advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. She kept punching out with both fists, forcing Lu Ming to retreat. Lu Ming, you're no match for me. Hand over the chaos scripture. Yuan Xin shouted, and his attacks were wild. Why are you so anxious? It seems that against you, 3 types of laws are still a bit lacking. Then 4 types of laws it is. As he spoke, another river of laws flowed out of Lu Ming's body and fused with the 3 types of laws from before. The next moment, a 4-colored river of laws appeared on Lu Ming's body. After merging with one more law, Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. He struck out with his palm and exchanged a blow with Yuan Xin. Both of their bodies trembled violently, and they retreated. However, Lu Ming took 2 steps back, while Yuan Xin took 4 steps back, 4 types of laws. Lu Ming has actually comprehended 4 types of laws. My God, it's the law of devouring. 2 supreme laws and 2 king path laws. This is really heaven-defying. This is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked, and someone shouted. The main reason was that it was too shocking. Previously, Lu Ming had not used his full strength and had held back. Not only had he mastered 2 ultimate maxims, but he had also comprehended 2 other king path maxims, both of which had been perfected. How old was Lu Ming? How did he cultivate? Many people couldn't stay calm, and even many emperors were dumbfounded. Chapter 21-28, The Final Peak Showdown. Chapter 21-28, The Final Peak Showdown. Master is invincible. Sure, Yuan will definitely win. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli shouted in excitement. Luo Tianyi, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the others were also dumbfounded. Although they knew that Lu Ming was abnormal, they did not expect him to be so abnormal. What a freak. Do you want me to live? The unscrupulous monk's face became even more bitter. How is that possible? How is this possible? Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Hung family, the He family, the Daluo Heaven sect, the Yuan family, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces, widened their eyes in disbelief and fear. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the more frightened they were. Xianxia herself was also extremely shocked. He had also comprehended a second type of nomological law and knew how difficult it was to comprehend other nomological laws. It would be even more difficult to fuse them together. He had only succeeded in that world. However, not only did Lu Ming control 2 ultimate maxims, but he had also comprehended 2 other king path maxims. He had comprehended 4 of them in total and had perfected them. He had fused them together. This was simply unbelievable. Even with his intelligence, he was still shocked. So what if you have 4 types of laws? They'll still defeat you. Xianxia let out a long howl and charged toward Lu Ming with an imposing aura. His body glowed with a dark light, as if he was made of chaos stone. He was firm and immortal. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and used the Chaos Divine Palm to confront Xianxia. Bang! Bang! The fighting ring shook again. In an instant, the two had exchanged more than 50 moves. However, Lu Ming's combat strength had already surpassed Yuan Xin's after he used 4 types of laws. The more laws he fused, the stronger the power would be, multiplying it. After more than 50 moves, Xianxia was completely at a disadvantage. She was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Xianxia was indignant. He roared and fought Lu Ming fearlessly. He couldn't lose. This time, it was different from the Han Yuan sex assessment. This time, it was a real battle. They used all their combat strength without holding back. It was also a battle between the Sons of Chaos. If he lost to Lu Ming, he would definitely not be able to obtain the inheritance of the Chaos Thearch. Moreover, he would have to live in Lu Ming's shadow for the rest of his life. This would be a fatal blow to his martial path. Lu Ming, one won't lose if you can't break my chaotic divine body. Xianxia roared. You're thinking too much. Lu Ming waved his palm continuously and pushed Xianxia back. He then hit Yuan Xin's chest with his palm. Boom! Yuan Xin's body trembled violently, and she was forced to retreat. Her face turned pale, and she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Lu Ming continued to swing his palm upwards. In an instant, he struck out hundreds of palm strikes, and the palm prints enveloped Yuan Xin's entire body. Xianxia tried his best to resist, but the palm print still hit him. Bang! Bang! Yuan Xin's body trembled continuously. In the end, cracks actually appeared on his body, as if he was about to split apart. He vomited a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying, and he fell heavily on the fighting ring. He was defeated. Xianxia had been defeated. The entire place was silent. Not many people had expected this outcome before the battle. Most of the people had always thought that Tianming was first, Xianxia was second, and Lu Ming would be third at most. It was impossible for him to be a match for the first two. But now, Lu Ming had defeated Xianxia. His next opponent was only destiny. Master is invincible. Lu Xianxia shouted excitedly. Then, she looked at the few elders not far away and said, One told you, my master is invincible. No one is his match. The old men's faces turned red. Previously, they had said that Lu Xianxia was blindly confident and wanted her to see the reality that Lu Ming was no match for Yuan Xin and Tianming. But now, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xin. Even though the few old men had lived for many years, they couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Uncle Kong and Emperor Notionless also smiled. Lu Ming's progress had far exceeded their expectations. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward Yuan Xin. I didn't lose. One won't lose to you. Yuan Xin howled wildly, extremely unwilling to give up. He rushed up again and charged toward Lu Ming. However, he was already injured. How could he be Lu Ming's match? After a few moves, he was sent flying again. His body was about to crack, and his body was covered in cracks, oozing blood. With Lu Ming's current abilities, he could shatter the void with one palm and destroy a mountain that was 100,000 feet tall. The power was shocking. It was already very shocking that his Yuan Xin could survive so many palm strikes. Yuan Xin roared angrily and wanted to fight again, but the white-haired old man stepped down from the sky and stopped him. You've already lost. You may leave, the white-haired elder said. Yuan Xin finally stopped and looked at Lu Ming with extreme unwillingness. Her eyes were flickering with cold, killing intent. After today's defeat, you will never be my match. Also, you are not worthy of controlling the chaos scripture. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Yuan Xin and turned to leave. Yuan Xin's body trembled, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. After that, the competition continued. However, the following matches were all within everyone's expectations. There was nothing surprising. Everyone was looking forward to the final round. The 9th round, the last round. After this round, each of the 10 of them had fought against the other 9. In the 9th round, Lu Ming would be going against Destiny. Before this, no one had any expectations for this battle. They thought that Tianming would definitely win. However, after Lu Ming defeated Yuan Xin, everyone changed their minds. At the very least, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xin and was qualified to compete with Destiny. After the 8th round ended, they rested for a while, and the 9th round began immediately. In the last round, the white-haired elder seemed to have intentionally left the battle between Lu Ming and Tianming to the end. Everyone was itching to fight, but they could only wait for the previous battles to end. There were no surprises in the previous battles. By the time the previous matches were over, everyone already knew the ranking this time. Other than the 1st and 2nd place, which were still unknown, the rest of the rankings had already been confirmed. 3rd place, Yuan Xin. He only lost to Lu Ming and Tianming. 4th place, Bauda. 5th place, Bubbles. 6th place, Unscrupulous Monk. 7th place, Check. In 8th place, Yin Haoge. 9th place, Ancient Devil. 10th place, Star River. In the Star River, he had lost all 9 battles and had not won a single one. He had made his expression extremely unsightly, especially when he saw the last battle between Lu Ming and Tianming. His face turned even gloomier. At this point, Lu Ming had already left him far behind. The last battle, Tianming against Lu Ming. The white-haired old man finally announced the names of the 2 people. Countless people's hearts were in their throats. It was finally the final battle. This battle would determine who was the strongest heaven's favorite among the primordial realm's younger generation. Was it Lu Ming or Destiny? One had yet to become a sovereign, but he had already mastered 2 supreme laws and 2 King Dao laws. This was unprecedented. The other was the rare child of Destiny who controlled fate and was unparalleled in the world. Who was stronger? Chapter 21-29. Chapter 21-29. Great Battle against Tianming. Chapter 21-29. Chapter 2129. Great Battle against Tianming. 2 figures appeared in the air and landed on the fighting ring, attracting everyone's attention. Tianming, dressed in white, was shrouded in a mysterious light, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world, untainted by dirt. With a faint smile, he looked at Lu Ming and said, You are very strong, but you are still destined to lose. Bullshit. I control my own fate. No one can control my fate. If anyone can, it'll crush them all. Lu Ming was extremely overbearing. He didn't believe in the so-called fate, that his destiny was in his own hands, not the heavens. Only when one was strong enough could one change or even reverse fate. The people before didn't believe it either. They thought that they could go against fate, but in the end, they couldn't escape fate. Tianming didn't get angry and said indifferently, as if he was in control of everything. Oh, then have you seen your fate? The fate of being beaten up by me until you become a pig's head? Lu Ming smiled faintly. My fate has already been decided. I won't lose. The heavenly mandates whisper. Then I'll change my fate and let you lose once. Boom. 4 types of laws burst out from Lu Ming's body. The 4 types of laws fused. Lu Ming's body was like a cannonball, smashing toward Tianming. You are destined to be injured, Tianming said softly and pointed with his finger. There was no energy fluctuation, but at this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end and his pupils constricted. He felt a terrifying force bombarding him and crushing him. Buzz! Lu Ming shook the law, and the 4 types of laws converged to form a 4-colored river of laws. It surrounded his body and blocked the strange energy attack. Is this the law of fate? It's just a type of law. Although it's mysterious and strange, it can't really decide a person's fate. It still needs energy to attack. Lu Ming had some understanding of the law of fate. Boom! Lu Ming burst out and broke through the energy attacks in one fell swoop. He then charged toward Tianming. Tianming, don't mess with these useless things. Use your divine ability, Lu Ming said. His figure was like lightning as he rapidly approached the heavenly mandate realm. As you wish, great fate spell. The light on Tianming's body became even more intense. His figure was almost invisible as he was covered by the light. He pointed his finger, and a ray of fate light turned into a combat sword, slashing toward Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming also pointed a finger and cast the chaos finger of tribulation. An extremely condensed finger force burst forth and destroyed the light of fate. However, the destiny finger pointed out continuously. Beams of light of fate turned into various weapons and attacked Lu Ming. These weapons were extremely powerful and had terrifying killing power. Tianming's cultivation base was also at the peak of 2-star illusionary emperor, but his battle strength was absolutely amazing. Each ray of fate light could kill an ordinary 2-star illusionary emperor in seconds, and even an ordinary 3-star illusionary emperor in seconds. Lu Ming circulated the law and covered his palm. He used the chaos divine palm and struck out continuously. Bang! 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 The rays of fate light were destroyed by Lu Ming and dissipated like fireworks. Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. He continuously destroyed the light of fate that was attacking him. His figure was approaching Tianming at an extremely fast speed. In the end, Lu Ming broke through the barrier and pointed his finger. A chaotic finger of tribulation shot toward Tianming. Tianming's pupils constricted. A river of fate formed under his feet, and he was in the middle of it. However, Lu Ming's current attack power was stronger than Yuan Xin's. The finger of tribulation of chaos crushed over, shaking the river of fate. Everything is shrouded by the river of fate. Lu Ming, you shall be defeated. Tianming let out a long cry and grabbed out a figure from the river of fate. That figure looked exactly like Lu Ming, but it looked illusory. It was struggling in the hands of destiny, as if Lu Ming's fate was really in the control of destiny. Whoosh! He pointed out the finger of destiny. An array of light pierced through the body of the shadow. At the same time, a terrifying force appeared out of thin air and blasted toward Lu Ming, trying to penetrate his body. Lu Ming roared loudly. The 4 types of power of law shook continuously to block that force. Bang! Bang! The 4 types of nomological laws were constantly shaking and breaking down bit by bit. The power was too ancient and terrifying. No one knew where it came from. Even a fusion of 4 types of nomological laws was difficult to resist. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming retreated frantically and the 4 types of laws were pierced through. However, after the force pierced through the 4 types of laws, he was almost offset. It only left a shallow mark on Lu Ming's body, and he was not injured. Lu Ming is going to lose. However, it's enough to show how terrifying Lu Ming is. Yuan Xin was no match for this move and was seriously injured. However, Tianming's move is too terrifying. Seeing that Lu Ming was forced to retreat, everyone guessed that the final winner of this battle would be Tianming. Some of the forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Ming was not that heaven-defying. Fate cannot be defied. The heavenly mandate spoke. He stood in the river of fate as if he was about to turn into a deity. Whoosh! Whoosh! He pointed out 2 fingers in a row and pierced through the shadow in his hand. At the same time, Lu Ming suffered a terrifying attack. The laws trembled and Lu Ming retreated rapidly. However, he was blocked in the end and was not injured. Bullshit! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged toward Tianming. Tianming continued to attack with his fingers, and the force of his fingers pierced through the shadow. Lu Ming encountered a terrible attack. There were several terrible forces attacking him. Boom! Lu Ming was sent flying a few hundred meters. His body trembled, and he felt his qi and blood churning. Lu Ming, I admit that you're a rare genius. However, it's difficult for you to defy the heavens. You can't resist fate. Tianming coldly spoke, his voice high and mighty. You're so confident. Is this all you've got? Lu Ming sneered. What? Tianming frowned. How can you defeat me with this little bit of strength? You can't hurt me now. Lu Ming said. Many people were shocked. It was true. Tianming could only force Lu Ming back, but not severely injure him. Lu Ming could use his strong defense to stall for time and make it difficult to determine the winner of this match. Tianming's face darkened. His body glowed with multicolored light, and he struck out with his fingers continuously. However, he could only repel Lu Ming, but not hurt him. Is this your limit? Then today, let me break fate. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His body was like lightning as he rushed toward Tianming. Boom! In the process of charging out, the aura on his body became stronger, and the 4-colored river of laws turned into 5 colors. With this, the entire scene was ignited. Oh my God, 5 colors, 5 laws. Lu Ming has mastered 5 laws. Am I seeing things? It's true. It's too terrifying. There's no limit. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had displayed 4 types of laws, which was already shocking enough. Everyone guessed that that was most likely Lu Ming's limit. But now, Lu Ming had displayed 5 types of laws. What was his limit? Chapter 2130. Chapter 2131. Breaking Fate. Chapter 2130. Chapter 2131. Breaking Fate. Lu Ming revealed 5 types of laws. The fusion of the 5 types of laws caused a commotion. Many people could not remain calm. Lu Ming had no limits. Now there were 5, but no one was sure if he would reveal 6 later. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Mua were so excited that they jumped up and down. Buzz! Lu Ming crossed the void and was close to his destiny in an instant. Tianming's pupils contracted, his eyes extremely serious. His body was almost fused with the river of fate, becoming illusory. At the same time, he continuously pointed at the shadow. This time, he pointed at the center of the shadow's eyebrows. The shadow's glabella was pierced through. Lu Ming, who was charging at him, encountered a terrifying attack. An extremely sharp force attacked Lu Ming's glabella. However, now that Lu Ming had fused 5 types of laws, his combat strength had increased greatly. The laws vibrated and blocked the force. Then, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and bombarded the incoming force. Boom! A deafening boom erupted and the void trembled continuously. The force that was used to attack Lu Ming was very shocking, but it was still defeated by Lu Ming. "Eat my finger and see." One Lu Ming charged forward and pointed his finger at the same time. The energy of heaven and earth exploded, forming a giant chaotic finger of tribulation that crushed toward the Destiny River. Walala! This time, the River of Fate couldn't resist the power of the finger of tribulation of chaos. The river was rolling and shaking, and thousands of waves were raised. Boom! 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 As the finger of tribulation of chaos pressed down, the River of Fate seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, the entire stadium was silent. Many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was because they knew that this was the most crucial moment. It was the moment where victory and defeat would be decided. Who would win? River of Fate slash. Tianming howled. He was absorbing the power of the River of Fate, turning into a ray of light and slashing at the finger of tribulation. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred in the sky. The light from the heavens will slash blocked the chaos finger of tribulation and dissipated. Again, Lu Ming pointed a few more times. Endless energy gathered, and a total of 3 fingers of tribulation of chaos blasted toward Tianming. Tianming could only try his best to resist. The situation had been completely reversed. Just now, when Tianming cast the River of Fate, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. But now, Tianming was at a disadvantage again. The situation changed rapidly. Boom! 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 With another 3 rumbles, the 3 fingers of tribulation were blocked, but Tianming's figure retreated rapidly. The River of Fate shook, and the light became a little dim. "You've broken through my defense," Tianming roared. "You're still so confident even now. Till break your confidence then." Lu Ming stepped in the air and clenched his fist. A huge sword light condensed in the air. The Sword of Death. This was a killing move that Lu Ming had created himself. It contained 4 types of laws: death, devour, array, Tao, and extremity. This wasn't a simple fusion of laws. Instead, it was a magical power technique that was constructed by unleashing the various uses of the 4 laws. This kind of sacred art was much more powerful than the simple fusion of laws. Although Lu Ming could only unleash the magical effects of the 4 types of laws at RHE initial stage, he could nor stop it. This divine power had become one of Lu Ming's strongest killing moves. Slash! Lu Ming shouted and slashed his sword. This sword directly cut open the void and cut RHE Heavenly Fate. Tianming tried his best to block it, but IR was useless. His River of Fate trembled madly and was cut in 2 by the Sword of Death. Then it exploded. Tianming retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained his snow-white robe. Tianming had been injured. The River of Fate had been broken, and he had suffered heavy injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming did not stop. He used the finger of tribulation of chaos and pointed at Tianming with several huge fingers. Tianming had not been thrown out of the battle stage, nor had he admitted defeat. The battle had not ended. Tianming was unwilling to give up and tried his best to resist. However, he had been severely injured and his combat strength had weakened. Moreover, the River of Fate had been cut off. He could not fight against Lu Ming at all. After a few moves, he was sent flying 100 miles away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. He had already been sent flying out of the fighting ring. "You've lost." Lu Ming stood in the middle of the fighting ring and spoke indifferently. He was defeated. The heavenly mandate had lost. The audience was silent at first, but when they came to their senses, they were in an uproar. Lu Ming is really heaven-defying. He defeated Tianming with his emperor-to-be cultivation. The legend of the law of fate has been broken. Fate can be broken, and man can conquer nature. The scene was in an uproar. No one had expected that destiny would be defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated Tianming and stood at the peak. In the beginning, no one thought highly of Lu Ming. When they found out that Lu Ming had not broken through to the martial supreme realm, they were even ridiculed by Muyang. At that time, No one would have thought that Lu Ming would be able to enter the top 10. No one would have expected that Lu Ming would come in first. My master is invincible. I knew my master was invincible. Lu Xianxia jumped up in excitement, not forgetting to look at Rhe elders nearby. The few elders were also dazed. When they saw Lu Xianxia's eyes, they could nor help but blush. Young master is so amazing. Xiao Yu's face was full of smiles. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Luo Tianyi, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others were also smiling. The Death Blade looked at Lu Ming in silence. On the other hand, Hung Xinghe's face was extremely gloomy and even had a trace of fear. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his imagination. If Lu Ming had used his full strength, he could have killed him in one move. Brother Wuxiang, Brother Kong, Brother Hung, Brother He, I heard that this Lu Ming came from Mount Yuan. I didn't expect that Mount Yuan would produce such a heaven's favorite. Congratulations. Some of the great emperors congratulated Uncle Kong, Emperor Formless, the great emperors of the Hung clan and the He clan. Ha ha! Uncle Kong and Emperor Notionless laughed heartily. Great emperors He and Hung snorted coldly with extremely gloomy expressions. They could not wait to slap Lu Ming to death. It would be strange if they looked happy when other people congratulated them. How did this happen? The ones with the ugliest expressions were Rhe Hung family, the He family, and of course, the Guyu Holy Land's Golden Crow clan, the Yuan family, and other forces. Their faces turned pale. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If Lu Ming continued to grow, they would all be annihilated in the future. When they thought of this, they were terrified. Damn it, Yuan Xian bellowed. He was not willing to accept that Lu Ming had actually gotten first place. Tianming was also unwilling to give up. His eyes flashed sharply, but he eventually calmed down. All right, Rhe Battle of the Ten Lands has ended. The white-haired old man walked out and said with a smile, "Now, I will announce Rhe names of the top 10 in Rhe Battle of the Ten Lands. First place, Lu Ming. Second place, Tianming. Third place, Yuan Xian." Then, the white-haired old man announced the rankings. Chapter 2131, People from the Heaven Realm. Chapter 2131, People from the Heaven Realm. Earth-shattering cheers rang out in the venue. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was the center of attention. The Battle of the Ten Lands gathered all the paragons of the entire primordial realm. Furthermore, this generation was known as the Golden Age. Many paragons emerged and strong cultivators gathered. Many sons of heaven were reduced to mere foils, attracting worldwide attention. Lu Ming, on the other hand, stood on top of all the paragons and fought at the peak. He used his abilities to prove to everyone that he was the strongest. He's already so terrifying even before becoming Saint Emperor. His future is limitless. With such heaven-defying talent, if he continues to grow, he'll probably become the strongest person in the world. Most of the people were discussing Lu Ming. However, Yuan Xian and Tianming were ignored. The son of destiny and the son of chaos were originally brilliant and dazzling, attracting the attention of the world. But at this moment, all the brilliance was snatched away by a single person. Brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. The bubble hung on Lu Ming's body, reluctant to come down. Master is so powerful. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli also came over and looked at Lu Ming with admiration. In their eyes, Lu Ming was invincible. Lu Ming, congratulations. Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the rest also came over to congratulate Lu Ming. To be honest, it was beyond their expectations that Lu Ming could defeat Tianming. Everyone, this matter isn't over yet. Now, it's time to give you your rewards. At this time, the white-haired old man's voice rang out again, and the scene suddenly became quiet. That's right, all those who had passed the selection before had been rewarded and could enter that corner of the world to obtain great opportunities. What about now? How could there be no reward? At the very least, the reward for the top 10 would definitely be shocking, especially the first place. Many people looked envious as they looked at the white-haired old man, trying to guess what the reward was. However, there is no doubt that the rewards would definitely be more generous than the previous screening. The reward this time is a little special. You'll have to wait for a while. You'll know when the time comes. The white-haired elder came to an ancient altar on the peak of Destiny Mountain. He waved his hands, and beams of light entered the altar. The altar glowed with a bright light. A beam of light broke through the void and disappeared into the sky. Everyone was curious, but they didn't ask much and waited patiently. This wait lasted for 2 days. On this day, deep in the sky, there was a dull roar, and then a bright golden light covered half of the sky. "Guys, look, there's a door," someone exclaimed. In the depths of the sky, where the light was the brightest, a door suddenly appeared. This wasn't a door of light. It seemed to be made of solid bronze. Roar, roar. The door was open, and at this moment, roars could be heard from behind the door that shook the world. Dragons roar. Many people could tell that this was the roar of a true dragon. Then, everyone saw the sound of footsteps in the air coming from the gate, and the dragon's roar was getting louder and louder. Then, everyone saw 9 true dragons rush out of the gate. 9 true dragons lined up, pulling a huge chariot, and appeared in the depths of the sky. On the chariot, there were many figures. Most of them were young people looking to be in their 20s. There were men and women, and each of them had an extraordinary temperament. There was a middle-aged man on the chariot. He was wearing iron armor and exuded a terrifying aura. It was the aura of a great emperor. At the highest point of the chariot sat a figure. However, this figure was shrouded in divine light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Many people were shocked. Who was this person? It had actually appeared from the depths of the sky, and it was being pulled by 9 true dragons. There were also true dragons in Yuan Mountain. At this moment, many of them had ugly expressions. It was an insult to the true dragon clan to have 9 true dragons pulling carriage. However, the middle-aged man's aura was too shocking. It was filled with killing intent and boundless killing intent. It was as if he was in hell. Even many emperors had serious expressions. The true dragon stepped on the air and came to the sky above the mountain of destiny, floating there. The white-haired elder and the other great emperors all came forward and cupped their fists. "Greetings, emissaries of the heaven realm." What? Heaven realm emissary? Everyone was shocked. They finally understood that these people were from the heaven realm. Some great emperors might not be unfamiliar with the heaven realm, because they should have a way to enter the heaven realm. But for those below the great emperor, the heaven realm was a legend. Many powerful forces knew that there was a war in the heaven realm, but they had never been to the heaven realm. It was even more so for the younger generation. Now they finally saw the people from the heaven realm. Many people's eyes lit up as they sized up the people from the heaven realm. "It's them." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He saw 2 young men on the heaven chariot. He had seen them before. Previously, when he had entered the primordial realm, he had seen 2 youths in the corner of the world that he had left behind. The other had purple hair and an extraordinary aura. The other one was in a black robe and had mastered the law of samsara. He was a scion of samsara and had fought with Lu Ming before. These 2 people are indeed from the heaven realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he thought of many things. It seemed that not only the prides of the primordial realm had entered that corner of the world, but the prides of the heaven realm had also entered. Could it be that the so-called opportunity is related to the heaven realm? The heaven realm has been passed down for countless years. It's much older than the primordial realm. Legend has it that it has endless opportunities. Some people were discussing in low voices. Although many people knew that most of the 9 heavens domain in the heaven realm had been occupied by the alien races, there was still the strongest and largest domain in the heaven realm, the Tai-Ching heaven domain, which was still under their control. It was said that the area of the Tai-Ching heavenly region was not smaller than the Yuan continent. It also contained all kinds of opportunities that the heaven realm had obtained over countless years. Many people's eyes lit up. Who are the top 10 prodigies of the primordial realm? Come out and take a look. The middle-aged man in iron armor stepped out, and his voice spread through the entire area. Many people retreated. Ming and the rest of the top 10 stepped out and appeared in the middle of the Destiny Mountain. The middle-aged man's eyes were like lightning as he swept his gaze over the 10 people. Goosebumps rose all over Ming's body. It was as if the armored man's gaze could see through them. The armored man glanced around and nodded, satisfied. That's right. It said that the primordial realm is also full of prodigies, and they didn't disappoint me. This time, many of you can enter the heaven realm and obtain great opportunities. The armored man said. Many people's eyes lit up. The reward this time was related to the heaven realm. General, I heard that the primordial realm has also reached its golden age, and the elites have gathered. The 10 strongest elites have been decided, and I'm itching to spar with them. I hope you'll grant my wish. At this time, in the heaven realm, a burly young man stepped out and cupped his fist to the armored man. Chapter 2132. The Terrifying Heaven Realms Prodigy. Chapter 2132. The Terrifying Heaven Realms Prodigy. Many people's gazes moved. The Heaven Realm 1's proud son of heaven was challenging the primordial realm's proud son of heaven. But thinking about it, it was normal. They were all young people, full of vigor and confidence. When they saw a strong opponent, it was inevitable that they would want to exchange pointers. The eyes of Rhe primordial realms prodigies also shone. They also wanted to know how powerful the heaven realm's geniuses were. All right, let's have a spar then. The armored man nodded. This was their plan when they brought the heaven realm's prodigies here. Many thanks, General. One, the burly teenager cupped his fists and stepped forward, sweeping his gaze across Ming and the other 10. He had short, needle-like hair, and his eyes were as sharp as a lion's. What I cultivate is the immemorial martial arts of the immemorial system. There should be some among you who cultivate the immemorial system, right? The short-haired teenager said as he glanced at the 10 people with a faint arrogance. Bang, bang, bang. Bao da, Aoku, and ancient devil stepped forward at the same time, their bodies erupting with powerful auras. They'll fight you, Bao da said. His body was like an iron tower, filled with endless power. He's mine. One, I'm sorry, said Pinker with a cold look in his eyes. He was a royal member of Rhe True Dragon clan, the purple gold True Dragon. However, the other party used 9 dragons to pull the carriage, which made him extremely unhappy. The short-haired teenager glanced at the 3 of them, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't hide his contempt at all. An immemorial body cultivator, an immemorial demonic Tao, and an immemorial devil Tao. Very good. The 3 of you, come at me together. The short-haired teenager said lightly, and his contempt became even stronger. What? Many people's faces changed. This short-haired teenager's tone was too arrogant. He actually asked Bao Da and the other 2 to attack him together. It should be known that Bao Da had won 4th place, and his combat strength was extremely strong. With Pinker, an ancient devil, he could even fight Yuan Xin. This short-haired teenager had such strong combat power. Arrogant. He'll fight you. You're courting death. Creek was already furious, and now that he was being looked down on, how could he hold it in? He roared and transformed into his true form, pouncing towards the short-haired teenager. His 5 dragon claws stepped out continuously, wanting to tear the short-haired teenager apart. Boom! Ihe short-haired teenager struck out with his palm. His palm directly pierced through the void and collided with Creek's dragon claw. Ow! Creek roared, and its entire dragon body trembled violently as it retreated. Everyone saw that Creek's dragon claw had split open. It was covered in cracks, and blood was flowing out. One move, and Check was injured. It was shocking. Many people's gazes turned serious. This short-haired young man's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Tianming and Yuan Xin's eyes turned serious. I said, the 3 of you attack together. or you won't be able to withstand a single blow. The short-haired young man said, his contempt growing. Then he'll fight you. Bowda roared. His burly body swelled up, and he punched Our. He also punched through the void. At the same time, the elder devil also attacked. A beam of demonic light slashed at the other party. Roar! Die! Aoku roared. Blood chi filled the air, and the wound on his dragon claw healed quickly. Purple gold light filled his body as he charged at the short-haired teenager. The three heavens favorites from the immemorial system attacked at the same time. It was earth-shattering. Ha ha ha, this is more like it. The short-haired teenager laughed. One of his palms changed, as if it had turned into jade. It was so transparent that even the blood vessels in his flesh could be seen. Boom, boom, boom. IHE's short-haired teenager attacked and struck out 3 palms in a row. Bang! Ancient devil collided with a palm print. His body shook violently, and he was sent flying a few thousand meters. He coughed up blood, and his aura weakened. He was seriously injured. Bang! Bang! Then, Pinker and Bowda also retreated. Just this much strength? Not enough more. The short-haired teenager rushed towards Bowda and Aoku, his palms continuously striking out. Bowda and Aoku tried their best to resist, but they were no match for him. The palm of the short-haired teenager seemed to have the power to split the sky. Every palm seemed to be able to split them apart. After more than 10 moves, Bowda and Aoku coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their arms were broken, and they were seriously injured, unable to fight again. Everyone was shocked. This short-haired teenager was too terrifying. There were no nomological fluctuations on his body. It was obvious that he also cultivated the ancient system. However, he was astonishingly strong, easily defeating Bowda, Yak, and Ancient Devil. He must be one of RHE Top Heaven's favorites in the Heaven Realm. Someone guessed. You guys are too weak. The short-haired teenager glanced at Bowda and the other two, then stepped back. Bowda, Aoku, and Ancient Devil's faces were ugly, but the other side was indeed powerful, which made them feel helpless and gave them a big blow. I'm here to spar with RHE Primordial Realms Prodigy. After the short-haired teenager went back, another teenager walked out from the Heaven Realm. This person was wearing a gray robe, and his eyes were as bright as RHE stars. He looked at the crowd and said, I cultivate the nomological system. Who would like to spar with me? They'll fight you. Haoge was the first to speak. He stepped forward, and the void around him rose and fell like waves. His 2-star illusionary divine cultivation was undoubtedly on display. Son of Space-Time, 2-star illusionary emperor? How about this? I will also suppress my cultivation to 2-star illusionary emperor. The gray-robed young man said. Then a powerful aura emanated from his body. He was a 2-star void emperor. Everyone was shocked. The gray-robed young man's words were obvious. His real cultivation base was beyond that of a 2-star illusionary divine. Now, he was going to fight Haoge, who was at the same level as him. Since that's the case, don't regret it, Haoge said. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move. He pierced through the void and charged toward his opponent at an astonishing speed. IHE, gray-robed young man's face remained calm. At that moment, he waved his hand, causing nomological laws to erupt. A huge cauldron appeared in his hand. Primordial chaos laws. This person was a son of primordial chaos. At that moment, the cauldron in his hand was formed from primordial chaos laws. The primordial chaos cauldron quickly grew to the size of a mountain and pressed down on Haoge. The primordial chaos cauldron's power was simply too astonishing. It directly crushed the void and caused space-time to become chaotic. Boom! Wherever the primordial chaos cauldron passed by, the space exploded continuously. Haoge's expression changed drastically. At that moment, he felt a shocking force coming towards him. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. He could only face it head-on. He used all his strength and struck the primordial chaos cauldron. However, the result was that his body was sent flying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his arm exploded. It was a terrible sight. Many people gasped. One move. Yuan Haoge had been defeated in just one move. The other party did not display a very high cultivation level. Instead, he had suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 2-star illusionary emperor. He was on the same level as Yuan Haoge, but he had defeated Yuan Haoge with one move. How is this possible? Many people found it hard to believe, but this was the truth. He's too weak. The gray-robed young man shook his head and laughed. He then looked at Yuan Xin and said, I can sense that you have the pure, chaotic body. Ate me. Chapter 2133. The Three Realms of Laws. Chapter 2133. The Three Realms of Laws. The gray-robed young man, the heaven realm, as proud son of heaven, challenged Yuan Xin. Yuan Xin's eyes narrowed. He was not confident in facing the gray-robed young man, but he had clearly stated that he wanted to challenge him, so he could not avoid the battle. Yuan Xin stepped forward, and the aura on her body burst out. Two types of nomological laws spread out. The gray-robed youth seemed to be surprised. You've already comprehended two nomological laws and successfully fused them. Not bad. One wonder how your combat strength is? 111 let you see it. Chaotic divine body. Facing the gray-robed young man, Yuan Xin didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used his most powerful killing move, the chaotic divine body. Yuan Xin's body was covered in the color of chaos, as if he was made of chaos stone. His aura had reached its peak. Interesting. Make your move, and let me see your strength. Don't worry, one will still suppress my cultivation to 2-star Void Emperor. The gray-robed youth's eyes revealed a faint smile and a trace of interest. However, he did not panic at all. Such an attitude was undoubtedly very contemptuous. Yuan Xin's eyes were filled with anger. With a roar, she stepped into the void and charged toward the gray-robed young man. Boom! Yuan Xin threw a punch at the gray-robed young man. His fist was like a chaotic stone. The gray-robed young man extended his palm. In his palm, another primordial chaos cauldron formed. It rapidly grew to the size of a mountain. The gray-robed young man waved his hand, and the primordial chaos cauldron pressed toward Yuan Xin. Thump! Yuan Xin's punch landed on the primordial chaos cauldron. The cauldron shook violently, and the sound waves swept out in all directions. Many experts emitted light and blocked the sound waves. Yuan Xin had also suffered a terrifying impact. His body trembled, and he kept retreating, causing the void to explode. Not bad. You can block one of my moves. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can block, the gray-robed young man said. He seemed to be a little surprised. Then, he pressed down with one hand, and the primordial chaos cauldron blasted toward Yuan Xin. Break, die! Yuan Xin roared and kept punching with both fists like a storm. However, what was unbelievable was that after each move, Yuan Xin would retreat rapidly. He was completely outmatched and was suppressed. After more than 10 moves, he retreated a few hundred meters and blood spurted out of his mouth. Suppress, the gray-robed young man muttered, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He pressed down with one hand again, and the cauldron shook and became even bigger, pressing down on Yuan Xin. Boom! This time, Yuan Xin was even more miserable. Her body fell down and smashed into the fighting ring on the top of Destiny Mountain, causing a violent boom. How did this happen? In the primordial realm, many young geniuses shouted in disbelief. Yuan Xin, the son of chaos, was a peerless genius. This time, she ranked third among all the geniuses in the primordial realm. Even such an expert had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so easily and easily suppressed. The key point was that the other party had already suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 2-star illusionary emperor, but he could still easily suppress Yuan Xin. What was going on? The son of chaos was invincible among those of the same level. How could he be suppressed so badly by his opponent? Second realm of laws. The opponent's laws have already reached the second realm. A powerful, true emperor spoke. The second realm of laws? 11. Some people did not understand. Immediately, an elder explained. Laws, after cultivating to the level of emperor-to-be, would reach perfection and become a river of laws. However, this so-called perfection only referred to the perfection of a certain stage. To be exact, it was only the perfection of the first realm of laws. The cultivation of laws was divided into 3 realms. After breaking through to Rhe martial emperor realm, some powerhouses could make another breakthrough in their laws and cultivate them to the 2nd or even 3rd realm. Of course, the difficulty was extremely shocking. However, once one broke through, the power would also be shocking. Once he broke through to the 2nd realm, the power of his laws would increase greatly. Even if IR was a king path law, after stepping into the 2nd realm, it could contend with an ultimate law. The gray-robed youth's primordial chaos laws had already reached the 2nd realm. In a battle at the same level, he could naturally easily defeat the son of chaos. However, according to the older generation, only high-level void emperors could cultivate the laws to the 2nd realm. Some people could not break through in their entire lives. As for the other party, he had broken through to the 2nd realm of primordial chaos laws at such a young age. It was truly astonishing. The primordial realm's prodigies are truly flowers in a greenhouse. They can't even withstand a single blow. How boring. The gray-robed young man looked down at Yuan Exen and spoke indifferently, his voice filled with disdain. Detestable. The prides of the primordial realm were all furious. It was really uncomfortable to be looked down upon like this. However, the other party's combat strength was too shocking. Even Tianming and Ming would be defeated. Therefore, they could do nothing but swallow their anger when they were looked down upon by the other party. The gray-robed young man seemed to have lost interest and returned to the chariot. At this moment, a woman walked out. This woman was wearing a suit of iron armor. She looked heroic and was full of killing intent. She glanced at Ming and the rest. One heard that the primordial realm has given birth to a child of fate. I'm very curious about how wonderful the nomological laws of fate are. Do you dare to fight me? Tianming's eyes flickered. The other party directly challenged the destined child, so he could only accept the challenge. Tianming stepped out, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked at the heroic-looking woman and said, I am the child of destiny. What's your cultivation level? The heroic-looking woman said, 2-star Void Emperor. Tianming said, T was star Void Emperor, just as well. I'm also a 2-star Void Emperor. The heroic-looking woman spoke, and the aura of laws emanated from her body. The law of the king path. You have a king physique? Tianming was stunned, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. The other party actually had the physique of a king, and the physique of a king actually dared to challenge him. This was underestimating him. So what if you have the king physique? Even a king physique can defeat you. The heroic-looking woman's aura became even sharper. A long spear appeared in her hand. The long spear stirred up the wind and clouds as she stabbed toward Tianming. As the long spear stabbed out, the aura of the heroic-looking woman rose sharply, revealing her sharp edge. She was like an invincible goddess of war. Great fate technique. Tianming didn't dare to underestimate his enemy. He used the great fate technique and turned into a rainbow light, attacking the heroic woman. Boom! Fein BSB. The light of fate collided with the spear, creating astonishing ripples. The heroic-looking woman was successfully blocked. A second realm law. However, a second realm king path law is not my match either. Tianming shouted and launched a counterattack. He could tell that his opponent's nomological laws had already reached the second realm. However, he cultivated the nomological laws of fate, while his opponent was only a king's Tao law. He had no fear and could crush his opponent. Buzz, buzz. The heavens will finger continued to point, sending beams of destiny light at the enemy. If one doesn't work, then 2, then 3. The heroic-looking woman said coldly. Her aura had become even stronger. Three types of nomological laws burst forth, and she had completely mastered them. Three kinds of king path laws, and two of them have already reached the second realm. How is it possible at such a young age? A true emperor with snow-white hair roared in disbelief. He had lived for a long time and knew very well how difficult it was to reach this step. Chapter 2134. Your talents aren't bad. Chapter 2134. Your talents aren't bad. The others were also shocked. The heroic-looking woman looked so young, but she had already comprehended and fused three kinds of king path laws. Moreover, two of them had already reached the second realm. This was simply frightening. The heroic-looking woman had an imposing aura. She was dressed in iron armor and held a long spear in her hand, like a female war god. She thrust her spear forward, and the wind and clouds changed color. Three laws burst out at the same time, and a terrifying long spear stabbed toward Tianming. Tianming's pupils rapidly contracted, and his eyes became incomparably serious. His entire body shone, and the river of fate appeared. He placed himself in the river of fate and used it to resist. However, the huge spear seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. It pierced directly into the river of fate, causing it to shake continuously and stir up huge waves. The laws of fate were extremely profound and powerful. When he attacked, it was as if his words were law. One word could determine a person's success or failure, life or death, and fate. However, that was only relative to those with weaker cultivation. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could use strength to break through the laws of fate. Previously, Ming was like this, and now, the heroic-looking woman was also the same. The long river of fate surged and finally exploded. Tianming's body trembled, and he retreated, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Destiny defeated. The scene was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded and found it difficult to speak. Was this the Heaven Realm's prodigy? He was only a king, yet he could defeat the primordial realm's son of destiny. It made people feel like they were dreaming. So what if he's the son of God? So what if he was destiny's child? I might have an absolute advantage below the rank of a martial sovereign, but after that, anything is possible. In the future, he'll also use the king path law to derive the ultimate law and trample all the sons of God under my feet. The heroic-looking lady spoke, her voice filled with confidence. She had a king's body, and below the martial emperor realm, it was impossible for her to match the Son of Heaven. However, after she broke through to the martial emperor realm, she had comprehended three king path laws, and even two of them had entered the second realm. Many of the sons of heaven at the same realm were not her match. The heroic-looking woman's words shook everyone's hearts. It also made the eyes of many young people with king physiques, and even those who cultivated ordinary laws, light up. Indeed, so what if they were lagging behind now? They still had a chance. After breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, they might be able to erupt and surpass the Son of God, charging all the way up and reaching the peak. Some of the older generation shook their heads. It was easier said than done to achieve this. Even after breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, it was extremely difficult to comprehend king path laws. It was even more difficult to comprehend an ultimate law. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For a heroic-looking woman to be able to reach this stage, she was already a rare heaven's favorite. However, they naturally wouldn't open their mouths to dampen the young people's enthusiasm. The heroic-looking woman didn't say anything else and returned to the chariot. Tianming's face turned ugly. In the past, he had been invincible and unrivaled in the younger generation. But during this period of time, he had suffered a series of defeats. First, he lost to Ming, who had not become an emperor. Now he had lost to a king physique, which dealt a huge blow to his self-confidence. At the same time, the young people of the primordial realm also looked dejected. The heaven realm's prodigies were too strong. No one in the primordial realm could defeat them, and they suffered defeat after defeat. The Heaven Realm's Heaven's Pride experts are probably the strongest in the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm's resources are better, so it's normal for them to have such cultivation. That's right, they must be the strongest group of people in the Heaven Realm. Some of the young men were discussing. Although they were discussing in low voices, they were still heard by the people of the Heaven Realm. The gray-robed young man from before sneered and said, "You don't have to comfort yourself. In the Heaven Realm, we are not the strongest group at all. At most, we are only in the second level. The strongest group of people are much stronger than me." What? These words stunned the geniuses of the primordial realm. Even many of the older generation were stunned. These young people in the Heaven Realm were actually not the strongest. In the Heaven Realm, there are people stronger than them, and they could only be regarded as second grade. Many of the primordial realm's proud children of heaven had ugly expressions. Even Tianming, Yuan XN, Baoda, and the others had unsightly expressions and were somewhat discouraged. Is the gap between our primordial realm and the Heaven Realm that big? I heard that there's only one heaven domain left in the Heaven Realm. How can it still be so terrifying? How strong would he be if he was at his peak? Many people were discussing and became more and more dejected. You guys don't have to be discouraged. At this time, the armored man stepped out and his voice spread throughout the whole area. Many people looked at him. Your talents are actually not bad. Many people's talents are no worse than the top heaven's favorites in the Heaven Realm. What you lack is resources and training. The Heaven Realm has existed for countless years. Although there's only one heaven domain left, it is the largest heaven domain. The resources, treasures, and various cultivation holy lands that have been accumulated over countless years are incomparable to those of the primordial realm. That is why their cultivation is stronger than yours. Also, the heavenly realm is currently at war with the outsiders. Sometimes, they will step onto the battlefield and fight to the death. Only by tempering themselves through life and death can they become stronger. The armored man said. His words made the eyes of many of the primordial realm's proud children of heaven light up again, and they regained their confidence. That's right. It wasn't that they were lacking in talent. It was just that they didn't have as many resources as the Heaven Realm's prodigies. How could the Son of God be lacking in talent? Therefore, this time, I will bring a group of primordial realm's prodigies to the Heaven Realm. The resources in the Heaven Realm will be completely open to you. The armor man said. Many heaven's favorites' eyes lit up with joy. The primordial realm couldn't compare to the Heaven Realm's resources and all kinds of cultivation holy lands. They were moved and wanted to go. They understood that this was the reward for the battle of the 10 lands, and it was really tempting. It was obvious that the Heaven Realm was trying to nurture the geniuses so that they could rise up quickly. As long as you obtain the resources of the Heaven Realm, you might be able to compete with them in the future. The armored man pointed at the Heaven Realm's prodigies and encouraged everyone. Senior, actually, the #1 genius of the primordial realm hasn't made a move yet. If he did, he might not lose. A youth from the primordial realm spoke up. Previously, their primordial realm had been continuously defeated, and some of the youths were still feeling uncomfortable. At this moment, someone couldn't help but say, "Oh." The armored man and the Heaven Realm's paragons all looked surprised. At first, they all thought that Tianming was the #1 genius of the primordial realm. They didn't expect that he wasn't. The #1 of the primordial realm was someone else? Who's the first in the primordial realm? The armor man asked. Many people's gazes turned to Ming. Ming was speechless. He did not want to stand out at first because the Heaven Realm's proud children of heaven had very high cultivation levels. Even if he fought, he might not be able to win. But now he was pushed out. He could only step forward and cup his fists at the armored man, saying, Ming of the junior generation greets the senior. Chapter 2135. Ming takes action. Chapter 2135. Ming takes action. The armored man's eyes swept over Ming, very surprised. With his cultivation, he could easily see through Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the level of an emperor-to-be, so he didn't pay much attention to him. He never expected Lu Ming to be the #1 genius of the primordial realm. Could it be that Lu Ming was more powerful than Destiny's Child? The Heaven Realm's elites also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. "So it's you, General. You'll meet him." A voice was heard. A young man in a black robe stepped out of the chariot and walked toward Lu Ming. This person was dressed in a black robe and had long hair like a waterfall. His face was cold and arrogant, and his eyes were sharp. He was the young man Lu Ming had met in that world. At that time, this person was with the purple-haired young man, and the two seemed to be senior and junior brothers. Back then, Lu Ming had fought with this person. However, the other party seemed to be busy and ignored Lu Ming. He had long wanted to make a move. Now that he heard that Lu Ming was the #1 prodigy of the primordial realm, he could not wait to make a move. "Make your move. Let me see how strong you are." The black-robed young man stared at Lu Ming, his cold arrogance growing. The aura on his body soared to the sky. He was a peak 2-star Void Emperor. Buzz. Whoosh. Following that, 6 pitch-black vortexes appeared behind him, spinning nonstop. These were the reincarnation vortexes that wanted to devour people and send them into reincarnation. This person was a child of samsara. In fact, after becoming a martial supreme, there was almost no need to call him a son of heaven. This was because after becoming a martial supreme, some people could cultivate an ultimate maxim later on. Those who did so later on could not be called a son of heaven. However, it was also difficult to distinguish who was innate and who was acquired. Therefore, those after the rank of Martial Supreme rarely used this form of address. However, the black-robed used law of reincarnation was extremely oppressive. The 6 vortexes seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. Remember, the person who defeated you is called Li Yu. With that, the black-robed young man pressed down with one hand, and 6 vortexes pressed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Yu's combat strength was definitely above Yuan Zin's, or even Tianming's. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 2-star illusionary emperor realm, which was not weaker than Tianming and Yuan Xian. Moreover, his law of reincarnation had broken through to the 2nd realm, which was extremely powerful. Lu Ming did not hold back and exploded with all his strength. All 5 types of nomological laws burst out, and a river of 5-colored nomological laws surrounded his body. Buzz. Lu Ming soared into the sky and struck out with his palm. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying palm force hit the 6 reincarnation vortexes, causing them to tremble continuously. Li Yu's body also trembled as he was forced to retreat continuously. 2 ultimate maxims? Impossible. How is that possible? Li Yu's shocked voice came out of his mouth. He widened his eyes and stared at Lu Ming. He was in disbelief. He could actually sense 2 ultimate maxims from Lu Ming. This was absolutely unbelievable. He was not the only one. The other Heaven Realm's paragons also widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming in a daze, as if they had never seen the world. It's your turn to be surprised now. Some of the primordial realm's proud sons of heaven were excited. Seeing the Heaven Realm's proud sons of heaven shock them, they felt great. Boom! Even the armored man couldn't control himself. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, and his eyes were wide open. At the same time, a terrifying and oppressive aura filled the air. This aura made people feel as if they were facing the might of the heavens. They were unable to resist it, as if they were just an ant. The stronger one's cultivation was, the deeper one could sense it. Many great emperors' faces changed, and they broke out in a cold sweat. They looked at the figure sitting on the heaven chariot. The aura that was like the might of heaven came from this figure. This figure had always been shrouded in divine light, so his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Before this, he had been very calm and didn't show any signs of abnormality. At this moment, after seeing Lu Ming erupt with 2 ultimate maxims, the figure fluctuated and revealed a trace of aura. Heavens, the celestial emperor. An emperor spoke with great difficulty, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The celestial emperor, the figure sitting on the chariot, was actually the celestial Thearch. The celestial emperor contained the might of the heavens. However, as soon as the aura was released, it was retracted and the terrifying pressure disappeared. At the Emperor-to-be realm, you can actually comprehend 2 strongest laws and 3 king path laws. I didn't expect such a person to appear in the primordial realm. Continue. Let me experience it. Liu is overjoyed instead of shocked. His fighting spirit grew stronger. He laughed and charged at Ming. Along the way, his aura grew stronger and another law spread out. Liu had mastered 2 types of nomological laws, one of which was the law of reincarnation and the other was the law of kings. However, he had not broken into the second realm of the king path law. He was only at the completion of the first realm. However, it also improved Liu's combat strength. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Liu stretched out his arms and threw a punch. The force of the punch was imbued with the power of the law, and it was aimed at Ming. Death's Blade. Ming cast one of his strongest killing moves, the Sword of Death. A huge combat sword was condensed in Ming's hand. Previously, Ming had used this move to cut off the long river of destiny. Buzz! The Sword of Death slashed out. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out as the Sword of Death collided with the fist radiance, creating an endless amount of energy. The chi was like wild waves, wave after wave, sweeping in all directions. Boom! The 2 of them retreated 100 meters after the attack. Liu was indeed stronger than Tianming. Previously, Ming could cut off Tianming's River of Destiny with 1 sword. Now, he could not defeat Liu. Again, Liu let out a long howl and charged at Ming again. The force of the 6 Taos of reincarnation fist covered the sky and the earth as it came at Ming. Good. Ming let out a long howl, his eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. He was indeed excited. In the primordial realm, he was already invincible among the younger generation. Once he used the Sword of Death, even destiny would be defeated. However, Liu was able to fight with him now. This would allow Ming to continue perfecting the Sword of Death. The Sword of Death was only a beginner. Ming could barely unleash the profoundness of 4 types of laws, but he was still a long way from mastering it. Only in the midst of a great battle could it be continuously perfected. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them charged at each other, constantly fighting and clashing. It was extremely intense. I didn't expect there to be such a person in the primordial realm. The young man from the heaven realm had a serious expression on his face. Ming is indeed powerful. He can fight against the heaven's pride. The prides of the primordial realm smiled, feeling a little better. Previously, the primordial realm's prodigies had been completely suppressed by the heaven realm's prodigies. Although the heaven realm had more resources, so the other party was stronger, and in terms of talent, they weren't bad, they still didn't feel good. Now, there was finally someone who could fight against the heaven realm's prodigies. Chapter 2136. Chapter 2135. First Victory. Chapter 2136. Chapter 2135. First Victory. The battle was very intense, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. Satisfying, satisfying. Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that as the battle progressed, the power of his Sword of Death was getting stronger and stronger. He was also becoming more and more familiar with the use of the 4 types of laws. This kid is using Liu to practice his divine power. What a terrifying talent. The burly man in the armor saw through Ming's intention and was secretly shocked. Damn it, Liu roared in his heart. He realized that the more they fought, the stronger Ming became. In the beginning, they were evenly matched, but now Ming was slowly suppressing him. He was furious. He couldn't be defeated by the primordial realm's prodigy. He roared and fought Ming with all his might. He'll cultivate the chaos hammer. Ming could not care less about Liu's thoughts. He was completely immersed in cultivating the divine power technique now. All of a sudden, his attack changed. The sword of death disappeared, and Lu Ming cast the hammer of chaos to fight with his opponent. A giant hammer formed in Lu Ming's hand, and he smashed it at Liu. Each blow was so heavy that it could blow up a mountain and penetrate the earth. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle and exchanged hundreds of moves. Lu Ming's hammer of chaos was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming swung the hammer of chaos and the sword of death at other times to hone his superpower. Liu, on the other hand, was having a hard time. He was completely at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. He roared. He didn't want to be the first person to be defeated by the primordial realm's proud son of heaven. He wanted to turn defeat into victory, but it was all in vain. He was no match. Bang! In the end, he was hit by Lu Ming's hammer of chaos. Even his 6 reincarnation vortexes exploded. He was sent flying backward and blood spurted out. His face was pale and extremely unsightly. He had actually lost. He had lost to someone from the primordial realm. All right, many of the youths of the primordial realm cheered, feeling extremely carefree. The primordial realm had finally won a battle, but it had not lost so badly. Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and the rest jumped up in joy. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming glared at Liu. Fight again. Liu roared, unwilling to admit defeat. Junior brother, stop. At this moment, a voice was heard. Then a figure stepped out. It was the purple-haired young man. Liu seemed to be very obedient to the purple-haired young man and stopped. Junior brother, you're not his match. If you continue to fight, you'll definitely lose. There's no need to. Let me do it. The violet-haired youth smiled. Senior brother, are you going to make a move? Liu was stunned. I can suppress my cultivation and fight him. The purple-haired youth said, There's no need for you to do anything. How about you leave this battle to me? Another voice was heard. It was the gray-robed young man who had defeated Yuan Xian earlier. At this moment, he stepped out. The purple-haired young man pondered for a moment and said, You can make a move. Lu Ming, right? Make your move. Let me see your ability. The gray-robed youth said. A primordial chaos cauldron formed in his hand. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on the other party. He attacked immediately, the huge chaos hammer smashing towards the other party. Since the gray-robed young man dared to attack, he must be stronger than Liu. Lu Ming did not hold back and went all out. The gray-robed young man waved his hand, and the Grand Mist Cauldron spun, pressing down on Lu Ming. 2 types of laws. The gray-robed young man also controlled 2 types of laws, an ultimate law and a king path law. However, like Liu, he had not reached the second realm of the king path law. However, his primordial chaos laws were clearly more mature. Boom! The hammer of chaos and the primordial chaos cauldron collided. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge through the hammer of chaos. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. However, the primordial chaos cauldron was also sent flying and caught by the gray-robed youth. He's stronger than Liu. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The other party's primordial chaos laws were clearly more profound and powerful. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. He was only excited. Another one for him to train. Lu Ming stepped on the void and charged at the gray-robed young man again. Boom! Boom! After more than 10 consecutive moves, although Lu Ming was at a slight disadvantage, he was not defeated. He became stronger as the battle progressed, and he comprehended the divine ability in the battle. You want to use me as a whetstone? Impossible. One didn't say that I would suppress my cultivation to fight you. The gray-robed young man said coldly. In the next moment, a shocking aura erupted from his body. It was much stronger than before. A 3-star illusionary emperor. This was the gray-robed young man's true cultivation. He had already reached the peak of 3-star void emperor and was only 1 step away from becoming a 4-star void emperor. The gray-robed young man's combat strength surged. Lose! The gray-robed young man waved his hand, and the primordial chaos cauldron smashed toward Lu Ming again. Its power was much stronger than before. The primordial chaos cauldron suppressed an area of the void as large as a mountain. Lu Ming retreated rapidly, but the primordial chaos cauldron followed him at an alarming speed. Boom! Lu Ming used the hammer of chaos to blast it. The sky trembled and Lu Ming's body shook violently as he was sent flying a few thousand meters. His arm trembled slightly, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was split open, bleeding. In the Martial Emperor realm, there was a huge difference between each stage. A 3-star Void Emperor was much stronger than a 2-star Void Emperor. If it was an ordinary 3-star Illusionary Emperor, Lu Ming would be able to kill him in seconds. However, the gray-robed young man was a genius among geniuses. He could kill enemies of a higher level than him. In fact, he could kill enemies of a higher level than him. Lu Ming was no match for him. Buzz! The primordial chaos cauldron trembled once more and came crashing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was sent flying again. His chi and blood boiled and blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. I can only use the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. With a thought, the energy of the 3rd bloodline gushed into his body continuously, covering him with a layer of blood-red light. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed, and his killing intent was endless. Thump! Lu Ming wielded the Chaos Hammer and struck the primordial Chaos Cauldron, sending it flying. Hiss, 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 gasps could be heard at the scene. Countless people looked at Lu Ming, dumbfounded. Lu Ming still had energy left. He had not used all his strength earlier. How was this possible? They were all shocked. Why would I? Tianming, Yuan Xian, and the others were also shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated them without using his full strength. They had suffered a huge blow. It's this secret technique. Xing's expression was extremely ugly. Back in the world of the lotus flower, Lu Ming had used this secret skill to defeat him. The experts of the Hung family, the He family, and other forces were even more shocked. Lu Ming was too terrifying. Some of the Heaven Realm's geniuses also looked very serious. Kill! The gray-robed young man stepped on the primordial cauldron and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming welcomed him and fought with him. After borrowing the power of his 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly. He had the upper hand in the continuous exchanges with the gray-robed young man. All right, let's stop here. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. Chapter 2137. Chapter 2137. Divine Body or Crippled Body. Chapter 2137. Chapter 2137. Divine Body or Crippled Body. A voice rang out. The voice was clear and bright, but contained supreme dignity. Hearing this voice, the gray-robed young man's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming stopped as well. He retracted the power of the 3rd bloodline, and the blood-red light on Lu Ming's body disappeared. Everyone's eyes were on the figure sitting on the chariot, shrouded in divine light. He was the one who had just spoken. At this moment, the figure stood up and stepped out of the chariot. The divine light on his body also retracted, revealing his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing a long robe and looked quite elegant. However, the great emperors of the primordial realm hurriedly saluted and bowed. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. It was indeed the celestial Thearch. Everyone's heart trembled violently, and then they followed suit and saluted. Their voices resounded through the sky. MH, the elegant middle-aged man nodded. He swept his gaze across Lu Ming, then Tianming, Yuan Xian, and the rest. The primordial realm has also reached its golden age, and there are many elites. Not bad. Many of you are very talented. If you enter the Heaven Realm and receive the cultivation of the Heaven Realm, you will definitely be able to rise quickly. One have decided that this time, the top 320 of the primordial realm can follow me into the Heaven Realm to cultivate. Those cultivation holy lands will open their doors for you. At the same time, there will be heavenly emperors to guide you. The elegant middle-aged man said. What? The top 320 can go. And the celestial Thearch is personally guiding me. Many people's eyes lit up, especially the top 320 heaven's favorites. They were all ecstatic and excited. This meant that the 320 people who had passed the selection could all go. Many of those who hadn't reached the 320th place had ugly expressions and sighed helplessly. The heaven realm's resources were much better than the primordial realms, and there was also the celestial emperor's guidance. This was too tempting, of course. When you enter the heaven realm, you will also be allowed to enter the battlefield. There will be some danger in fighting with the alien tribes. If you don't want to go, one won't force you. If you don't want to go, you can ask now, the elegant middle-aged man said. Not a single person stood out. Who would be willing to miss such a rare opportunity? Moreover, if they wanted to rise, they had to rise from the slaughter. These heaven's favorites are not afraid of slaughter. Without tempering himself, how could he reach the peak? No one wanted to quit. Very good. The elegant middle-aged man nodded and looked at Ming in surprise. After a while, he said, the other people in the top 320 can go, but you can't. What? Everyone was stunned by his words. The celestial Thearch said that Ming could not go. What was going on? Ming's strength was obvious to all. His combat strength was unparalleled. He had yet to become a great emperor, but he had already mastered 5 types of laws, 2 ultimate laws, and 3 king path laws. His combat strength was so frightening that it could be said that it had never been seen before. But now, the celestial Thearch actually said that Ming could not go. Could it be that there were other arrangements? Many people's imagination ran wild. Even Ming himself was stunned. Heavenly Emperor, why can't one go? Ming was a little indignant. If he could go to the cultivation holy lands in the heaven realm to cultivate and even receive guidance from the celestial Thearch, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. In the current Great Era, the foreign races were invading, and he didn't know when a great war would break out. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Your physique is unparalleled among those below the martial supreme realm. The celestial Thearch looked at Ming and said slowly. Many people were shocked. Even the celestial Thearch described Ming's unparalleled divine body as unparalleled. Wait a minute. Some people noticed that the celestial Thearch was referring to those below the martial sovereign realm. But at the same time, your body is also a peerless trash body. The celestial Thearch continued. What? Countless people were shocked. Previously, the celestial Thearch had said that Ming's physique was a peerless divine body. Why was he calling Ming a peerless trash body now? Everyone was at a loss and didn't know what was going on. Ow! The celestial Thearch sighed, as if he found it a pity. Since ancient times, those who cultivate in the nomological system know that those below the martial emperor realm can only comprehend one type of nomological law at most. It's impossible to control 2 types of nomological laws. Many people's hearts stirred. Ming had mastered many types of laws. They knew that the celestial Thearch was most likely going to reveal some big secret. The celestial Thearch continued. However, the heaven realm has been passed down for countless years. At the end of the primordial era, the system of nomological laws emerged. It has been countless years since then. In such a long period of time, one wonders how many heaven's favorites have appeared. Many of them have amazing talents. In the distant past, there were people who broke the norm. Below the rank of Martial Supreme, there were people who could control multiple laws. In fact, there were people who could control more laws than you. It was just that no one could control 2 ultimate laws at the same time. Those people below the Martial Emperor realm are extremely talented. Their combat strength is unparalleled and rare. They can easily kill a Void Emperor, let alone those of the same realm. However, these people will never be able to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. The celestial Thearch explained in detail. Everyone was shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil, unable to calm down. It turned out that in the ancient times of the heaven realm, there had been such a heaven-defying figure. Below the martial emperor realm, he had mastered many kinds of laws and had unparalleled combat strength. However, the most shocking thing was that these people could not break through to the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming himself was also shocked and dumbfounded. He could not break through to the martial supreme realm? That was impossible. Lu Ming's eyes turned red. He could not accept it. At the same time, he remembered that he had tried to break through to the martial supreme realm in that world, but he had failed and almost torn his saint-hardened body apart. As we all know, to break through to the martial sovereign realm, one has to transform the laws in the saint heart into the world core. Then, the world core will transform the saint heart into a small world. However, it's very difficult to balance it when you control so many laws. You could say that it's impossible to balance it at all and can't evolve the world core. Once you break through by force, the terrifying power of the laws will tear the saint heart and the person apart. In history, geniuses like you all walked the two heavens path in the end. One of them was to forcefully break through and then be torn apart by the power of laws and die. The other is to be trapped in the emperor-to-be realm for the rest of your life. Your life will be exhausted and you will die of depression. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial Thearch's words were like thunder, exploding in Lu Ming's mind. This was because the celestial Thearch's words were too similar to what he was facing. They were exactly the same. No, that was impossible. Lu Ming's face was dull and his eyes were bloodshot. He could not accept this fact. If he could not break through to the rank of a martial supreme, then what was the point of cultivating? That's impossible. My master will definitely break through to the rank of a martial supreme. He's unparalleled in the world. Lu Xianxia cried out. Her little face was pale, and she could not accept this. I won't. Ouyang Moli, Qiu Yu, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the others all shook their heads in disbelief. The scene was in an uproar. There was actually such a thing. It really was a magnitude 12 earthquake. Chapter 2138. The Celestial Thearch's Help. Chapter 2138. The Celestial Thearch's help. Lu Ming had defied the heavens and emerged as the champion of the Battle of the Ten Lands. He had suppressed all the paragons and stood at the peak. There was no doubt that Lu Ming was the most dazzling in the Battle of the Ten Lands. No one could compare to him. He had defeated Yuan, Xian, Tianming, and even the Heaven Realm's pride. This was destined to be recorded in the history books. Previously, everyone had thought that Lu Ming had a bright future and that his future achievements were unimaginable. He would become a top expert. Some powerful forces had even planned to befriend Lu Ming and build a good relationship with him. However, the Celestial Thearch had said that Lu Ming could not break through to the martial emperor realm and would be trapped in the emperor-to-be realm for the rest of his life. No one would question the Celestial Thearch's words. It could be said that Lu Ming's outcome was already decided. What a pity. A rare heaven's favorite. What a pity. Some of the people from the major forces sighed. They had planned to befriend Lu Ming and build a good relationship with him. However, they had dispelled this idea now. If he could not break through to the martial supreme realm, then no matter how strong he was, he would not be taken seriously by these major forces. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be below the rank of a martial supreme? Any true emperor would be able to crush them. Ha ha! The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. The Hung family, He family, Daluo Heaven sect, Ancient Moon Holy Land's Golden Crow clan, Yuan family, Sky Wolf Tower, and other forces laughed madly in their hearts. They were simply too excited. It was as if joy had descended from the heavens. Previously, the abilities that Lu Ming had displayed had made them tremble with fear. They were so afraid that they could die. They were afraid that Lu Ming would rise up and seek revenge on them. However, Lu Ming could not break through to the martial emperor realm now. He would be trapped in the emperor-to-be realm for the rest of his life. He would not be a threat to them at all. No matter how strong an emperor-to-be was, what could he do? A peerless cripple, the great emperor of the He family, sneered. He had been holding a grudge ever since he was beaten up by Lu Ming, who controlled the Celestial Thearch's body. To those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, there was no better news than this. However, those who were on good terms with Lu Ming could not remain calm. They sighed one after another. The heavenly Tao is unfair. An old man from the Phoenix Palace sighed. Such a proud son of heaven, a proud son of heaven that had never appeared in the primordial realm since ancient times, was unable to break through to the martial emperor realm. It was truly lamentable. Emperor Formless and Uncle Kong were also in disbelief. Heavenly Emperor, has no one ever broken this shackle and entered the martial emperor realm in history? Uncle Kong asked. No, never. Those who wanted to break through died. The others were stuck at Emperor-to-be for the rest of their lives. The celestial Thearch shook his head. He also felt that it was a pity. Uncle Kong's body trembled, and he seemed to have instantly aged many years. Ha ha ha. Good, good. It's just a piece of trash. I finally don't have to be afraid. He's just a piece of trash. To think that one even treated him as a peerless genius. The Hung family, the He family, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces all laughed with smiles on their faces. Of course, they didn't dare to say it out loud. They only thought about it in their hearts. Trash. He's only strong now. It won't be long before I surpass him in all aspects. Yuan Xin, the son of chaos, also sneered. At this moment, he was filled with confidence. Lu Ming could not break through to the martial supreme realm. He was no longer qualified to be his opponent. One was thinking of defeating you with my own hands one day. One actually lost to a piece of trash. Tianming sneered in his heart and shook his head. What a pity! He would have been a very good opponent. The purple-haired young man sighed. No, my master will definitely break through. I don't believe that Lu Ming can break the shackles. Lu Xianxia and the others still found it hard to believe. No, 111 definitely break through. He'll definitely become a martial supreme. Even heavens can't stop me. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly, and his voice was filled with determination. What a joke. The celestial Thearch has already said it, but he still doesn't believe it. Wishful thinking. A middle-aged man from the Yuan family couldn't help but sneer, which immediately attracted angry gazes. He immediately shut up. You want to force a breakthrough? The celestial Thearch looked at Lu Ming. Yes, I believe in myself. I can break the shackles. The path is created by humans. The ancient people didn't do it, but it doesn't mean one can't. Lu Ming's gaze was extremely determined. Since ancient times, no one had been able to control two ultimate maxims at the same time. Didn't he achieve it too? There's a risk of death if you try to break through to the martial supreme realm forcefully. Are you ready? The celestial Thearch said with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He sighed in his heart. He admired Lu Ming's talent, willpower, and firm heart in martial arts. If Lu Ming had not been crippled, his future would have been unbelievable. It would not have been impossible for him to break through to the celestial Thearch realm. I will definitely succeed. Lu Ming's gaze was firm. All right, since that's the case, 111 give you 10 days to prepare. After 10 days, 111 lend you a hand and help you break through to the martial supreme realm. The celestial Thearch's voice resounded in all directions. What? The celestial Thearch was going to help Lu Ming break through to the martial supreme realm personally. This was definitely a great opportunity. Detestable. The Hung clan, He clan, Ancient Moon Holy Land Golden Crow clan, One clan, and other forces were all shocked, extremely unwilling and envious. The celestial Thearch actually wanted to help. Initially, they were overjoyed when they heard that Lu Ming could not break through to the martial supreme realm. Now, they were afraid that Lu Ming would succeed with the help of the celestial Thearch. They were all secretly praying that Lu Ming would not succeed. As for Lu Xianxia and the others, they were ecstatic. Thank you for your help, Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming saluted the celestial Thearch solemnly to express his gratitude. He was sincere. He really didn't expect the celestial Thearch to help him. Thank you for your help, Heavenly Emperor. Uncle Kong and Emperor Formless also bowed. Thank you for your help, Heavenly Emperor. Following that, Lu Xianxiang, Ouyang Moli, Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, and the others also bowed. Thank you for your help, Heavenly Emperor. After that, many people in Mount Yuan also bowed to express their gratitude to the Heavenly Emperor. For example, the Holy Emperor of the Ancient Saint Clan and some other powers. They all knew that when the alien race had wreaked havoc in Mount Yuan, it was Lu Ming and a few great emperors who had risked their lives to seal the void passageway that the alien race had come through. They were grateful to Lu Ming. Thank you for your help, Heavenly Emperor. In the end, the eternal Emperor of the land of infinite demons, the divine lands, and other powerful beings from other regions expressed their gratitude to the Heavenly Emperor. Most of them were not so narrow-minded, and they had no grudge against Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too high. It would be a pity if he remained silent. They all had the heart to cherish talents, so they thanked the celestial Thearch. You're welcome. I have the heart to cherish talents and will not watch the peerless prodigy fall into silence. In the next 10 days, I will set up a great formation at this moment to help Lu Ming break through, but the celestial Thearch looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, they'll make it clear first that the chances of success are not high. Also, if you don't succeed, you can't go to the heaven realm. Now that we're in a war with the alien races, every resource is precious. If you can't become a saint emperor, the experts in the heaven realm won't waste any resources on you. Do you understand? Chapter 2139. Chapter 2138. Road ahead cut off. Chapter 2139. Chapter 2138. Road ahead cut off. The celestial Thearch's words were very straightforward and direct. With the invasion of the foreign races, the heaven realm was in a great war. To the heaven realm and the primordial realm, it was of great significance to nurture and let the peerless prodigies grow and become the pillars of support. Therefore, every bit of resources was precious and must be used on the edge of the blade. If Lu Ming could not break through to the martial supreme realm, then he would lose his value in nurturing. An emperor-to-be, no matter how strong he was useless in the war with the alien races. The experts of the heaven realm would not waste their resources on a trash. Therefore, if Lu Ming could not become a great emperor, he could only stay in the primordial realm and could not go to the heaven realm. Junior understands. Lu Ming nodded. All right, get ready. Adjust your condition to the peak. The celestial Thearch said. Lu Ming nodded and went to the side. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. He wanted to adjust his condition, his essence, chi, and spirit to their peak. The celestial Thearch began to inscribe a formation on the peak of Destiny Mountain. The peak of Destiny Mountain glowed with dazzling light. Everyone was waiting there, and there were even more people. Lu Ming could be said to be the unprecedented heaven's favorite of the Yuan continent. Everyone wanted to see if Lu Ming could become a sovereign. Time flew by, and 10 days were up. On this day, Lu Ming opened his eyes and stepped onto Destiny Mountain's peak. Lu Ming, let's start. The Heavenly Emperor spoke. During this period of time, everyone knew that the Heavenly Emperor's name was Kong Yin. People called him Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. Lu Ming nodded and sat cross-legged on the top of Destiny Mountain. You must succeed. Lu Xianxiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others were all very nervous and clenched their fists. The Hung family, the He family, the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, the Skywolf Tower, and other forces were also very nervous. However, their hearts were the opposite. They were hoping that Lu Ming would not succeed. Boom! A strong aura emanated from Lu Ming's body. He was about to start his breakthrough. The scene was completely silent. There was not a single sound. With the celestial Thearch in charge, even those forces that had enmity with Lu Ming, such as the Mu family, who wished for Lu Ming's death, did not dare to make any moves and disturb Lu Ming's breakthrough. Otherwise, if they angered the celestial emperor, the entire Mu clan would be buried with him. The Hung family, the He family, and other forces didn't dare to make any moves. At this moment, Lu Ming began to control the 5 types of laws and evolve the heart of the world in his sane heart. However, at this moment, the 5 nomologicae laws erupted. It was difficult for them to exist together. They collided with each other, and a terrifying, tearing force burst forth. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just like the last time, it was difficult to succeed. Lu Ming, focus your mind and focus on the transformation. It'll protect your physical body and sane heart. Celestial Emperor Kong, Yin said. He stretched out his hand, and the entire peak of Destiny Mountain was filled with multicolored light. Divine light emerged and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Then, it seeped into his flesh and covered his sane heart. The formation's power was protecting Lu Ming's physical body and sane heart. Evolution. Lu Ming growled. He no longer cared about his physical body and his sane heart. He controlled the 5 types of laws with all his might, trying to develop the world core in his sane heart. However, there were too many of the 5 nomologicae laws, and it was difficult to achieve a balance. The forces were colliding and surging with each other. The terrifying forces were attacking outward. Lu Ming's sane heart and physical body trembled violently as they were bombarded by the destructive power. If Celestial Thearch Kong Yin had not protected his saint heart and body, Lu Ming would have been severely injured. His saint heart might have exploded and his body would have been torn apart. I must succeed, Lu Ming roared. He did not care and went all out. Boom, boom. Lu Ming's body emitted a series of rumbling sounds, as if there were experts fighting inside Lu Ming's body. His body burst out with rays of light like a sieve. It was extremely shocking. Poochie. Then, Lu Ming coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. It could be seen that cracks had begun to appear on his body. Not good. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin's face changed. Even with his help, Lu Ming was still injured. It was not that he did not have enough power, but when Lu Ming was breaking through, the law was agitated and burst out directly from Lu Ming's body. In the end, it might attract the power of the heavenly Tao and cause Lu Ming to self-destruct. Master, Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and Feng Ling were all extremely nervous. Breakthrough. Lu Ming roared and continued to break through. He had a breakthrough. His path of martial arts could not be severed just like that. Kacha, Poochie. Cracks even appeared on Lu Ming's sane heart, and more cracks appeared on his physical body. Blood kept oozing out as if it would fall apart at any moment. Lu Ming, stop. You can't continue. Otherwise, you'll die. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin shouted. Breakthrough. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His eyes were filled with determination. He wanted to continue breaking through. Many people were touched, and many people sighed. They could understand Lu Ming's feelings. As a peerless heaven's favorite, how sad would it be if he was trapped in the Emperor-to-be realm for the rest of his life? If they were in his shoes, many people would also try to break through at all costs. There were more cracks on Lu Ming's body, and blood spurted out from the cracks. Master, Lu Xianxia said softly, tears welling up in her eyes. Young master, Qiu Yu felt the same way. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Everyone who was on good terms with Lu Ming could not bear to see this. On the other hand, the Golden Crow clan, the Yuan family, and the other forces were overjoyed. They were shouting in their hearts that Lu Ming should not succeed. At this moment, a crack appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It was as if his entire head was about to split open. This was extremely dangerous. If it wasn't handled properly, his body would explode and his soul would scatter. Stop! Celestial Emperor Kong Yin shouted and pressed with one hand. A powerful and terrifying force surged into Lu Ming's body, taking control of him. He understood that if he did not interfere, Lu Ming would only be left with a dead end. With the Celestial Thearch's intervention, Lu Ming could not control the law. The law dissipated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. I failed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He failed again. Furthermore, It was with the help of Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. However, he still failed and did not succeed in breaking through. Could it be that he really had a peerless, crippled body that would make it difficult for him to become a divine emperor? He was extremely unwilling. Along the way, he had experienced countless risks and storms. He had broken through all obstacles and reached today, stepping on the peak of the primordial realm's younger generation. In the end, it was blocked by the great emperor realm, unable to break through. If he couldn't become a saint emperor, everything would be for naught. If a great war were to break out in the future, he would be powerless to protect his loved ones. No! A voice roared in Lu Ming's heart. He was unwilling to give up. He would not give up just like that. He would definitely break the shackles and create a miracle. Lu Ming, heal your injuries first. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin spoke, and a warm energy surged into Lu Ming's body. With this energy flow, his injuries were actually rapidly recovering. Lu Ming composed himself and circulated his cultivation technique. He controlled the energy and healed his injured body. Chapter 2140, Parting Ways. Chapter 2140, Parting Ways. Lu Ming continued to refine the energy and let it flow through his body, seeping into his saint heart. The cracks on his saint heart disappeared and finally recovered completely. His physical body had also completely recovered, and his injuries were completely healed. Lu Ming understood that it was all thanks to the celestial Thearch's help. The energy contained endless vitality, which was why he could recover so quickly. Otherwise, his saint heart would have cracked, and he would have been severely injured. It would have taken him a long time to recover. Thank you for your help, Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming stood up and thanked Celestial Emperor Kong Yin solemnly. What kind of person was the Heavenly Emperor realm? Yet, he could help him to break through his cultivation. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, Lu Ming was very grateful. Sigh, what a pity. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin sighed. It was a pity that a person like Lu Ming could not become a Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming, don't force a breakthrough in the future. One can save you this time, but no one will be able to save you next time. Take care of yourself. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin said before turning around and returning to his chariot. Master, Xianxia Bella believes that you will definitely break through in the future and create a miracle. Lu Xianxia walked over and looked at Lu Ming with tears in her eyes. I also believe in Master. Ouyang Moli also walked over. Young Master, Xiu also walked over, but she didn't know what to say. Then, Huang Ling, Long Chun, Luo Tianyi, Luo Xiang, and the others also came over. Looking at these disciples and friends, Lu Ming's heart warmed. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't take any risks. At that moment, the Hung family, the He family, and the other forces who had a grudge against Lu Ming were overjoyed. They laughed in their hearts and heaved a sigh of relief. Muyang was actually killed by cripple. The MU family will definitely take revenge. The MU family expert sneered in his heart as killing intent flickered in his eyes. All right, it's getting late. The top 320 heaven's favorites. Follow me to the heaven realm. He said. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin's voice was heard. Buzz. Whoosh. Immediately, one figure after another flashed. One by one, the young heaven's favorites flew up to the chariot. No, Xianxia doesn't want to go to the heaven realm. Xianxia wants to stay with Master. Lu Xianxia shook her head. Young Master, I'm not going either. Xiu said. Bubbles isn't going either. I want to accompany Brother Lu Ming. The bubble hung on Lu Ming's neck and swayed. Previously, Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin had said that if Lu Ming could not become a heavenly emperor, he could not go to the heaven realm. The heaven realm would not waste resources on a person who is destined not to become a saint emperor. What are you talking about? Go to the heaven realm and cultivate. You can only improve faster in the heaven realm. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xiu and the rest. If the heaven realm want to train this group of young talents, they would definitely provide a lot of resources. With the guidance of the heavenly emperor, their progress would definitely be very fast. If he had stayed in the primordial realm and relied on his own exploration, his cultivation speed would have been much slower. They did not know when the alien races would invade and when a great war would break out. The only way was to go to the heaven realm to cultivate. Lu Ming would not let them stay. No, don't. Xiao Yu, Bubbles, Lu Xianxia, and the rest shook their heads. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin's gaze turned to Bubbles. Little guy, you're a space-time spirit mouse. You'll only be wasting your talent if you stay in the primordial realm and explore by yourself. Come with me to the heaven realm. There will be a special celestial emperor to guide you. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin placed great importance on Bubbles. The top 10 war beasts were no small matter. Each of them had unparalleled talent. If they were to fully mature, they would be peak experts. The top 10 battle beasts of the ancient era were all terrifying existences with unparalleled battle strength and unparalleled divine might. I'm not going. Pow shook her head like a rattle. Many people were green with envy. Bubble did not go despite the good conditions. It was infuriating. All of you, go to the heaven realm to cultivate together. At this moment, Lu Ming's face darkened. His sharp gaze swept across Bubbles, Lu Xianxia, and the rest. TM not crippled, so I don't need you to accompany me. Don't worry, he'll definitely become an emperor in the future, and 111 go to the heaven realm to find you. Master, Lu Xianxia muttered. Let's go, Lu Ming said in a serious tone. Yes. In the end, Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and the rest nodded. Bubbles pouted unwillingly as well, looking reluctant to leave. Then, she lay on Lu Xianxiang's shoulder weakly and came to the front of the war chariot. Lu Ming, take care. Huang Ling, Desolate Li, and the others also came to the chariot. Lu Ming, when you return to the divine wilderness and Xin Yinlin, help me pass on a message. When my cultivation level is high, one will definitely go and find her. Long Chun said to Lu Ming. He also wanted to stay behind and return to the divine wilderness to reunite with Xin Yinlin. However, he understood that the Great War was not far away. Without cultivation, even if they were temporarily reunited, so what? They could not protect anything in the future. He wanted to go to the heaven realm to cultivate. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Don't worry, I will be returning to the divine wilderness soon. I will pass on a message for you. Take care. Lu Ming patted Long Chen's shoulder and smiled. Everyone bade farewell to Lu Ming one by one. Xiao Yu was the only one who did not move. Xiao Yu, go. Lu Ming looked at Xiao Yu. No, I'm not going. I want to stay by young master's side. Xiao Yu shook her head. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Xiao Yu continued. Even if young master chases me away, one will not leave. I want to stay by young master's side. One still want to return to the divine wilderness continent to see old master and madam. Xiao Yu looked at Lu Ming with determination. All right then. In the end, Lu Ming sighed and let Xiao Yu stay. Lu Ming, you have to take care. And go to the heaven realm too. At this moment, a figure came to Lu Ming's side. It was Emperor Formless. Director, Lu Ming was puzzled. Could it be that the Emperor of Notionless was going to the heaven realm to participate in the war? Han Tian and Tianhua have entered the heaven realm. I don't know if they're dead or alive. I'm worried, Emperor Formless explained. Lu Ming understood that Emperor Formless was going to look for Han Tian Emperor and Sky Fire Emperor. Principal, take care. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Haha, Lu Ming, I hope that the next time one see you, you'll have already become an emperor. Wu Xiang smiled and then left. Lu Ming, I hope you can become a saint emperor. When the 20 years are up, they'll challenge you. If you don't become a saint emperor, everything will be meaningless. In the end, the death blade came to Lu Ming's side, left him with a few words, and turned to leave. Let's go. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin spoke, and the 9 true dragons roared, shaking the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 dragons pulled the carriage toward the huge door in the depths of the sky. They rushed into the door and disappeared. The other proud children of heaven of the primordial realm also entered the gate and disappeared. Before Yuan Xian stepped through the door, she cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and turned to leave. Lu Ming also saw Luo Sangqiong in the crowd. He was also one of the 320 people, and he also cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I hope you're still alive. I'll definitely kill you the next time I see you. Luo Sangqiong sneered, turned around, and stepped into the gate. Master, take care. Lu Ming, take care. The voices of Lu Xianxia, Bubbles, and Feng Ling could be heard from the door. The voice came, but the person had already disappeared. In the depths of the sky, tens of thousands of rays of light flashed, and then the door disappeared. Chapter 2141. Chapter 2140. The path is not over, the sixth law. Chapter 2141. Chapter 2140. The path is not over. The sixth law and 8 peds of the KSY. Het oder air. Debs etirum sai ius, and mir, then 030 nasiv offsitarf island nitre, 8 and v relma. Ethelwer rut ni, to ec pay many people's gazes, turned to Lu Ming again. Many people sighed, many people sneered, and some even revealed killing intent. You Elniam, Utmas Yaptai Ruai Effel from Kield Muyang of the MUNC. La, one of the MU clan's powerhouses, was the first to launch an attack. He strode out with murderous intent and charged at Lu Ming. It was a great emperor with a goatee and a murderous look in his eyes. Guyan M. ASW a Ersp Seal Talt. And Ekad Vahe gon OT8 in Ve Realm, NDA Deweden, Agripor Titan. He looked Neve Carev Thora to the 11a Pierermo Elmer and I 8UR. Atough, if he became the Heavenly Emperor, he would definitely be able to lead the MU family to supreme glory, and the MU family would have high hopes for him. But now he was dead. He was killed by Lu Ming. They would not let Lu Ming off. What do you Nato T do? Uncle Kong took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Ming. His powerful aura burst forth and blocked the MU clan emperor. You want to stop my Mu family by yourself? NB and SP Tonar Coddle Alga spared out. NDA Urfig Rapdias Sebid Yuknal. No K Tsmeep Drays Tuwa and Rdevoek Mai. It was Nihot Rioem. RRP, the MU family, was a very powerful force in the land of the Divine Mandate, and they had more than one great emperor. On the other side, the Holy Emperor and the others wanted to help, but they were stopped by the emperors from the Hong, He, and Tianluo families. Lu Nigem Sum Dai, yet at the MU family's emperor with a goatee spoke coldly as he slowly pressed toward Uncle Kong. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. It had LTCS Emsrero Karopal Bod. Waita most, he olda Clotenrit DNA, Suyak a Eskni. In escape with Elknu. Incog, Mu clan, you've crossed the line. At this moment, a white-haired old man walked over. His terrifying aura made the two emperors of the MU family change their expressions. This Ana expert from Eno of the Ordlervio Krasov in Isvachin Fate Tai Si. DNA his Nakto Ifloi, ASW on. Family Oath Battle of the Ten Lands has just ended. You want to touch the champion of the Battle of the Ten Lands in Destiny City? Are you looking for death? Someone else spoke, staring at the two emperors of the MU clan with hostility. He was from another overlord force in the City of Destiny. HT, Inni Iman Oprelf Ert Sormper Edritz, Tate Wanam Imiaf Great Pemsrier Ithuth Soidi. Ly, although Lu Ming could not become a martial emperor, he was still the champion of the Ten Land battle. His tough character was admirable. How could he let the MU family touch Lu Ming now? The two great emperors of the MU clan gritted their teeth and retreated helplessly. Yo Keet Het OTWFO might and leave Tianci Tyak SA, soon SA, POSLSI. EB the white-haired elder messaged Uncle Kong. Hall Master, let's go. Uncle Kong nodded and said to Lu Ming. With the evolve as Na, a Evu of Greeny Thgurb Lu Ming and Kiyuyai, a Nickerb Togru that Voy Nad 80 Ixernip Odahuade. Eckert after a while, they appeared at the peak of a mountain. This place is already far from the divine fated land. You guys enter my small world first, and 111 take you back to the Yuan mountain. Clean you OKGND. Uncle Kong, I don't want to go back for the time being. I want to walk around. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. La WKAR Odin? Uncle Kong was stunned for a moment. Then a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He understood Lu Ming's feelings. The difficulty of becoming a great emperor was a great blow to anyone, let alone an unparalleled genius like Lu Ming. All Jimin didn't eat to Lakm Adnu and Sajtuis. Efmul, Hall Master, this is a divine land. I'm afraid the MU clan will harm you. Uncle Kong was a bit worried. Uncle Kong, don't worry. One won't travel with my true identity. I'll use the divine breath technique to hide my identity. The divine fated land is so big that the MU family won't be able to find me. Old Jimin. Dias, I also want to follow young master. Xiaoyu said. She had also cultivated the divine breath technique. In 8, Din Klenanoke Jin Diod. Diatsaga Ot Elun Jin Kai Arrow. UND. Alright then, we'll be waiting for you in the Dine Elixir Palace. Uncle Kong nodded, then tore open space and left. Redfei Unlek Jin Ko. Tfel Lumine DNA Xiaoyu uds the IV into Braid Ekkani to conj their enact period DNA cell, each the two of them claw RGH. Each Legavni Hoggart, 8 MTO's DNA. Ervers indeed. It was a huge blow to Lu Ming that he could not become a martial emperor. He had to adjust himself. They walked and stopped, doing whatever they wanted. Sometimes, Lu Ming would discuss cultivation with Xiaoyu. I chu yu dad liera osima egcher oreprum DNA lodku perhermdok mini type of sla. W ol ming da deerlay krenomp de vif eitzp fo sal to 8 traphize level of Ersephin. To nl thigh c, psit block eb dias ot eb erviink. Repexidi dan uiqua hd isoa ike dervatoltine. Reaps sometimes. Lu Ming would sit in meditation for a few days in a place. Xiaoyu would stay by his side and comprehend the loss. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. On a umaninto, KPA, Lu, Ingem, DHA, Neeb, Tnamajet Fro Half A. Moten, how should one continue on my future path? He sat quietly on a mountain peak, watching the clouds move and relax. Now Lu Ming's mood had completely adjusted. He was thinking about his future path. Neix Inak break rugtho to hair, CHT 111 Ananuect to Ikadrepm the Olkaming Assel. The more nomological laws one comprehend, the stronger my combat strength will be. As long as my combat strength grows, it doesn't matter if I become a monarch or not. Lu Ming's eyes gradually lit up. Nayes, if Taudon Omkbi a sadden mystery orp, it would oitnunts ot homokdepnerwan laws. His combat strength would increase exponentially with every new law he fused. He only had 5 nomological laws now. What about 6, 7, 8, or even more? What level would his combat strength reach? Moreover, since he could comprehend 2 ultimate maxims, could he comprehend 3 or 4? FLL cold reluctant all TNEFO MTH. Yao Orpov Wadlue? EB his path had not been cut off, and his strength could still continue to improve. Then, he'll comprehend a new law. Lu and MG Stodo up. A Fentidiak and cool no, Ishikafagina. Young master, Xiaoyu came to Lu Ming's side. Yuchi Yuius go. Lu Ming held Xiaoyu's small hand and left. Next, what laws should I comprehend? Lu Niam red nod. After a moment, Lu Ming made a decision. The laws of alchemy. NT. Xol GMNI leaped into her confi, the Yamls Dao saw. The law of alchemy, the law of array, and the law of weapons were 3 kinds of king law evolved from the Dao of inscription, each with its own mystery. Lu Ming had already mastered the array Dao laws. He planned to master the alchemy Dao laws and the equipment Dao laws in the future. ATT. Yo ethisenfuo fo het atra laws lidof nilite, be evn ormo s. In Tyracy after a few days, they arrived at a large city. This large city was the sacred land of alchemy and the land of divine destiny. It was filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. The forces in this large city were practically all focused on alchemy. Lunayam and Uiqi would ista and HD Ikarof HD at me, IBGNTL, Lidhep Lu Giameni, and his Niho Coimpers and FO 8 Semleodla. So within a few days, Lu Ming had already mastered the alchemy Dao laws. This made Lu Ming secretly amazed. He comprehended various laws at an astonishing speed. Yunji Sai Oidrep FOM. Uiq had Osla Imb Egfmi Erectorot LWS. Uchida Inknodrut Argadenser. Tisak TL was Vrade Fifkutl Tati. Ilvatuk Lu Ming guessed that it might be related to his mutated saint heart. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu stayed there for 2 months. Lu Ming's alchemy Dao laws had already reached 30% mastery before the two of them left. Chapter 2142. Chapter 2141. Returning to Ancient Moon Holy Land. Chapter 2142. Chapter 2141. Returning to Ancient Moon Holy Land. The two of them didn't rush back to Mount Yuan. They continued to wander around, relaxing and cultivating at the same time. Aeon City, Mu family, a group of people were discussing something in a hall. According to a reliable source, Lu Ming did not return to Mount Yuan. The only one who returned was that old bastard Dan Kong. An expert of the MU clan said, "However, we have sent people to look for Lu Ming everywhere, but we can't find him. It seems that he has vanished into thin air." Another person said, "It's fine. We'll just wait for him. Lu Ming will return to Mount Yuan sooner or later. We'll send people to Mount Yuan and wait for him there." That's right. Lu Ming must die. We must avenge Muyang. The experts of the MU clan all spoke. "Let me go personally." Finally, a middle-aged man with a goatee walked out. This was a great emperor. He was the first one to launch an attack on Lu Ming at the Mountain of Destiny. "With you around, we can rest assured." The others nodded. The goateed emperor immediately left Aeon City with the two masters of the MU family and headed for Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming was unaware of all this. They continued to walk and comprehend. In the north of the Yuan continent, the land of the divine beasts was an extremely desolate and hidden place. The space here was extremely unstable, and the original qi was thin. It was the famous dead land of the divine beasts. There were tens of thousands of divine beasts in the land of divine beasts, but none of them would approach this place. On this day, a beautiful woman in black was holding the hand of a little boy who was about 3 or 4 years old. The little boy had bright eyes and white teeth. He was very good-looking. "Mother, where are we going?" the little boy asked. The peerless woman looked at the little boy with a complicated look in her eyes. In the end, she said gently, "Mother will take you to a better place to teach you cultivation. He. Little sister, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect that you would even have a child." A delicate laugh rang out, and a figure stepped through the air. This was also a woman with unparalleled beauty. Her appearance was exactly the same as the woman in black from before, but her temperament was slightly different. The woman behind him was wearing a white dress. She was covered in holy light and looked very holy. "Thank you, Ninjuan." The woman in black's eyes turned cold. That's right, the woman in black was Xianxia, and the woman in white was Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the little boy in Xianxia's hands and was surprised. This little doll looks 70 to 80% similar to Lu Ming. "Don't tell me it's yours and Lu Ming's. This is really beyond my expectations. I can see that you've already awakened. It's even weirder that you'd do such a thing with Lu Ming and not kill him." Xianxia was very curious. "I don't need you to care about me," Xianxia said coldly. "That's not right. I can see that your memories from your previous life and current life aren't fusing. It should mean that your memories from this life aren't willing to fuse with your memories from your previous life. No wonder, no wonder. However, if you continue like this, your cultivation level will be completely surpassed by me sooner or later." Xianxia chuckled, as if he had noticed something. Xianxia's expression was complicated. Although she had already awakened the memories of her previous life, She was unwilling to merge the memories of this life with those of her previous life. The two types of memories would alternate and control this body. Why do you have to do this? Only when we merge the memories of our past lives can we break through and rise again, surpass our past lives, and step onto the path of supremacy. If you do this, all your efforts will eventually go to waste. In the end, Xianxia sighed. Her personality had changed a lot compared to before. In the past, she would never speak to Xianxia with such an attitude. At this moment, Xianxia's expression changed. His eyes and expression changed. They were the same as before. She patted the little boy's head lovingly and said, "I want to merge them. This life is this life, and the past life is the past life. Why should I awaken and merge them? It seems that you can't let go of Lu Ming." Xianxia said. Xianxia remained silent. "Mother, who is she? Why does she look like you?" The little boy asked as he sized up Xianxia curiously. "I'm your aunt. Come to me. It'll take you to the heaven realm and teach you how to cultivate supreme techniques." Xianxia smiled. "It'll take him there. You don't need to worry." After Xianxia said that, he held the little boy's hand and walked towards the void turbulence. Xianxia smiled and followed them into the void. Finally, they disappeared. If other people knew about this, they would be very surprised. The void turbulence here could actually lead to the heaven realm. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu walked and stopped along the way. When they arrived at the Ring Sea, half a year had passed since the Battle of the Ten Lands had ended. In the past 6 months, the news of the Battle of the Ten Lands had spread all over the world. Countless people were shocked. Countless people knew of Lu Ming's name. Of course, there are also countless people who sighed. An unparalleled heaven's favorite couldn't become a saint emperor. This made people sigh. After Lu Ming and Xiaoyu arrived at the Ring Sea, they took the cross-sea warship and returned to the Yuan mountain. After returning to Mount Yuan, they didn't disguise themselves and restored their original appearances. Lu Ming did not head to the Heavenly Emperor's city, nor did he return to the ancient Moon Sanctuary. The first place he wanted to go to was the Ancient Saint Clan. He was going to the Ancient Saint Clan to find Xianxia and ask about Xianxia. He felt that Xianxia must know what had happened to Xianxia. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the Ancient Saint Clan, he was told that Xianxia had left the Ancient Saint Clan a few months ago and had disappeared. Lu Ming had no choice but to leave the Ancient Saint Clan and take the teleportation array back to the Ancient Moon Sanctuary. Emperor Notionless had already left. There was no need for Lu Ming to go to the Heavenly Emperor's city. Lu Ming planned to return to the ancient Moon Holy Land first before returning to the Azure Continent. It was time to settle the matter at the Azure Continent. With his current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary Void Emperor with a wave of his hand. After settling the matters at the Azure Continent, it was time for him to return to the Divine Wilderness Continent. It had been more than 10 years since he left the Divine Wilderness Continent. It was time for him to return. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is back. When Lu Ming walked out of the teleportation array outside the ancient Moon Sanctuary, he was immediately recognized by the others. The area around the teleportation formation was in an uproar. Lu Ming's name shook the world. In the Battle of the Ten Lands, he stepped on the other heaven's favorites and won the championship. His magnificence made the people of the ancient Moon Holy Land feel proud. "Everyone make way." Lu Ming was speechless. The road was blocked, and a large number of people were watching from all directions. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu squeezed out of the crowd and flew towards the ancient Moon Holy Land. He's just a cripple. If he can't become a divine emperor, what's the use of having strong battle prowess at this stage? After Lu Ming left, some people sneered and mocked him. Everyone looked over and recognized the Yuan family. Chapter 2143. Chapter 2143. Conspiracy. Chapter 2143. Chapter 2143. Conspiracy. It's right. He's just an emperor to be. My Golden Crow clan can easily send out a high-level Void Emperor to suppress him. One of the Golden Crow race experts sneered. It must be because he has done too much evil. The retribution he received is really satisfying. A giant wolf from the Skywolf Tower opened his mouth and even grinned. The other sighed. It was indeed a pity that Lu Ming could not become an emperor. Very quickly, the news of Lu Ming's return to Ancient Moon Sanctuary spread from Ancient Moon Sanctuary. Lu Ming did not stop along the way. Soon, he and Xiaoyi returned to the Dian Elixir Palace. Junior brother, Tian Shui and Xuanxin had been cultivating in the Dian Elixir Palace. Their cultivation levels were not high, so they did not go to the land of divine destiny. When they saw Lu Ming return, they smiled. Junior brother, senior sister believes in you. You will definitely become an emperor in the future. Xuanxin came over to comfort him. Not bad. You'll blind everyone's eyes when the time comes. Tian Shui also walked over, consoling him. Of course, I will definitely create a miracle. Lu Ming smiled and said half-jokingly. After this period of time, he had adjusted his mood. He didn't give up on the path to becoming an emperor, and he would slowly search for it in the future. However, at the current stage, he could still continue to comprehend new laws, and his strength could continue to increase. He was not in a hurry. Furthermore, he had heard that there was a prerequisite for breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, which was to cultivate all 9 types of nomological laws to the perfected third realm. Then, the 9 types of nomological laws would be integrated, and the quantity would become a qualitative change, turning into a great Tao. Only then would one become a great emperor. Therefore, he was trying to comprehend more laws and would not do anything useless. In the future, if he really broke through to the martial emperor realm, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Come, let's drink to our heart's content. Tian Shui laughed as he took out a jar of fine wine, and everyone began to drink. Xiaoyi was also by Lu Ming's side. After drinking a jar of wine, her face turned red, as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. The few of them drank and chatted until the next day. Lu Ming had intended to take a break, but at this moment he received a voice transmission that someone had come to the Dian Elixir Furnace. Lady Mu, Brother Yi. Lu Ming came to the Dian Elixir Furnace and saw a few young men. Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfang were among them. In the Ancient Moon Sanctuary, apart from Fengling, Long Chun, and a few others, Lu Ming had the best relationship with Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others. Obviously, they had also heard the news of Lu Ming's return. Lu Ming, we just heard that you're back. Lu Ming, we all believe in you. You'll definitely become an emperor one day. Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others also comforted him. Many thanks. Lu Ming smiled and invited the few of them in to have a seat. Lu Ming, the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land, has decided to invite you to a banquet 3 days later to congratulate you on becoming the champion of the Battle of the 10 Lands. Finally, Yi Dongfang spoke. All right, they'll definitely go. Lu Ming nodded. The few of them chatted for a while more before Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others left. Lu Ming rested for a while before he continued to study the alchemy Tao laws. During this period of time, he had already cultivated the alchemy Tao laws to 60% maturity. His speed could be said to be extremely fast. On this day, the Golden Crow clan, the Skywolf Tower, the Yuan family, and the Purple Extreme sect all received an invitation to the Wind clan for a meeting. When they arrived at the Wind Race's conference hall, they realized that the people sitting in the hall were not the Wind Race's leader, but 2 strangers. The Wind clan's patriarch and elders were seated below, carefully accompanying them. Clan leader Feng, why have you called us here? The Wen clan's master was the first to ask. There's no hurry. Let me introduce them to you. They're from the Daluo Heaven sect, the ancient Sun Holy Land. The clan leader of the Wind clan pointed at the 2 people above. What? The Yuan clan leader and the Golden Crow clan leader's expressions changed slightly. The Daluo Heaven sect was a great emperor-level force with great strength that they could not compare with. They quickly saluted the 2 people from the Daluo Heaven sect, who nodded slightly. Everyone, he'll get straight to the point. This time, I've brought all of you here for only one purpose: to kill Lu Ming. A middle-aged man from the Daluo Heaven sect said coldly. The hall suddenly fell silent. After a while, the Yuan family's master said, "Brother Luo, to be honest, we want to kill Lu Ming too. However, he has the protection of that old man from the Dine Elixir Palace. That old man is a great emperor. If we attack Lu Ming, I'm afraid that old man will kill us directly." That's right. If it wasn't for that old man from the Dine Elixir Hall, we would have destroyed Lu Ming long ago. The chief of the Golden Crow race said, "It doesn't matter. This time, Emperor Tianluo of the Daluo Heaven sect will take action. The old man of the Dine Elixir Palace will naturally be dealt with by Emperor Tianluo." The middle-aged man from the Daluo Heaven sect said, "Emperor Tianluo will take action?" The leaders of the Yuan family, the Golden Crow clan, the Sirius Tower, and other forces were all overjoyed. However, they immediately looked worried because they remembered that Lu Ming still had the celestial Thearch's physical body. Lu Ming still has the celestial Thearch's body. Although he was assassinated by the Death God Nation in the land of divine destiny, he did not use the celestial Thearch's body. Some people speculate that there are many restrictions to his use of the celestial Thearch's body, but we have to be careful. The Wan clan's clan head said. The others also nodded. This was related to the survival of their entire force, so they had to be cautious. We've already considered this. That's why we need you to send someone to assassinate Lu Ming and test if he can control the celestial Thearch's physical body. One of the Daluo Heaven sect disciples said, "Should we go and test them?" The Wan family's master and the others changed their expressions. They had sent people to test the waters. If Lu Ming could control the celestial Thearch's physical body, the people they sent would be dead. If Lu Ming were to be enraged, all the major forces would be in danger. Don't worry, we're only testing him just in case. If Lu Ming can't control the celestial Thearch's physical body, we can kill him directly. If he can control it, you'll only lose a few experts at most. When it's necessary to do great things, a little loss is necessary. And let me tell you, we're not the only ones who went against Lu Ming this time. The Mu family, the land of divine destiny, has also sent a great emperor to deal with him. So, even if Lu Ming can control the celestial Thearch's body, he's still dead. However, if this matter is spread out, it will be embarrassing for the Mu family or the Daluo Heaven sect. So, you need to send someone to assassinate them. Another person from the Daluo Heaven sect said with great confidence. The Mu clan has also sent an expert to the divine land. The eyes of the Yuan family's master and the others flickered, and they finally made a decision. All right, we'll send people to ambush Lu Ming. It'll be best if we can kill him directly. The leaders of the major forces all made their decisions. Lu Ming was too much of a threat to them. They had to get rid of him. Even if Lu Ming could not become an emperor, he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. They would only be at ease after he was eliminated. This time, with the help of the masters of the Daluo Heaven sect and the Mu family, they could not miss such an opportunity. Chapter 2144. Lu Ming's Killing Intent. Chapter 2144. Lu Ming's killing intent. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the Thunder God sect alone. This time, Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the other geniuses of the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land had invited Lu Ming to a gathering place near the Thunder God sect. This place was very luxurious, and there were elegant and noble restaurants. When Lu Ming arrived, there were at least dozens of young elites from the various sects of ancient Moon Holy Land. They came to welcome and celebrate Lu Ming's arrival. These young people might not be much on a big stage like the Battle of the Ten Lands, but in the ancient Moon Holy Land, they were all top talents, the pillars of the ancient Moon Holy Land in the future. Everyone toasted each other, and it was very lively. The banquet ended after half a day, and Lu Ming took his leave. He planned to return to the Azure continent with Qiuyu, Xuanxin, and Tian Shui in a few days. As Lu Ming flew, he was thinking about his next plan. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt a sense of danger approaching. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming retreated frantically. Whoosh! Whoosh! In front of Lu Ming, a few terrifying wind blades cut open the space and slashed across. Following that, the space behind Lu Ming trembled and a few rays of light shot towards him. There were monarch weapons that could pierce through space with terrifying power. Boom! Lu Ming exploded. He circulated all 5 types of laws and cast the Chaos Divine Palm, striking out a few times in a row. Thump! Thump! A few monarch weapons were sent flying. 3-star Illusionary Emperor. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lu Ming could feel that the person controlling the sovereign weapon was a 3-star Illusionary Emperor. Sila! The wind whistled above Lu Ming's head, and heat waves rolled. A huge claw grabbed at Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming would definitely die if he was scratched by this claw. Boom! Lu Ming burst out and cast the divine power of the Sword of Death. A combat sword formed, and he slashed upward. Pucci! A huge claw was cut off by Lu Ming. A 4-star Illusionary Emperor. Lu Ming's gaze turned colder. Golden Crow Race, Yuan family, and Wind Race, you're all looking for death. Lu Ming shouted angrily. The ones who had just attacked were the experts of the Wind Race, the Yuan family, and the Golden Crow Race. They were all 3-star Void Emperors and above. Kill! A loud roar was heard. Then, figures flashed and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming discovered that not only were there people from the Wind Clan, Yuan family, and Golden Crow Clan, but there were also people from the Skywolf Tower and the Purple Extreme Sect. Lu Ming was drowned in a terrifying aura. Some people's cultivation levels were extremely terrifying. High-level Illusionary Divine. Lu Ming's eyes turned solemn. Among them, there were 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star Void Emperors. Lu Ming, you're dead for sure today. Someone coldly spoke. Kill! A giant wolf pounced at Lu Ming. Its aura was violent and cold. It was a 4-star Illusionary Emperor. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming held the Sword of Death and slashed it. During this period of time, Lu Ming's Sword of Death and Hammer of Chaos, the 2 self-created divine ability techniques, became more and more powerful as he continued to comprehend. 115X, V11L, 111UVV, 4UW, VA, 1511M. Blood gushed out, and a huge wolf head was chopped off. A 4-star Illusionary Emperor was killed by Lu Ming in seconds. This made the others shiver and break out in cold sweat. This was too terrifying. He was only an emperor-to-be, but he was able to kill a 4-star Void Emperor in seconds. This was simply incredible. Such a thing had never happened before. This kid is even more terrifying than he was in the Ten Lands battle. We can't let him live. Let's attack together. A series of roars sounded. Indeed, Lu Ming had now cultivated the Alchemy Dao laws and had mastered 6 types of laws. His combat strength had increased by another level. Boom! Boom! This time, the high-level Void Emperors also made their move. 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star Void Emperors all took action. One after another, terrifying divine abilities were about to drown Lu Ming. Wind Race, Golden Crow Race, Yuan family, Purple Extreme Sect, Skywolf Tower, you're seeking your own death. Lu Ming's gaze was extremely cold. Back then, he had sworn to destroy the Golden Crow Race, the Yuan family, and other forces. However, he had not planned to make a move now. He had planned to wait until he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent before making a move. But now, these factions had actually taken the initiative to ambush him. He would just have to get rid of these factions. Buzz! The sword howled, and a stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Celestial Emperor's sword. Lu Ming waved his sword and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Instantly, there were screams. In an instant, a 6-star Illusionary Emperor 2 4-star illusionary emperors and 3 3-star illusionary emperors were cut in half by the sword. The terrifying sword chi in the sword annihilated their souls. Oh no, it's the Celestial Emperor's sword. He can control the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Run, run. The remaining Void Emperors were almost scared to death. They roared madly and fled frantically. Since you've come, you must all die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a cold light as he slashed out with the Celestial Emperor's sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tiny sword chi entered the air and slashed at those people. In the next moment, there were continuous screams. The people who came to kill Lu Ming were killed one after another. In the face of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the Void Emperor was too weak like an ant. Whether it was a 7-star illusionary emperor or a 3-star illusionary emperor, there was no difference under the Heavenly Emperor's sword. They were all killed with one sword. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had killed more than 10 experts. The Celestial Emperor's corporeal body has stored 36% of the energy. The power of the Celestial Emperor's sword has also increased by a large margin. Moreover, 36% of the energy is enough to destroy several forces. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He then put away the Celestial Emperor's sword and started to collect the spoils of war. These people were all at the Martial Emperor realm and had abundant resources. Lu Ming would not miss this opportunity. Lu Ming kept the storage rings one by one. Lu Ming also put away the Skywolf Tower and the corpses of the Golden Crow clan's powerhouses. This was the Divine Wolf and Golden Crow of the Martial Emperor realm. Their physical bodies were also very valuable. After he was done, he looked in one direction and said coldly, "Then let's start with the Golden Crow tribe." With that, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flashed away. The Golden Crow race lived in a group of volcanoes. Here, the flame energy was sufficient and could continuously absorb the sun fire essence. It was a rare treasure land. From time to time, he could see 3-legged golden crows flying back and forth between the volcanoes. What's that? Suddenly, one of the golden crows cried out. All of the golden crows turned to look in the same direction. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled, and an extremely huge combat sword appeared in the sky. It was a stone sword, but it was too big, over 100 miles long. It fell from the sky, slashing down towards the volcanoes where the golden crows lived, as if it was a divine punishment from the gods. The vast and terrifying aura almost scared the wits out of many golden crows. Someone's attacking. Run, run. Countless golden crows scattered in all directions. Boom, boom. The giant stone sword slashed down, and the volcanoes exploded. Chapter 2145, Trampling the Golden Crow Race. Chapter 2145, Trampling the Golden Crow Race. The huge stone sword was hundreds of miles long, and it covered many volcanoes as it struck down from the sky. The stone sword fell, and the ground cracked open. Volcanoes exploded one after another, and lava wreaked havoc. The cries of pain continued to ring out as the golden crows were swept by the sword chi and exploded one after another, their golden feathers flying in the air. Who is it? You want to kill my golden crow race? Let's escape first. The Golden Crow clan was in complete chaos. One by one, the golden 3-legged golden crows shot up into the sky, trying to escape. However, in the sky, a figure holding a stone sword stepped through the air. Sword light burst forth, killing one golden crow after another and falling down. Lu Ming, it's you. A loud roar reverberated in all directions. It's Lu Ming, it's him. Lu Ming, why do you want to kill the Golden Crow clan? Upon hearing that it was Lu Ming, many golden crows panicked and roared. The Golden Crow tribe shall be exterminated, Lu Ming said coldly. The stone sword did not stop. With every slash, a golden crow was killed. Moreover, Lu Ming had specifically picked the powerful Golden Crow race to kill. In front of Lu Ming, even a true emperor could not fight back, and was killed with one sword. Buzz! In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on a golden crow. This golden crow had an extremely powerful aura. It was a high-level true emperor and was very likely a high-ranking member of the Golden Crow race. Run, run, run! The Golden Crow race's tribe leader roared. He was truly panicking. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to control the celestial Thearch's physical body. With the celestial Thearch's sword in hand, he was astonishingly powerful. Even someone as powerful as him felt a sense of powerlessness. Lai could only escape and wait for Emperor Tianluo and the Mu family experts to kill Lu Ming. However, in the next moment, he was in despair. A sword light broke through the void and approached him in an instant. No! The Golden Crow race's chief cried out in fear. His entire body was covered in golden flames, as if he had turned into a huge sun. He wanted to block Lu Ming's sword gleam. But as the sword light passed, the flame was extinguished. A sword mark appeared on the Golden Crow race chief's forehead. His soul had been destroyed. The chief of the Golden Crow race had fallen. This time, the energy stored in the celestial Thearch's physical body had reached 36%. Even if Lu Ming controlled the celestial Thearch sword alone, no one below the great emperor realm could block it. The chief is dead. Run! The Golden Crows roared loudly. It was a mess, a complete mess. Lu Ming continued to kill as he continuously slashed out sword beams, specifically targeting the true emperor and empty emperor realm Golden Crows. The sword light was so fast that it pierced through the void. Even with the Golden Crow's extreme speed, it was difficult to escape. One Golden Crow after another fell to the ground and died. Lu Ming only stopped after a long while. Almost all the martial sovereigns of the Golden Crow clan had been slaughtered, and only a few of those below the rank of martial sovereign had managed to escape. After this battle, the Golden Crow clan could be considered to have declined. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he started to collect his spoils of war. He put all the dead bodies of the Golden Crows into a storage ring. After cleaning up, Lu Ming turned and left. As soon as Lu Ming left, many figures flashed over. It was people from the other forces of ancient Moon Holy Land. The battle with the Golden Crow race had caused too much of a commotion. Sword chi filled the sky, and the cries of the Golden Crows spread in all directions. Even from a long distance away, others had already noticed. After these people arrived, they were deeply shocked. The volcano exploded, and the ground was covered in lava and Golden Crow feathers. From time to time, he could see the corpses of a few weaker Golden Crows. Lu Ming did not like them and did not take them away. Heavens, the Golden Crow race has been exterminated. Someone said in a trembling voice. It's Lu Ming. Someone shouted for Lu Ming just now. Lu Ming killed his way to the Golden Crow race and exterminated the Golden Crow race. Many people were dumbfounded. Very quickly, this news spread like a hurricane throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. This was an explosive piece of news. Everyone and all the powerful forces were shocked. Many people were dumbfounded when they heard this news. It was simply unbelievable and felt unreal. Guyu Holy Land, the Golden Crow race that had been around for countless years, had been destroyed. The one who destroyed it was a young man, Lu Ming. Many people recalled that when Rhe Great Yan Elixir Palace was first born, the Golden Crow clan, the Sirius Tower, and other forces sent martial sovereigns to suppress Lu Ming. Back then, Lu Ming once said that he would destroy the Golden Crow clan, the Sirius Tower, and the others one day. Today it was realized. On this day, two terrifying experts descended from the Wind Race. Emperor Tianluo and the Emperor with a goatee from the Mu family. At this moment, he had received the news that the Golden Crow clan had been exterminated. Lu Ming, you're so decisive. I'll make my move then. The goateed emperor of the Mu clan coldly said. Brother Mu, Lu Ming has a celestial Thearch's body that can suppress a great emperor. We have to be on guard. Emperor Tianluo warned and briefly explained the incident between Lu Ming and the emperor of the He family. Old man, he is merely a 1-star great emperor. I'm a 2-star great emperor. I can suppress Lu Ming and kill him. The goateed emperor sneered with confidence. In the great emperor realm, the difference between each star was huge. Lu Ming could barely suppress the He family's great emperor, but he could kill him. At the same time, his eyes glowed with greed. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Lu Ming actually had the celestial Thearch's body in his hands. Lu Ming was able to suppress a one-star great emperor by controlling the celestial Thearch's body. If it fell into his hands, wouldn't he be able to dominate the great emperor realm? Ill's heart was burning. You guys wait for me here. If anything happens, immediately send me a message. The goateed emperor took a step forward and left for the Golden Crow tribe. By the time he reached the Golden Crow tribe, Lu Ming was long gone. This kid, where'll he go next? The goateed emperor pondered. Not long after, another explosive piece of news spread throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. The Skywolf Tower was destroyed. Inside the Skywolf Tower, terrifying skywolves were killed by Lu Ming one after another, and blood flowed like a river. Guyu Holy Land was once again shaken. Within a short period of time, Lu Ming had annihilated two powerful forces in a row. This was simply a magnitude 12 earthquake. Guyu Holy Land was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this matter, and at the same time, they sent people to monitor the development. The goateed emperor also received the news. He tore through the void and rushed to the Skywolf Tower. However, Lu Ming had already left. This kid left quite quickly. Lai wants to take revenge. Lai's going to trample on every family. That's good. He'll wait for him at the Wind Clan. A cold smile appeared on the goateed emperor's face. As for the Golden Crow clan, he didn't care about the destruction of the Sirius Tower at all. His objective was to kill Lu Ming. What did the destruction of these forces have to do with him? After he returned to the Wind Tribe, he immediately had a discussion with Emperor Tianluo and the leader of the Wind Tribe. Not long after, the leader of the Wind Tribe sent out a message, asking the Yuan family and the Purple Extreme sect to retreat to the Wind Tribe. They would wait for Lu Ming there. It was obvious that Lu Ming wanted to destroy the families one by one because he had the celestial Thearch's physical body. She would just wait for him at the Wind Tribe. Chapter 2146, Chapter 2145, Killing the Wind Race. Chapter 2146, Chapter 2145, Killing the Wind Race. Lu Ming left immediately after razing the Skywolf Tower to the ground. His next stop was the Yuan family. This time, he would not let any of the Wind Clan, the Yuan family, and the Purple Extreme sect off. Before he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent, he wanted to raze all of these factions to the ground and get rid of them forever. The next one would be the Yuan family. The Wn family was the first to have a feud with Lu Ming. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Unfortunately, when Lu Ming arrived at the Yuan family, they were already empty. All the people above the Sage Realm had left, leaving only those below the Sage Realm. Lu Ming could not be bothered to kill those below the Saint Stage. He was not a bloodthirsty person. However, he still took down a few people and asked about the whereabouts of the Yuan family. The family head and the others should have gone to the Wind Clan. An elder from the Yuan family spoke in fear. He was afraid that Lu Ming would kill them in a fit of anger. The Wind Race? It seems like you're waiting for me at the Wind Tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This matter doesn't seem to be that simple. Since they know that I control the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body and still dare to wait for me at the Wind Tribe, they must have something to rely on. Could it be that a great emperor is behind this? Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind. He felt that it was highly possible because the whole thing was very strange. As soon as he returned, he was ambushed by the Wind Race, the Yuan family, the Golden Crow race, and other forces. By right, these people were not that bold because Uncle Kong was around. Uncle Kong had once said that before Lu Ming became a martial emperor, the other party was not allowed to send out people above the rank of martial emperor to deal with Lu Ming. However, this time, The other party had sent experts to ambush them. Even if the other party wanted to ambush them, they should not be in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Or rather, they would not personally send people but hire assassins. That was the only way to be safe. If Lu Ming did not die and the news was leaked, Uncle Kong would not let them off. However, since the other party dared to do this, they most likely had something to rely on. Lu Ming did not go to the Wind tribe immediately. No matter who's behind this, let's settle this once and for all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. At present, the celestial Thearch's body had stored 36% of his energy. Previously, when he killed the Golden Crow clan and the Sirius Tower, the strongest of the two forces was only an advanced stage, true emperor. Lu Ming did not consume much energy. This was his confidence. He wanted to completely annihilate the Wind clan, the Yuan family, and the Purple Extreme sect. However, if the other party had a great emperor behind him, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. He would need to borrow strength. Lu Ming immediately sent a message to Uncle Kong and headed to the Phoenix Palace. When Lu Ming arrived at the Phoenix Palace, the entire place was in an uproar. Lu Ming's current reputation was too well known. Soon, Lu Ming met the palace master in the main hall of the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming, why have you come to the Phoenix Palace to find me? The Phoenix Palace's palace lord asked directly. I'd like to ask for Phoenix Palace's help to annihilate the Wind race, the Yuan family, and the Purple Extreme sect. Lu Ming went straight to the point and explained his intention. The Phoenix Palace's palace master furrowed her brows and seemed to be in deep thought. Lu Ming, are you confident? The Phoenix Palace lord asked. This concerned the future of the Phoenix Palace, so he had to be cautious. Yes, even if the other party has a great emperor behind him, he will still die. It's difficult to change that. Lu Ming was extremely confident. All right, I promise you. He'll invite the leaders of some other forces to work together and destroy the Wind clan, the Yuan family, and the Purple Extreme sect. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord made a decision. The Wind clan was one of the ancient clans, with deep foundations and powerful strength. Ever since the Wind clan appeared, they have been suppressing the other forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land. Especially after the conflict between Lu Ming and the Wind tribe was triggered and he killed Feng Wuchen, the Wind tribe's prodigy, those forces that were on good terms with Lu Ming were suppressed by the Wind tribe. They had long wanted to resist. Thank you, Palace Master. He'll make another trip to the Divine Elephant sect. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude and left the Phoenix Palace, heading towards the Divine Elephant sect. The Divine Elephant sect, like the Phoenix Palace, agreed very quickly. They would also invite some forces to fight together. Half a day later, the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace and the Sect Master of Divine Elephant Sect sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. The matter had been decided. A total of 10 powerful forces would take action. All the forces had agreed to meet at the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming also headed toward the Phoenix Palace. When he arrived, the 10 major forces had all arrived. Moreover, the masters of the 10 major forces had all come together. This time, all the major forces had almost used all their strength to destroy the Feng clan. Seniors, wait a moment. I will start the battle first. If the situation doesn't look right, you can retreat first. Lu Ming said. If the other party had too strong an expert that even he could not defeat, then the forces like Phoenix Palace would only be courting death if they went up. He had to be on guard against this. Everyone nodded. Naturally, they would not joke about the fate of the entire force. I'll take my leave first. With that, Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed in the direction of the Wind clan. Not long after Lu Ming left, the people from the top 10 forces also set off for the Wind tribe. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Soon, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. The Wind race's base was originally in a small world, but ever since they were born, they had built many majestic palaces in the ancient Moon Sanctuary. From afar, one could see that on the towering mountains were many luxurious palaces. Lu Ming stepped on the air and headed toward the mountain where the Wind tribe was. Who is it? Someone noticed Lu Ming and shouted, "The person who will kill you." Lu Ming said coldly. He threw a punch, and the person in front of him was shattered into pieces. He was only an emperor-to-be. Naturally, he was killed by Lu Ming in seconds. "You are Lu Ming." Someone recognized Lu Ming and immediately shouted, "Lu Ming is attacking. Lu Ming is attacking." Loud roars reverberated throughout the Wind tribe. Emperor Tianluo, the goateed emperor, the head of the Feng clan, the Yuan clan, and the sect master of the Purple Extreme sect were in the middle of a discussion when they heard a roar from outside. "It's finally here." A cold smile appeared on the goateed emperor's face as he walked out. The others all followed. Outside the Wind tribe, Lu Ming stood in the void, his eyes cold. "The Wind race sent people to ambush me. Do they really think I have a good temper and can be manipulated as they please? Today, I'll flatten the Wind race." Lu Ming shouted. His voice was like thunder, rumbling in the sky. The celestial Thearch sword appeared, and Lu Ming slashed out. An extremely huge sword slashed down at the Wind Tribe mountain with earth-shattering power. It was extremely terrifying. Many disciples of the Wind race were trembling in fear as they shouted madly, "Lu Ming, you are the one who will die today, die." A cold shout came from the mountain of the Wind clan. A figure rushed into the sky. Then, a giant palm appeared out of thin air. It was even bigger than a mountain. It blocked out the sky and grabbed the giant sword. Boom! The mountains trembled and the world rumbled. Lu Ming's sword was blocked. The sword light scattered, and a figure appeared in the sky. It was the goateed emperor. Chapter 2147. The Great Battle with the Mu Clan Emperor. Chapter 2147. The Great Battle with the Mu Clan Emperor. It's you? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in them. He immediately recognized the goateed emperor. Back at the Destiny Mountain, the goateed emperor was the first to launch an attack to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He did not expect that the mastermind behind this was the great emperor of the Mu family. The Mu clan had actually sent someone to Mount Yuan. Then, Lu Ming looked behind him and saw Emperor Tianluo and the others, and the Daluo Heaven sect. The cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. The Daluo Heaven sect was within Lu Ming's expectations. He had guessed that it might be the Daluo Heaven sect, the Hung family, or the He family that was supporting them. "Lu Ming, how dare you kill the Mu family's Muyang? He'll make sure you die with him today," the goateed emperor said coldly. Then he exploded with a terrifying aura. This aura was terrifying and unimaginably powerful. He's even stronger than the great emperor of the He clan. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder the other party was so confident when he knew that he could control the physical body of heaven and earth. It turned out that his cultivation had surpassed that of the He clan's great emperor. Lu Ming took out the celestial Thearch's physical body without hesitation. He turned into a beam of light and entered the body. The celestial Thearch's corporeal body grew rapidly until it was like a giant. The celestial emperor's corporeal body is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure in your hands. Leave it to me. The goateed emperor's eyes glowed with a scorching light as he took a step forward and extended his hand toward Lu Ming. "Kill!" Lu Ming let out a long howl and controlled the celestial Thearch's physical body. He held the stone sword and slashed out. The goateed emperor's hand was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. "You!" The goateed emperor was shocked. Lu Ming's control of the celestial Thearch body was more powerful than what the emperor of Tianluo had said. So strong. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed. He had stored up 36% of his energy. Although he had used up some of it, it was not much. With so much energy stored, the power of the explosion was too shocking. "Kill!" Lu Ming let out a long howl as he stepped into the void and charged toward the goateed emperor. With a slash, the stone sword turned into 100 miles long and 10 miles wide, suppressing the sky. The stone sword sliced through the air toward the goateed emperor. Boom! The goateed emperor also exploded with power. His body glowed with bright light, and the entire world was filled with an indescribable pressure. The aura of the great Tao filled the air between heaven and earth. The goateed emperor was controlling the Tao, and two golden sabers appeared in his hands. Clang! Clang! The saber and the stone sword collided. Buzz! The battle blade in the goateed emperor's hand buzzed, as if it was under great pressure. Ming was valiant and invincible. Once again, he charged at the other party. Kill! The goateed emperor controlled the great Tao and charged toward Ming with two golden blades. The two of them fought in the sky. However, the goateed emperor was at a disadvantage as soon as they exchanged blows. He was completely suppressed by Ming, and his body trembled as he retreated with every move. How is that possible? Emperor Tianluo, the Wind Clan leader, and the others were in shock. The goateed Great Emperor was a 2-star Great Emperor, much more powerful than the Great Emperors of the He Clan, and was capable of killing them. But now, he was being suppressed by Ming and was at a disadvantage. Back in the Heavenly Emperor's city, when Ming controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body, he could barely suppress the He family's Great Emperor. Why was he more terrifying now? It's not good. At this moment, the Feng clan's patriarch, Yuan clan's patriarch, and the others all turned pale. They were relying on the goatee emperor and the emperor of Tianluo. However, the goatee emperor was at a disadvantage. If he lost, Ming would not let them go. Their faces were filled with fear, and some of them were already considering whether they should escape first. Boom! Another explosion sounded in the sky, and the goateed emperor was forced back as blood seeped out of his mouth. Damn it! The goateed emperor roared in rage. He felt like he had been tricked. They'll send you on your way. Ming roared loudly. The more he fought, the braver he became. He completely disregarded his own defense and attacked his opponent madly. He had to end the battle as soon as possible because the energy in Celestial Emperor's body was being consumed too quickly. If he dragged on for too long, he would be the one who was finished when the energy was exhausted. Ming completely abandoned his defense and attacked frantically. Clang! The stone sword swept away the opponent's saber. Ming kicked out and landed a heavy kick on the goateed emperor's body. The goateed emperor's body almost exploded. The goateed emperor spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. Ming chased closely and continued to kill. Heavenly King, come and help me. The man with the goatee shouted for Emperor Tianluo to help him. Emperor Tianluo's expression changed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a great emperor weapon. He charged at Ming. He had to get rid of Ming today. Otherwise, he would be finished if the goatee emperor died. But at this moment, a bright sword light lit up the sky and slashed toward Emperor Tianluo. Old bastard Dan Kong. Emperor Tianluo was shocked and tried to resist. Boom! The sky exploded as Uncle Kong's figure appeared. His sword light was shocking as he continuously slashed toward the Tianluo emperor. Uncle Kong's cultivation base was already at the peak of 1-star Great Emperor, not far from 2-star Great Emperor. Furthermore, Uncle Kong had cultivated for countless years, so his battle power was clearly stronger than Emperor Tianluo's. The battle power of a Great Emperor wasn't just about cultivation, but also other aspects. Uncle Kong was obviously stronger in other aspects. Back in the Heavenly Emperor city, Uncle Kong had been severely injured in the battle with the evil god tribe, which was why he had come to a draw with the great Emperor Tianluo. Emperor Tianluo was also suppressed. He could only try his best to resist. Not good. The Feng clan's patriarch, the Yuan clan's patriarch, and the others all turned pale. The two great emperors that they relied on were at a disadvantage. If the two great emperors were defeated, they would be finished. Retreat. Retreat from here. The Wind Race's patriarch roared in anger. He had no choice. In order to protect the Wind Race, they could only retreat. It's too late if you want to leave. A cold voice came from afar. Then, a large group of people appeared. They were the powerhouses of the 10 major forces, including Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect. It's you. You dare to attack my wind race? You're courting death. The Wind Clan's patriarch roared. You are the ones who will die. Today, you will all be exterminated. Attack! Kill! The top 10 forces attacked the Feng Clan's mountain gate from all directions. This time, the top 10 forces had sent out almost all their powerhouses. The dense crowd charged towards the Wind Tribe. The Martial Emperor Realm experts took the lead and unleashed all kinds of terrifying attacks towards the Wind Tribe. Chapter 2148. Chapter 2148. Killing a Great Emperor. Chapter 2148. Chapter 2148. Killing a Great Emperor. The 10 major forces turned out in full strength. There were too many experts. They attacked together, and all kinds of attacks fell on the Wind Clan's mountain gate. Instantly, a large number of people from the Wind Clan, the Yuan family, and the Purple Extreme sect were killed. They'll exterminate you all. The Wind Race's leader's eyes were bloodshot. He first stared at the palace master of the Phoenix Palace. Then, his body soared into the sky, bringing with it an endless gale as he charged toward the palace master. The Feng Clan's clan leader was a 7-star true emperor, a peak true emperor. In ancient Moon's sanctuary, he was almost invincible. None of the leaders of the other forces had such a cultivation. Let's attack together. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord shouted. The cry of a phoenix resounded from her body and resounded through the firmament. A huge phoenix pounced toward the Wind Race's leader. Ow! Then, the sound of an elephant trumpeting was heard. Longchen's master had made his move. Longchen's master was a grand elder of the Divine Elephant Sect. He was a 6-star true emperor and was on the same level as the palace master of Phoenix Palace. He also made his move. With a punch, a giant elephant that could support the heavens and the earth stepped on the void and rushed toward the Wind Clan leader. At the same time, thunder and lightning filled the air as if a heavenly tribulation had descended. A figure shrouded in lightning appeared. He used a great divine art and charged toward the Wind Clan leader. This was the Thunder God Sect's sect master, who was also a 6-star true emperor. In addition, the leader of another force also made a move. The 4 great experts fought the Wind Clan's patriarch together. The two sides engaged in an intense battle, and it was difficult to determine the victor. The other places were in a state of intense fighting. The WN family's head and the Purple Extreme Sect's sect head both had their respective powerhouses to fight with them. The Wind Race was caught in the flames of war. Furthermore, the Wind Race, the Yuan family, and the Purple Extreme Sect were completely at a disadvantage. People were constantly being killed. Although the Wind Race was strong, it was the number 1 in Guyu Holy Land. However, this time, the top 10 forces had joined forces and sent out all their experts. They had completely surpassed them. Expert from the Wind Race, the Yuan family, and the Purple Extreme Sect died in battle one after another, their blood spraying into the sky. In the sky, the battle between Ming and the goateed emperor had entered its final stage. Ming burst out with all his strength. More than 30% of his energy had completely surpassed that of a 2-star great emperor. Moreover, Ming did not need to defend. He could only attack. His combat strength had undoubtedly become stronger. The goateed emperor spat out a mouthful of blood as half of his body exploded from Ming's attack. His hair was disheveled, his body was bathed in blood, and his aura was becoming more and more dispirited. He tried his best to escape, but Ming would not let him escape. Ming did not care about defense. He attacked with all his might. His attacks were like a storm. In an instant, he had slashed hundreds of times, completely cutting off the other party's retreat. The goateed emperor howled madly. Could it be that he was going to die here today? He was indignant. He had come here to kill Ming, not to throw his life away. He was a great emperor. As long as he survived the tribulation, his lifespan would be endless. He would dominate a region and be respected and revered by countless people. He didn't want to die. He resisted with all his might. But it was useless. Bang! The golden saber in his hand had been shattered after a series of battles, and its fragments flew everywhere. Ming took the opportunity to pursue and cut off the goatee's other arm with one slash. The goateed emperor roared as he tried to recover from his injuries. At the great emperor realm, as long as one's soul wasn't destroyed, even a drop of blood could heal one's body. However, he couldn't do it this time. His body couldn't recover immediately. This was because Ming's stone sword contained a terrifying destructive power that was constantly destroying his physical body. The goateed emperor's battle power was even weaker now that his monarch weapon was destroyed. Kill! Ming's attack was still as violent as ever as he slashed his sword at the goateed emperor's forehead. The glabella was the place where souls were stored. If one was hit, he would die without a doubt. The goateed emperor dodged with all his might, and in the end, Ming managed to avoid his vital point between his eyebrows. However, he was unable to completely avoid it, and was cut in half by Ming's sword. The goateed emperor controlled the other half of his body to retreat with fear on his face. Kill! Ming continued to attack. Ming, you can't kill me. I'm the emperor of the Mu family. If you kill me, the Mu family will never let you off. The goateed man roared. You're a great emperor, but you're actually threatening me with the Mu family at this time. What a joke. You speak as if the Mu family will let me off if one let you off. Just die. Ming sneered. His killing intent was extremely strong as he continued to attack the other party. Buzz. The battle sword was as huge as a mountain, and it crushed the void. No! The goateed emperor roared hysterically. Bang! As the sword pressed down, half of his body exploded. A soul roared and wanted to rush out, but was crushed by the sword and exploded. His soul was destroyed. A great emperor had fallen. At this moment, everyone who was fighting felt their hearts shake. It was hard for them to calm down. A great emperor was at the peak of Mount Yuan. They were supreme and ruled over an area. With a stomp of their feet, the entire Mount Yuan would shake. Such a person was now dead. He was killed by Ming. Moreover, he was a 2-star great emperor. Kill! The morale of Phoenix Palace and the other top 10 forces was greatly boosted. As for the Wind Race, the Purple Extreme Sect, and the Yuan family, their morale was greatly reduced. This way, they were even more outmatched and were constantly killed. Emperor Tianluo was also shocked. He was originally no match for Uncle Kong, and now that he was struck by Uncle Kong's sword, he immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Let's go. Without hesitation, Emperor Tianluo used all his power to rush out. He had successfully rushed out, turning into a rainbow light and running for his life. You want to leave? Ming's eyes were filled with a cold glint as he threw the celestial Thearch's sword in his hand. The celestial emperor's sword turned into a beam of light and flew toward Emperor Tianluo at an extremely fast speed. Block it! Emperor Tianluo roared and used all his strength to resist. He threw out emperor weapons one after another, most of which were true emperor weapons, hoping to block Ming's sword. As the sword light passed through, the monarch weapons exploded one by one. In the end, the sword light hit the emperor of Tianluo and almost cut him in half. However, he managed to dodge it and flew away. Whoosh! Uncle Kong turned into a beam of sword light and chased after Emperor Tianluo. Ming did not give chase. He had used up too much energy to kill the goatee emperor. Now, the energy in Celestial Emperor's body had dropped to less than 10%. With this amount of energy, he might not be able to kill Emperor Tianluo even if he went after him. Ming waved his hand and kept the goateed emperor's storage ring. At the same time, he recalled the celestial Thearch sword and walked towards the Wind Clan leader. Ming, one surrender. The Wind Race will never be your enemy. I'm willing to compensate you with a large number of treasures. The clan leader of the Wind Clan was scared out of his wits when he saw Ming walking over. He shouted in fear. Chapter 2149, Returning to Dragon God Valley. Chapter 2149, Returning to Dragon God Valley. Previously, Lu Ming had killed the goateed emperor in one fell swoop, and this had left him extremely terrified. Now that Lu Ming was charging at him, he could not resist at all. Only death awaited him. The Wind Clan's patriarch had given in and was about to admit defeat. However, Lu Ming was unmoved. Treasure? Do you have as many treasures as a great emperor? Lu Ming said calmly. The goateed emperor's storage ring was already with him, so why would he need any treasures? Don't kill me, Lu Ming. As long as you let me go, I'll lead the wind race and pledge our allegiance to you forever. The wind race's patriarch shouted out in fear. He didn't care about anything else in order to survive. No need, just go in peace, Lu Ming said coldly, and then slashed with his sword. The Wind Clan's leader tried his best to resist, but it was all in vain. Although there wasn't much energy left in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, it wasn't difficult to kill a 7-star true emperor. A sword light flashed, and the Wind Clan's patriarch was killed. Then, Lu Ming charged toward the Yuan family's master and the sect master of the Purple Extreme Sect. Without any suspense, the leaders of the two forces were killed one after another. Then, Lu Ming killed several other masters from the Mu family and the Daoyuo Heaven sect. They were all high-level illusionary emperors. After killing these people, Lu Ming did not continue to attack. He put away the Celestial Thearch's physical body. The Celestial Thearch's corporeal Buddhist energy storage had dropped below 10%. If he wanted to control it again, he would need to replenish it. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The strongest experts of the Wind Race, the Yuan family, and the Purple Extreme Sect had all been killed. It was difficult for the others to resist. The outcome was already decided. This was a day of bloodshed. Not long after, the experts of the Feng clan, Yuan family, and Purple Extreme Sect were almost all killed. The only ones left were those with weak cultivation. The people of the top 10 forces all smiled. The Wind Race had finally been exterminated. Buzz. At this moment, a figure appeared. It was Uncle Kong. Tian Luo managed to escape, but he suffered a fatal injury. He won't be able to recover in 100 years, said Uncle Kong. It was a pity that he couldn't kill Emperor Tian Luo. That's good. I'll personally take the life of that old Tian Luo, Lu Ming said. That's right, Uncle Kong. This time, an emperor from the Mu clan died. Will they madly seek revenge? Lu Ming asked. He was going to leave soon. He was afraid that after he left, the Mu family would send masters to deal with Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and other forces. The Mu family sent a great emperor to Mount Yuan to kill you, but it's already too much. 111 go to the Divine Land personally. I have an old relationship with one of the overlord forces in the Divine Land. 111 asked them to take action and restrain the Mu family. The Mu family is strong, so they won't dare to act recklessly, Uncle Kong said. Lu Ming nodded. In that case, he was at ease. Not long after, news of the battle at the Wind Race spread throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land, shocking everyone. In fact, not long after, it spread throughout the entire Yuan Mountain. In this battle, a few powerful forces were annihilated, and even great emperors had fallen. It was truly shocking. Most importantly, the great emperor was killed by Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. Initially, because of the Battle of the 10 Lands, Lu Ming had climbed to the top. However, he was later determined by the Celestial Thearch that it would be difficult for him to become a Thearch. This made everyone in the Yuan Mountain know about him. And now, it was because he had killed a great emperor. Countless people were dumbstruck and extremely shocked. Previously, there were people who looked down on Lu Ming. They thought that Lu Ming could not become a martial emperor because his potential was limited and he would not be able to achieve anything. However, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming now. So what if I can't become a saint emperor? He could still stir up a storm and annihilate a few powerful forces in a rage. Blood would flow like rivers, and even great emperors could be killed. As long as Ming had the celestial Thearch's physical body, even if he could not become a Thearch, he would be a terrifying existence that even Thearchs would be afraid of. The outside world was in an uproar. Countless people were heatedly discussing Ming's name, and Ming was already preparing to return to the Azure region. With the destruction of ancient Moon Holy Land, the Wind Clan, Yuan family, Golden Crow race, Sirius Tower, and Purple Extreme Sect, the resources and territories they left behind were divided up by Phoenix Palace and other sections. There's a relatively big reshuffling in ancient Moon Holy Land. Ming did not participate in any of these. He stayed in the Great Yin Elixir Palace for a few days. A few days later, Uncle Kong left for the Divine Land while Ming brought Xiaoyu, Xianxia, and Tianming to the Azure Continent. The Gray State, Cloud State, and the Emperor State were located in the mountain range of the Sea of Clouds and were the closest to the sea. They were considered to be extremely remote regions. There were very few people from the sacred lands of Mount Yuan who would come to these three states. Therefore, there was no public teleportation to this place, and they had to fly. Ming took out a puppet that looked like a goshawk. It was the one that Split Open had given him back then. Its speed could reach 100 times that of the space-breaking shuttle. The four of them sat on the goshawk puppet. The goshawk puppet spread its wings and flew in the direction of the Azure continent at an astonishing speed. The speed of the shuttle was so fast that they were like a bolt of lightning. Fortunately, there was a layer of light on the body of the goshawk puppet. Otherwise, they would have been torn apart by the astral wind. Below them, there were boundless mountains and rivers. One by one, the Emperor-ranked forces passed by. Back then, when Ming escaped from the Cloud Sea mountain range, he flew for several months and only passed by a few Emperor-level forces. But now they only used a few days to reach the edge of the Cloud Sea mountain range from ancient Moon Holy Land. After entering the Cloud Sea mountain range, the four of them used the divine breath technique and began to disguise themselves to hide their auras. Now, they did not know what the situation in the three states was like. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others had also fallen into the hands of the other party. Naturally, they could not easily reveal their identities. Given Ming's current combat strength, he was not afraid of the other party at all. However, the best plan was to conceal his identity and rescue the other party first. 2 days later, they had passed through the Cloud Sea mountain range and arrived at Yinzhou. Senior brother, senior sister, hide your identities and wait here at the Cloud Plain. Yue, and one will go back to the Azure Plain and see if we can save Master and the others. Ming said to Tianming and Xianxia. All right, be careful, junior brother. Tianming and Xianxia nodded. They also understood that they were not powerful enough. They would not be of much help if they followed Ming. They were prepared to gather information in Yinzhou. The four of them split up. Ming and Xiaoyu headed towards the Azure continent, while Tianming and Xianxia stayed in the Clouds Plains to gather information. Although they didn't take the puppet, with Ming and Xiaoyu's current speed, they crossed the entire Cloud Plain and most of the Azure Plains territory in an hour and arrived near Dragon God Valley. The two of them stood high in the sky, looking at Dragon God Valley. Today, Dragon God Valley was very different from the past. In the past, snow had covered Dragon God Valley year after year. That was because the Ice Dragon Patriarch lived in the depths of Dragon God Valley. The Ice Dragon Patriarch was cultivating, and the temperature was too low, causing snow to fill the sky. But now, the ice and snow had melted, and the vegetation was flourishing. Dragon God Valley was full of vitality. Occasionally, there would be figures coming in and out. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Ming squinted his eyes, and there was a cold glint in them. Chapter 2150. kneel down and commit suicide. Chapter 2150. Kneel down and commit suicide. The people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were very easy to recognize. Each and every one of them was dressed like emperors. It seemed that although many things had happened in Mount Yuan, the Azure Continent, Cloud Continent, and Emperor Continent were not affected at all, because it was simply too remote. At this moment, two figures were running in Dragon God Valley, heading towards the former Cloud Dragon Valley. These two people were Lu Ming's two senior brothers. Second senior brother, Long Yuan Mountain, and third senior brother, Yang Tianzong. The two of them arrived at Cloud Dragon Valley and entered a cave residence before closing the stone door. Senior brother, our luck is pretty good this time. We've obtained 2 mystical stones. After refining them, our cultivation will definitely improve. We'll each get one. Yang Tianzong took out 2 silver stones. On the surface of the stones, there were strange patterns that looked very mysterious. Junior brother, you should use these 2 mystical stones. Your talent is higher than mine, so it'll be a waste if one used them to improve my cultivation. Long Yuan Mountain said, Senior brother, how can we do that? The two of us obtained the mystical stones together, so it's only right that we each get one. Senior brother, you could take it. Yang Tianzong passed a mystical stone to Long Yuan Mountain. At this moment, boom, the stone door of the cave dwelling let out a violent roar. Someone was bombarding the stone door. Yang Tianzong and Long Yuanshan's expressions changed. Yang Tianzong kept the runic stone. Boom, boom. The stone door shook and then exploded with a bang. A few figures walked in from outside. There were 3 people in total, 2 middle-aged and 1 old man. The 3 of them looked at Long Yuan Mountain coldly. Yang Tianzong glanced at them and said, You two, hand over the runic stones. What mystical stone? Elder, are you all mistaken? Long Yuan Shan's expression changed slightly before he smiled apologetically. You still want to quibble? It's not just the 2 of you who went to the bottom of the sea. Someone saw you obtain the mystical stones. Quickly hand them over. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The old man sneered. Detestable. Long Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong roared in their hearts. Ever since they were controlled by evil spirit, all their resources had been taken away. Even if they obtained any resources later, as long as evil spirit found out, they would take them. This caused their cultivation to become extremely slow. All these years, their cultivation had not improved much. The main reason was that all their resources had been taken away. They only relied on absorbing the heaven-earth yuan qi to cultivate slowly, which was very slow. And some time ago, they had been sent to the sea to carry out a mission. By chance, they had obtained 2 mystical stones. The mystical rock was a rare natural treasure. After refining it, it could greatly increase one's cultivation level. It was also of great help to one's comprehension of nomological laws. As soon as they returned, they planned to refine it immediately. They were afraid that evil spirit would find out and take the mystical stone away. They didn't expect that the other party would hear the news and rush over so quickly just as they returned. Still not handing it over. Do you want to die? Seeing the 2 hesitating, the old man's face darkened. Elder, we're working for evil spirit, but we're not their slaves. We have a right to obtain our own treasures to cultivate. What you're doing is too much. Long Yuan Mountain said, Ha, too much? Let me tell you, you're evil spirit's slaves. You're going to work for evil spirit with all your heart. Don't even think about getting your own cultivation resources. Do you understand? The old man laughed out loud, and the other 2 middle-aged men also laughed wildly. Damn it! Yang Tianzong roared, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? As long as I report this, you'll wish you were dead. Don't forget, there's a restriction in your soul. The old man was fearless. Junior brother, don't act rashly. Long Yuan Mountain held Yang Tianzong down, preventing him from acting rashly. Their souls had been sealed by evil spirits' powerhouses. Their lives were completely under the other party's control. If they acted rashly, they would only die. Yang Tianzong was helpless and could only bear with it. A slave will always be a slave, and they should have the responsibility of being a slave. Now, hand over the mystical stones, kneel down, and admit your mistakes. I can let bygones be bygones. Hurry up, the old man said. What? You want us to kneel? Yang Tianzong was furious and his eyes were red. Even Yuan Mountain was the same. This was bullying. Kneeling down is already giving you a way out. Hurry up! Hurry up! One don't have that much time to spend with you. The old man shouted. Since you're in such a hurry, 111 send you on your way. At this moment, a voice rang out from outside the cave. Hearing this voice, Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong trembled, and their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. They were all too familiar with this voice. The old man's eyes turned cold and filled with cold, killing intent. He turned around and shouted, "Which blind person is courting death?" Then, everyone saw a young man and woman walk into the cave. The man looked to be in his 20s. He was tall and straight, his eyes were like stars, and he had an indescribable bearing. The woman looked like she was in her 20s. She wore a snow-white dress and looked like a fairy from a painting. "Little junior brother, it's really you!" Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong exclaimed at the same time. The ones who entered were naturally Ming and Xianxia. Just now, the two of them had checked outside before entering Dragon God Valley and heading towards Cloud Dragon Valley. With Ming's sharp hearing, he heard the commotion the moment he entered Cloud Dragon Valley. He was instantly enraged. "Junior brother, you're from Dragon God Valley? I've never seen him before," the old man said in a deep voice. Ming ignored him and walked towards Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong. He cupped his fists and said, "Two senior brothers, long time no see. Little junior brother, why are you back?" When Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong saw Ming, they were both happy and worried. They did not know if Ming had any backing. If he showed up like this and did not have any backing, it would be troublesome. They had learned from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master that Ming had escaped and would seek help. They wondered if he had invited any experts. "Kid, it seems like you're the fish that escaped the net back then." "Ha ha, you actually still dare to show yourself. You're really looking for death." On second thought, the old man knew that Ming was not caught back then. But since he had already escaped, it was really stupid to show his face like this. Ming turned around and looked at the old man and the two burly men. "Kneel down and commit suicide." What did you just say?" The old man and the two burly men thought they had heard wrong. This kid actually asked them to kneel down and commit suicide? Was he crazy? This was evil spirits' territory, and their own cultivation was extremely high. This kid didn't look very old, but he actually asked them to kneel and commit suicide. His arrogant look made them want to laugh. They felt that this was the biggest joke in the world. But in the next moment, they could no longer laugh. This was because Ming's body suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura. The terrifying pressure was like hundreds of mountains pressing down on them. Plop, plop, plop. The three of them knelt down. Chapter 2151. The Whereabouts of Master. Chapter 2151. The Whereabouts of Master. That old man had the cultivation base of a great sage. The two burly men were at the bright sage realm. In Ming's eyes, they were no different from ants. He had only released a trace of his aura, and the three of them were forced to their knees. "Oh, who are you?" The old man used all his strength and struggled madly, but it was useless. The space seemed to have frozen, and the terrifying pressure seemed to be about to crush his body. He was terrified. He finally understood that this young man's cultivation was simply unbelievable. Just based on her aura, she was able to force him to kneel on the ground, unable to move. What cultivation level did she have? In his impression, even an ordinary lower-tier absolute saint couldn't do it unless he was stronger. Could this young man be above the initial absolute saint realm? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Ming, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Ming answered calmly, "Let us go." The entire Dragon God Valley is under our control. If you don't let us go, you're seeking death. Not only you, but the entire Dragon God Valley must die." The old man roared. He deliberately raised his voice to alert the others. Unfortunately, Ming had already set up a wave of energy at the entrance of the cave abode. The movements here could not be transmitted out at all. "Xianxia, this time, your evil spirit cult will be completely annihilated." Ming sneered. His killing intent was like a knife. "Help!" The old man and the two burly men shouted in fear. However, Ming's eyes were filled with the light of death. The three of them were instantly enveloped by the light of death. Then, they turned into ashes and dissipated. Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong sighed. After not seeing each other for so many years, it seemed like their little junior brother had become even stronger and had reached a height that they could not reach. The elder had the cultivation of the great sage upper tier, but he could not resist at all in Ming's hands. He was killed directly, and Ming had not made a move since the beginning. This kind of method made them feel somewhat inconceivable. "Little junior brother, you should leave quickly. If you kill them, evil spirit will find out very soon. By then, they'll send experts over and we'll be in big trouble." At this moment, Yuan Shan thought of something and said with a serious expression, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, I come back to save you." Ming said, "Save us." Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were stunned for a moment before they revealed a look of joy and said, "Little junior brother, could it be that you've already called for reinforcements from ancient Moon Holy Land?" They thought that since Ming was so confident, he must have invited reinforcements. Reinforcements? It could be considered so. Ming touched his nose and asked, "All right, where is Master? And where are the rest of the people from Dragon God Valley?" "Little junior brother, Master is at the original Tianyu demonic sect. In fact, more than half of the people in Dragon God Valley are there. Most of the people from the other sects in the Azure region are also there, doing hard labor to refine a kind of demonic pill for evil spirit." Yuan Mountain said, "The demonic pill in the sanctuary can help evil spirit's disciples improve their cultivation." "Damn evil spirit, they're treating us like slaves." Yang Tianzong said unhappily, "They're all in the Tianyu demon sect." A murderous intent flashed in Ming's eyes as he continued, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, let me first break the seal in your souls." With Ming's current cultivation, it would not be too difficult for him to remove the restrictions in their souls. Break the restrictive spell? No. As soon as you break our restriction, evil spirits, people who set it up, will immediately find out, and the others will be in danger. Yuan Shan quickly said. Ming frowned. This was indeed very troublesome. Everyone's soul had been set up with a restriction. Their life and death could be decided by the other party with a single thought. This problem had to be resolved. Otherwise, no matter how strong Ming's cultivation was, he would not be able to move freely. "Senior brothers," he asked, "do you know how many people Evil Spirit has set up the restriction and where they are?" "From what I know, there's only one person in Evil Spirit who set up the restriction, and this person is also in the Tianyu demon sect," Yuan Mountain said. "Only one person?" Ming was overjoyed. If there was only one person, then it would be easy. "Senior brother, let's go to the Tianyu demon sect and kill the person who set up the restriction," Ming said. "Wait a minute, junior brother. Don't act rashly. The person who set up the restriction is in the Emperor To-Be realm. Moreover, there's a Dharma King from Evil Spirit in the Tianyu demon sect," Yuan Shan quickly said. The Shakyamuni of Evil Spirit were all at the martial Emperor realm. If they went over like this, wouldn't they be courting death? "It's fine. He's just a Dharma King. There's nothing to worry about." Ming smiled. "Junior brother, did you really get reinforcements from ancient Moon Holy Land? Can they suppress a martial emperor?" Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were overjoyed. "It's enough to kill a martial supreme. Don't worry, senior brothers. You just have to bring me to the person who set up the restriction." "That'll do," Ming said. All right, in that case, let's go. Long Yuan Mountain made up his mind. 2 senior brothers, please wait for me. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he left the cave abode. In less than a minute, Lu Ming had returned. He had just walked around Dragon God Valley and killed all the evil spirit cultivators above the Saint Realm who were stationed there. In this way, the person who set up the restriction would be killed, and the Dragon God Valley people's restrictions would be released. They could then take advantage of the situation to defeat the evil spirit people. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a wave of energy swept Long Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong up. They left the cave abode and soared into the sky, flying towards the Tianyu demon sect at extreme speed. This speed, Long Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were extremely shocked. Lu Ming's speed was too shocking. It was beyond their imagination. He was much faster than many absolute saints they had seen. Not long after, the vast stretch of Demon Mountain could be seen from afar. In the Tianyu demonic sect, on the large demonic mountain, one could occasionally see human figures flashing. Junior brother, where are the reinforcements you've invited? Long Yuan Mountain asked. Yang Tianzong was also very curious. They had already arrived at the Tianyu demon sect, but they did not see anyone else. From the beginning to the end, there were only a few of them. Qiuyu, make your move, Lu Ming said to Qiuyu. And Qiuyu nodded. All? Her? Junior brother, you can't do this. The evil spirit cult's discipline king is in charge here. The evil spirit cult's discipline king is in existence at the martial emperor realm. You'll only harm her if you ask this little girl to attack Long Yuan Mountain. Quickly stopped him. Before this, Qiuyu had been following Lu Ming obediently. Moreover, she was so young. They did not even think about how strong Qiuyu's cultivation was. Now, Lu Ming actually asked Qiuyu to make a move. Was he not sending Qiuyu to her death? Don't worry, you two. Qiuyu smiled and stepped out, appearing above the demon mountains. Boom! Then, a terrifying aura burst out from Qiuyu's body. This was emperor pressure, vast and boundless, like the vast ocean, unfathomable. Long Yuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were stunned. Chapter 2152, Chapter 2151, Breaking the Restriction. Chapter 2152, Chapter 2151, Breaking the Restriction. Use aura of the martial emperor realm burst out. The terrifying pressure was like a storm that pressed down on the many demon mountains of the Tianyu demon sect. Feeling the terrifying aura from Qiuyu, Long Yuan Shan and Yang Tianzong were completely stunned. Then, their bodies started to tremble. A martial supreme. Qiuyu was actually a martial supreme. The beautiful lady who had been following Lu Ming was actually a martial supreme. Heavens, such a young martial supreme. What did a martial sovereign represent? In the Azure continent, he was the ruler, a supreme existence. The people of the Azure continent basically didn't know the specific division of martial sovereigns. In their eyes, as long as one reached the rank of a martial sovereign, they would be invincible. In fact, many people even referred to ordinary void emperors as great emperors. At this moment, the Tianyu demonic sect was in complete chaos. Martial emperor. It's the martial emperor. A martial sovereign has appeared. Someone shouted. Within the many demon mountains of the Tianyu demon sect, figures flickered. Some people were terrified. This was because this was an unfamiliar martial emperor, not one from evil spirit. Buzz. A beam of light shot out from one of the demon mountains. A figure appeared in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. Emperor Might. He was also a martial supreme. Shakyamuni, annihilating soul. It's him. This guy is still alive. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The person who had appeared was actually Shakyamuni, annihilating soul. When Lu Ming first came to the Yuan continent, he had once entered the Emperor Gang's secret realm. There, he had seen Shakyamuni soul-destroying and Emperor Tsang. The two of them had fought for 60,000 years inside. Later on, Emperor Gang's corpse appeared, but Shakyamuni annihilating soul disappeared. Then, there was news that Lu Ming had obtained Emperor Gang's storage ring and legacy. This incident had almost pushed Lu Ming into a corner. At that time, Lu Ming had suspected that Shakyamuni annihilating soul was not dead and that he was the one who had leaked the news. Now, it seemed that he was right. Furthermore, the injuries caused by the soul-destroying law had already healed. He's only a one-star void emperor. Lu Ming sensed and found that Shakyamuni annihilating soul was only a one-star illusionary emperor. He was relieved. An ordinary one-star void emperor was no match for Qiuyu. "Who are you?" Shakyamuni annihilating soul said in a serious tone. He was shocked that Qiuyu had broken through to the martial emperor realm at such a young age. "The person who will kill you," Qiuyu said coldly. She waved her hand and hit Dharma King annihilating soul. Shakyamuni annihilating soul had no choice but to fight with Qiuyu. The two of them fought in the sky, causing the void to tremble. "Junior brother, Lady Qiuyu is the reinforcement you invited?" Longyuan Mountain asked. Lu Ming smiled but did not answer. He said, "Senior brother, take me into the Tianyu demon sect and find the person who set up the restriction." "All right." Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong nodded. They knew that this was a critical moment, and they could only choose to believe in Lu Ming. The three of them rushed into the Tianyu demon sect. Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were also being controlled, so the evil spirit cultivators would not stop them. Lu Ming concealed his aura and followed the two of them. The others also thought that Lu Ming was one of them, so they naturally did not stop him. They shuttled through the demon mountains, searching for the person who set up the restriction. Moreover, everyone's attention was on the emperor-level battle in the sky. Not many people paid attention to Lu Ming and the rest. "I see it." Suddenly, Yang Tianzong revealed a happy expression. A group of people stood on a demon mountain in front of them. One of them was a skinny old woman. Lu Ming recognized her at a glance because he had seen with his own eyes that the old woman had set up a restriction for others. The three of them flew toward the mountain peak. "What are you guys doing?" Someone looked at the three of them. "Sir, we have something to report. It's about the martial sovereign." Longyuan Mountain bowed. "Oh, come over and tell me." The skinny old woman looked at the three from Longyuan Mountain. The three of them flew toward the demon mountain and slowly approached the skinny old woman. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He had to kill this old woman instantly. Otherwise, Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong would be in danger. The other party could control the restriction with a single thought and destroy Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong's souls. "Do you know who the martial sovereign is? If you have any news, tell me everything," the skinny old woman said. Beside him, there were a few elders with profound cultivation. They were all in the Emperor-to-be realm. "Sir, one accidentally received a piece of news. It's like this." Lu Ming took a few steps forward, pretending to want to reply. He moved closer to the old woman. "What is it? Say it." "No, wait a minute, you." At that moment, the old woman realized that something was wrong. She did not sense any restriction fluctuations on Lu Ming. In other words, Lu Ming was not controlled by her restriction. Except for the Di family, the Tianyu demon sect, and the disciples of evil spirit, all the other forces who had surrendered were controlled by her. Could it be that this kid was from the evil spirit sect or the Di family? In the blink of an eye, many thoughts flashed through the old woman's mind. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming exploded and charged at the old woman. To Lu Ming, the distance of tens of meters was covered in an instant. It even exceeded the human reaction time. Before the old woman could react, Lu Ming had already rushed in front of her and struck her head with his palm. The old woman's head exploded like a watermelon. He was killed in one move. At this time, the others finally reacted. "You're looking for death. Brat kill." Beside the old woman, the other Emperor-to-be flew into a rage and charged at Lu Ming. "Old woman, to be able to set up a restriction in another person's soul requires talent. Not all evil spirit people can do it, and it's extremely rare. Right now, the only person in evil spirit who could do this was the old woman. The old woman had a disciple. Although he also had this kind of talent, his cultivation was too weak, and he was not of much use. Therefore, the old woman's death was a huge loss to evil spirit. "You are the ones who will die," Lu Ming said coldly and struck out a palm. The terrifying palm force gushed out like an avalanche. Several Emperor de Best bodies exploded and they died on the spot. At that moment, Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong reacted and were dumbfounded. That was an emperor-to-be. A few emperor-to-be were killed by Lu Ming with one palm, without any resistance. What was Lu Ming's current realm? "Senior brother, have you broken the restriction?" Lu Ming asked. "It's broken. As soon as the old woman died, the restriction will automatically break." The two of them reacted and revealed looks of joy. "The restriction has been broken. Our restriction has been broken." At this moment, the entire Tianyu demonic sect was in an uproar. At least half of the Azure Continent's surrendered sects were gathered here to help evil spirit refine pills. At this moment, everyone felt that their restrictions had been broken. "Everyone, follow me and kill our way out. Kill." At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Then, a sword light shot up into the sky and killed a few evil spirit disciples. "Master!" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Chapter 2153, He is my young master. Chapter 2153, He is my young master in the Tianyu demonic sect. An elder was killing his way through. Wherever his sword light passed, he lulled a few evil spirit disciples. The old man was Lu Ming's master, the Cloud Dragon Valley master. "Kill all these bastards." With a roar, a fierce tiger roared and soared into the sky. With a slap, it killed a few evil spirit disciples. He was also an absolute saint, an expert of the demon castle. Then more people started a riot. All these years, they had been controlled by the restriction and bullied. Now that the restriction was gone, everyone immediately rioted and wanted to rush out of this place. "You're looking for death." From the many demon mountains, terrifying auras rose. The evil spirit cult and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had arranged many experts here. Other than the old woman and a few others, there were more than 10 absolute saints. However, there were no quasi-emperors as they had all been killed by Lu Ming. More than a dozen absolute saints charged at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Lu Ming waved his hand, and more than 10 long spears were condensed in the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The long spears turned into streaks of light and shot toward the absolute saints. Not good. No. 11 the absolute saints felt the danger and wanted to run, but it was too late. More than 10 absolute saints were all pierced by the spear. They died on the spot, falling to the ground. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the Fierce Tiger were shocked as they looked in Lu Ming's direction. The moment he saw Lu Ming, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes widened, and he looked ecstatic. Minger, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, was truly ecstatic. Lu Ming was the one who had shot those long spears earlier. He had killed more than 10 absolute saints in an instant, leaving him in a daze. He understood that after not seeing him for so many years, his disciples' cultivation had already completely surpassed his. "Master," Lu Ming also smiled. "Kill, kill." At this moment, the Tianyu demonic sect was in complete chaos. The others saw that the absolute saint of the Di family and evil spirit had been killed in an instant. At this time, there were no more powerful warriors left. The people of the major sects took advantage of the situation and launched an attack on Rhe people of evil spirit and the Di family. The scene was in chaos. "Minger, let us talk later. Let's kill the enemies first," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Then, he turned into a sword light and attacked the people of evil spirit cult and D family. There were no absolute saints in evil spirit cult and D family, so no one was Cloud Dragon Valley Master's match. The situation was one-sided. The Tianyu demonic sect had gathered more than half of the people from the Azure Continent. In terms of numbers, they had already far surpassed the evil spirit cult and the Di family. In the past, he had controlled everyone's souls, so he didn't need many people to manage them. Now that the soul restriction had been broken and all the absolute saints had been killed, the situation was completely one-sided. Qiu, finish him off. At that moment, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Qiu. Before this, Qiu did not use her full strength at all and was deliberately fighting with her opponent. Boom! After receiving Lu Ming's voice transmission, Qiu exploded. The laws of yin and yang turned into a terrifying destructive force and blasted toward Shakyamuni, annihilating soul. The law of yin and yang, you have a king body. Shakyamuni, annihilating soul, shouted in fear. Boom! Dharma King, annihilating soul, was sent flying by Qiu's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body almost exploded. Run, run! Dharma King, annihilating soul, turned around and ran. Ordinary martial sovereigns were no match for the king body. His talent was limited. Although he had been a Void Emperor for many years, he was only a one-star Void Emperor. His battle strength was not strong, and he was no match for Qiu. Die, die! Qiu shouted and waved her hands. Two scimitars appeared and turned into a yin-yang wheel. She charged at Dharma King, annihilating soul. Shakyamuni, annihilating soul, roared and tried his best to resist, but he couldn't. The yin-yang wheel directly penetrated his body. Shakyamuni, annihilating soul, dragged his broken body and fled frantically, but the yin-yang wheel caught up and crushed down. Bang! Shakyamuni, annihilating soul's body exploded, and his soul let out a shrill scream that resounded throughout the entire Tianyu demonic sect. Then his soul was also destroyed and turned into ashes. Shakyamuni, annihilating soul, is dead. The martial sovereign has been killed. Everyone present was shocked. A martial sovereign had been killed just like that. Everyone was shocked. After that, the morale of all the major sects in the Azure continent increased greatly, while the morale of the evil spirit sect and the Di family's people was greatly reduced, and they began to flee. Junior brother, we're going to kill the enemy too. Longyuan Mountain's Yang Tianzong also charged toward the crowd. Lu Ming stepped on the air, and long spears were condensed around his body. From time to time, a long spear would fly out. Every time the long spear flew out, it would kill an expert of the enemy. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Not long after, the people of Evil Spirit Cult and D family were almost all killed, and no one could escape. At this moment, Qiu stepped through the air and walked toward Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes were on Qiu. This was a martial sovereign. Such a young and beautiful martial sovereign made people gasp in admiration. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Fierce Tiger, and a few others were all in the Saint Realm. They flew towards Qiu. Thank you for your help, Lord Martial Emperor. Thank you, Lord Martial Emperor. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others all bowed to Qiu respectfully. In their eyes, martial sovereigns were supreme beings. They guessed that Qiu must be from ancient Moon Holy Land. They were all shocked. Guyu Holy Land was indeed a holy land. To actually have such a young martial emperor, it was truly shocking. Qiu's face blushed, and she said in a low voice, "You don't have to thank me. It was young master who asked me to do it. Moreover, you're young master as family and friends. It's only right for me to help." What? Young master? Everyone was stunned. Qiu was such a peerless beauty, but she was actually someone else's servant? Such a young martial sovereign was her servant? What kind of person was Rhe young master that Qiu was talking about? Many of them started to look around, trying to find the young master that Qiu had mentioned. At this moment, Qiu quietly came to Lu Ming's side. Young master. Qiu called out softly. What? Nest? What did I just hear? The scene quieted down at once. Everyone was petrified. Their eyes were wide open, and they stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Their eyeballs were about to burst. The young master that Qiu was referring to was Lu Ming? Longyuan Mountain and Yang Tianzong were also petrified. Previously, They had thought that Xiaoyu was an expert that Lu Ming had invited from the ancient Moon Holy Land. Never in their dreams would they have thought that Xiaoyu was actually Lu Ming's maidservant. With such a young martial sovereign as a servant, everyone felt that their brains were frozen. They were dumbfounded. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Many people spoke up and finally recognized Lu Ming. Back then, Lu Ming's name shook the entire Azure region. He was the #1 genius of the Azure region. Everyone knew about him. Now, many people had come to their senses and were even more shocked. Master, second senior brother, third senior brother, although Qiuyue is my maidservant, I've always treated her as family. Lu Ming held Qiuyu's hand and smiled. Everyone revealed an expression of I see. Chapter 2154. Chapter 2154. A plan to wipe them out. Chapter 2154. Chapter 2154. A plan to wipe them out. Xiaoyu's face was slightly red as she stood obediently beside Lu Ming. Everyone was extremely envious. A martial supreme, yet so obedient. This was simply what all men dreamed of. However, many people immediately thought of Lu Ming's combat strength. Many people had seen Lu Ming's attack just now. The absolute saint couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming and was killed instantly. Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Could it be that Lu Ming had also broken through to the saint realm, or even the emperor-to-be realm? Many people sighed. When Lu Ming was in the Azure continent, he had already displayed his terrifying talent and suppressed the younger generation. After he became a saint, he could even cross a realm and kill enemies. Now that Lu Ming had become an absolute saint, it would be easy for him to kill an absolute saint. Many people looked at Lu Ming with respect. Lu Ming's current strength was undoubtedly at the peak of the Azure continent. Master, where is Evil Spirit's headquarters? Lu Ming looked at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and asked. He didn't see the sect master and the others in the Sky Demon sect. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master still had a smile on his face. When he heard this, he said, Evil Spirit's headquarters is in the DI family. Many of its people are there. The DI family? Lu Ming muttered, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Master, are the people from the Azure continent all here? Lu Ming asked again. No, most of them are gathered here, and some of them are scattered in the original sections. However, there are not many masters of evil spirit in those sections. Now that the soul restriction has been broken, one believes many people will take the opportunity to escape. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded. Just like Dragon God Valley, there were also some people, but there were not many. Master, everyone, can you spread the news of this place and let everyone gather here? Lu Ming said. All right, I'll spread the news and gather everyone here. Evil Spirit has suffered heavy losses in this battle, so they'll definitely take action. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master nodded. Immediately, everyone spread the news. Lu Ming smiled. He had sent the message to gather everyone, not to gather strength for defense, but to attack. He was going to attack the DI family. Once the news of this place got out, the DI family and the Evil Spirit cult would definitely be shocked. In that case, they would gather all their experts and wipe them out at once. This was Lu Ming's plan, to wipe them all out. If they split up, Lu Ming would have to go to one place after another. It was too troublesome. The others naturally didn't know what he was thinking. They thought that he was gathering power to defend. The news spread quickly, and the Azure Continent, Cloud Continent, and Emperor Continent were all shocked. The Azure Continent's prodigy, Lu Ming, had returned with a martial sovereign. As soon as he returned, he had killed a disciplined king of evil spirit. The fall of a martial sovereign shocked everyone in the 3 states. Within the Azure region, most of the people who had surrendered to evil spirit and were under their control were now free from their control and were rushing towards the Tianyu demon sect. Over the next 10 days, more and more people gathered in the Sky Demon sect. Back then, there were 13 overlord sects and countless small sects in the Azure region. There were many experts, and for a time, the Sky Demon sect was filled with people. Of course, sects like the Tianyu Demon sect, Yudu sect, and Blood Demon Tower that had long surrendered to Evil Spirit sect were already considered members of Evil Spirit sect. However, he didn't see a single person from the Heavenly Divine sect. In the past 10 days, the three states have been in turmoil. Everyone felt a heavy atmosphere. Everyone knew that a great battle was about to break out. Evil Spirit had suffered such a huge loss that they would not let it go just like that. They would definitely make a move. The past 10 days seemed calm on the surface, but it was actually the calm before the storm. It was very depressing. The DI family was located in one of the best areas in the DI state, where the original energy was rich and the land was full of talents. Numerous palaces were situated in this area. The palaces were like the heavenly palaces in the legends. During this period of time, the palace was not peaceful. Many people were discussing the same thing, and that was the powerful return of Lu Ming and the Martial Emperor. In a palace, a few people were discussing matters. It was the sect master of the God of Heaven sect and a few elders. In the past few years, the Tianxia sect had almost completely relied on Evil Spirit sect. They were devoted to Evil Spirit sect, so they had obtained a lot of resources. Their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in these years. Sect Master, now that Lu Ming has brought the martial supremes from the outside world back, it seems like he's going to annihilate Evil Spirit cult. Now that the soul restriction has been broken, should we take the opportunity to leave Evil Spirit cult and leave this place? An elder asked. Silly. The sect master of the Tianxia sect berated him. I heard that Lu Ming only brought a martial supreme back. What can a martial supreme do? And let me tell you, the waters of Evil Spirit run deep. Do you think that Evil Spirit only has a few guardian kings on the surface? Could it be that Evil Spirit has other martial emperor powerhouses in the dark? And the expressions of the few elders of the heavenly god sect changed. That's right. Therefore, Lu Ming is only seeking his own death. Now, not only can we not leave Evil Spirit, but we also have to show our loyalty to Evil Spirit. In this way, we will be more valued by Evil Spirit. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect said with a confident look. Sect master is wise. The elders started to flatter him. In another hall, the sect masters of the Sky Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect were also discussing some matters. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to really bring an expert back. But so what? You're gonna die. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect sneered. The atmosphere in the three states became more and more solemn. At this time, Xianxia and Tian Shui had also arrived at the Tianyu Demon sect. Seeing the Cloud Dragon Valley master, everyone was naturally happy. Xianxia and Tian Shui had also brought the news that the powerful warriors of Evil Spirit religion and D family in the Cloud region had gathered in the main camp of D family. All right, Lu Ming smiled and gathered everyone to start the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, today, all the people of Evil Spirit cult and D family have gathered in D family. Therefore, one have decided to attack D family and destroy them in one fell swoop. Lu Ming said loudly. What? Attack the DI family? He's looking for death. Everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, is what you said true? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was also in disbelief. Lu Ming actually wanted to attack the DI family. Right now, the DI family had gathered all the experts from Evil Spirit. Unlike the Tianyu demonic sect, there was definitely more than one martial emperor. If they attacked, wouldn't they be courting death? That's right. I'm waiting for them to gather before one attack. 111 wiped them all out at once. Lu Ming said. Many people were speechless. Wipe them all out? With just these people? Chapter 2155, Chapter 2154, Killing Their Way to the Monarch Race. Chapter 2155, Chapter 2154, Killing Their Way to the Monarch Race. Many people looked at each other. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming had gathered the people of the major sects to defend against the attack of evil spirit. It turned out that he was waiting for the experts of evil spirit and the Di family to gather and then wipe them out. This idea was too crazy. Ming, did you invite any other experts, such as other martial supremes? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. There's no one else, just us. Lu Ming said. The scene was silent, and many people were stunned. Hero Lu Ming, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but evil spirit has at least 2 guardian kings. Moreover, Shi Tian, the patriarch of the Di family, is a terrifying martial sovereign. If we go, it'll be like hitting a rock with an egg. That's right. Our current plan is to gather together, break out of the 3 prefectures, and head to other prefectures. A few elders spoke. They were the grand elders of a few sects and had absolute saint realm cultivation. I'm doing this because PM confident. Why would I joke around with my life? Besides, my master and senior brothers are all together. Lu Ming said. Everyone's heart moved. That was indeed the case. Lu Ming was such a proud son of heaven. How could he be so reckless and throw his life away knowing that he was no match? Did Lu Ming still have any trump cards? All right, Ming, one will go to the Di family with you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was the first to express his stance. He'll join you too. Long Yuan Mountain, Yang Tianzong also spoke. He'll join you too. Following that, the ferocious tiger of the Demon Castle also spoke. Then, many more people agreed to go with Lu Ming to the Di family. However, there was a group of people who didn't speak. What about you guys? What are you going to do if you don't go and fight? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to those who were silent. We're planning to enter the Cloud Sea Mountain range and head to the other continents. An old man with an aquiline nose said. This hook-nosed elder was a grand elder of the Jiuxiao sword sect, and he was also an absolute saint. Oh, that's good. If you don't go, and I destroy the Di family and evil spirit cult, you won't have a share in the 3 prefectures, Lu Ming said coldly. The old man with the aquiline nose and the others' faces changed slightly. Lu Ming's meaning was clear. If evil spirit cult and Di family were exterminated, those who did not participate in the battle would not have the right to stay in the 3 prefectures. Those who didn't want to go all had gloomy expressions. All right, the idea is set. Let's go. Lu Ming rose into the air and waved his hand. 3 puppets appeared in the sky. One of them was the goshawk puppet that Lu Ming often used. The other 2 were also flying puppets that Lu Ming had bought when he was at the Xianxia sect. Their speed was not any slower than a goshawk puppet. The 3 puppets rapidly grew in size. Their wingspan was over 1,000 meters long, and they filled the sky like 3 small mountains. Master, all of you can come up, Lu Ming shouted. Those who were willing to follow Lu Ming to the Di family all flew up to the puppet. A layer of light emanated from the puppets and enveloped everyone. Then, with a thought from Lu Ming, the 3 puppets broke through the air and disappeared, leaving no trace behind in the blink of an eye. So fast, the rest of the people were tongue-tied. Brother Wang, what are your plans next? Someone asked the old man from Jiuxiao sword sect. That Lu Ming is overestimating himself. The strength of evil spirit cult and Di family is definitely beyond our imagination. If they go, they'll only die. The old man with the aquiline nose sneered. But one think Lu Ming is full of confidence. Perhaps he has some trump cards. This person is a peerless genius. He might have some trump cards, another person said. The old man with the aquiline nose's eyes flickered as he thought of all the possibilities. How about this? We'll go to the Di family and observe in the dark. If Lu Ming is defeated and killed, we'll escape to the Cloud Sea Mountain from the Emperor Province and go somewhere else. If Lu Ming defeats the Di family and Rhe evil spirit cult, we'll take the opportunity to take action and get some benefits. The old man with the aquiline nose said. Brother Wang is wise. Senior Wang is wise. The others started to flatter him. Immediately, they also started moving towards the Di family. Lu Ming controlled the 3 puppets at an astonishing speed. It did not take long for them to enter the imperial state. What a fast speed! The others were shocked. It hadn't been long, for they had already passed through the Azure continent and entered the Emperor continent. This speed was simply astonishing. Ordinary space-breaking flying shuttles couldn't even compare to it. Many people looked at Lu Ming. This was the #1 heaven's pride of the Azure continent back then. He must have been extraordinary in these years. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master stroked his beard and smiled. He was extremely satisfied with this disciple. After a short while, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. On the mountain peak, there were many palaces. The Di family had arrived. The Di family. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Clang! Clang! The Di family had naturally noticed Lu Ming's arrival. Deafening bell rings were heard. Then, figures flickered in all the palaces. It's Lu Ming! A voice rang out. The people of Rhe Di family and evil spirit were a little shocked. They had never expected that Lu Ming would dare to take the initiative to attack. Initially, they were going to send out an army 2 days later to annihilate Lu Ming. He did not expect that Lu Ming would take the initiative to attack. On the mountain in front of the Di family, a large number of figures appeared. They were all experts from the Emperor family and evil spirit. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the puppet. He stood in the air. Among the crowd, he saw the sect master of the Sky Demon sect, the Tianming sect, and others. Young master, he'll make the first move. Xiaoyu said to Lu Ming. Okay, be careful. Lu Ming said. Xiaoyu nodded and stepped into the air, heading towards the Di family. Her cultivation of the martial emperor realm burst out. The vast emperor pressure pressed towards the Di family like a raging wave. Many people's expressions changed drastically as they felt a terrifying pressure. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 terrifying auras burst out from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. 2 beams of light shot up into the sky and destroyed Xiaoyu's aura. The next moment, 2 figures appeared in the sky. They were 2 old men. They were skinny like 2 mummies and were wrapped in black robes. SPI writ. DEVOURINGSHAKYAM uni. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming had seen one of them before. It was Shalimuni's spirit devourer, who had been suppressed in one of the 6 forbidden lands of the Gang region, the Gale Plain. When Shakyamuni's spirit devourer escaped, Lu Ming had obtained the Tai Chi formation disc there. As for the other person, Lu Ming had never seen him before. He must be another guardian king of evil spirit. You're such a young martial supreme. Your chi and blood must be very strong. If one devour you, you might be able to help me break through my cultivation. Shakyamuni let out a strange laugh and pounced toward Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu struck out with her palm, and the laws of yin and yang moved with the force of her palm, blasting toward Shakyamuni's shirling. The palm force was like a tide, blocking Shakyamuni's spirit-devouring's body. His body trembled violently, and he was forced to retreat. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.